At this year's Esports World Cup, we're bringing you all the games you love, all the coverage you crave. And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind-the-scenes broadcast.
And he absolutely destroys him.
I don't think
insane.
he ever saw that coming. That was incredible.
This means you're getting the real coverage
I think that was
with raw opinions.
I'm just gonna have to say it. I think they have their heads up right now.
They're just
It absolutely.
Yes, from broadcasters who don't even know they're being recorded. They don't know they're being recorded?
Oh, what do you mean? That is insane. Ooh.
This.
I'm sorry, is this a good idea?
This is what we have. All you have to do is read the lines.
They
All right.
the bed.
They're absolutely the bed. I don't understand how this keeps getting allowed to take control of the space and nothing is done about it.
We're gonna get fined. There's no way that this is gonna work.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We do the thinking, okay?
I cannot believe this job on this team. Every time you thinking, oh my, they got the game, and
You know what? We're actually just gonna be bringing you the same great coverage once again this year. Nothing else. First KC fans try to sabotage me, now my own agent.
Hi everyone, I'm Vivian from Team Vitality and I'm the mother of tanks. Di video kali ini aku bakal bedah sedikit gameplay dari aku sendiri sekaligus jelasin kepada kalian gimana cara aku ngambil keputusan saat aku main di pertandingan momen-momen penting. Semoga bisa kasih gambaran buat kalian tentang cara aku main sebagai roamer. Let's get into it.
A miss two pops the wind of nature. Sayori goes down and Panda versus Vivian, but Vivian gets the kill.
Ini adalah rekaman game di MWI tahun lalu 2025. Tim aku melawan Gigi. Jadi di game kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu apa yang aku lakuin di sini. Karena di sini tim aku make Moskov, jadi dia bagus buat mainin lane jauh. Sedangkan buat tim lawan itu susah banget dia buat menjalani lane jauh karena hero-nya bener-bener jalan kaki banget. Jadi kan karena gue main Chow, jadi gampang lah buat menghantu-hantui, membayang-bayangi mereka. Nah di sini Chow masih fokus laning dan kita cuma tarik reset biar mereka mau keluar aja dari base. Kayak gitu. Nah sedangkan hero mereka kalau keluar terlalu jauh dari base itu terlalu bahaya buat mereka karena terlalu lemot jalannya kan. Jadi sulit lah buat mereka dan di sini aku tinggal dan sama tim aku tinggal mainin Lordnya aja. Saat mereka keluar kita panis.
The final slash keeps Ashley at bay. Another winner crown going to be popped. Sayori's in trouble. She has her own winner crown. But now Panda, a miss two, pops the wind of nature. Sayori goes down and Panda versus Vivian. But Vivian gets the kill.
Dan itulah cara aku memenangkan gamenya. Semoga kalian enjoy dan jangan lupa buat support tim aku di MWI 2026.
History is being made here at the Esports World Cup. MWI has shown exciting games, especially for our women.
We're going to be closing this out with 2 matches. Galaxy Phoenix versus Geltec Cyber Team for a 3rd place match.
Don't forget about our grand finals. We are going to see Team Vitality facing off against Na'Vi in a bitter rivalry.
It's time to make some history. Let's get it started.
Yeah, this is gonna look clean. I love that angle.
Let me see. Brother, that is horrendous. Damascus, it's finals day. Get your act together.
What do you even know, bro? You said Vitality wouldn't be in grand finals.
Brother, and you know what? They're about to meet their demise up against Na'Vi.
Yeah, who won last year?
Who won in 2024? The first ever MWI?
Right, who won the run back from the grand finals?
When they actually played against each other, you know what happened, brother. And
you think you know ball like this? Vitality's winning, bro. Haven't seen the fans.
You're biased because you're from France.
Oui. Et alors?
Comment allez-vous?
Mon frère? Yes.
Parlez-vous français?
Yes, exactly. I speak French. Win France, brother. They're winning for the fans.
Hey, guys. So starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Dynasties aren't built overnight. They're built by eliminating any threat that tries to end them. But this time, that reign means the very team that has ended them before. Triumph isn't about avoiding the fight. It's about what's left standing after it. In the battle of supremacy, they have to push past all limits and dare to rise above. Welcome to the final day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's International here at the Esports World Cup. Ale!
It's grand finals day. It comes down to this. It's been 5 days of MWI, and it's been incredibly exciting, but we haven't reached the finale just yet. What lady is going to hoist that trophy? Who is going to earn the bulk of $500,000? Welcome into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Brigitte as well as Rinmar. Great to see the both of you. Over the past 5 days, we've had tremendous action, and I'm ready to break down how we got to this point. Brigitte, what happened over the quarterfinals in the knockout bracket?
I think there were a lot of significant matchups that we have to talk about when in regards to the quarterfinals. Definitely one of it being the ID matchup you got to see, which kind of pushed Team Vitality to their limits. But at the same time, every single series almost extended to a Game 3. It was only between Na'Vi as well as Team Ray Young, which we got to see a sweep.
Yeah, fortunately, Seta, Team Ray Young, the two Falcons organizations had to go home. GXP and Geltec, they had their keys crushed, but they will still be competing today in our third place match.
That's right, and the third place match means a lot. We're talking a difference between $30,000, $50,000. That's a $20,000 difference if you're able to secure the win. Also, on top of that, we've got our first place matchup taking place today, and we got a grudge match, a revenge match, a trilogy from the past. But the journey to get to this point has
has been grueling. Not only did you have to make it through the group stages, you also had to work your way through the single elimination knockout bracket. And the quarterfinals were absolutely brutal. And of course, the semifinals, they weren't any easier, but for Vitality, they made it look good, getting a 3-1 victory. Of course, for the other side, though, it was a 3-0 victory. Today is going to mean a lot. The MWI is always incredibly exciting, and today is no different. Make sure you're getting active in chat and letting us know who you feel is going to take it all. Speaking of which, we've now reached this point. What does it mean for the competitors on that stage, Brigitte, to finally make it, not only playing for third place, but also to lift the trophy?
Individually, it's very significant for them as they were the only crowned MWI champions in history. And now they finally make it to the third of our 2024, 2025, now it's 2026, and they finally get to see each other in the grand finals.
Yes, they do. Hey, for getting you caught up, we just recapped a little bit, but we've got some special characters from yesterday to recap how we got to this point.
Yesterday was crazy. I think none of us were expecting it to end that fast, considering that we were already in the semifinals here at MWI. But it just so happened that GXP, the flexibility we expected from them, the cleanliness of their games were not something that reflected yesterday, because Na'Vi just had a way to deal with every single one of them. Such a great performance from them, and they're finally back in the grand finals, sweeping GXP 3-0.
And in our second semifinal, it was, man, banger. Geltec Cyber Team brought the action to Team Vitality, the for sure favorites of the entire tournament. 1 game win. They took a map over. Now Team Vitality, though, after that went on to sweep. We call that the gentleman's sweep. But this time, we're going to take a look at the grand finals. Na'Vi take on Team Vitality today. Who's going to be sent home with the thrill or the agony? We'll find out at MWI.
Ooh, it's a big day indeed, and the grand finals has to be our first talking point. And speaking of which, who's our main heroes we'll be looking out for today? Because there's been a lot of people thinking they're the best lady out there right on the very stage. However, there can only be one best team. As far as main heroes that we're looking at, obviously we have quite a few, but speaking in regards to Vitality and Na'Vi, who are the main heroes?
For me personally, I'm going to have to give it to our EXP laners. We look at Fumi Echo and Ayanami. They represent the playstyles of their respective teams. Vitality, they are monsters individually, and they shine when each and every single one of them get to do what they're best at. Meanwhile, for Na'Vi, they play together really well as a team, and you see that in the playstyle of Ayanami. When she is with the rest of her squad, she is amazing, and Na'Vi are amazing.
That's right, and it's time for our crunchy story of the day. It is, in fact, a rematch of destiny. You have two teams that have fought tooth and nail over the past several years. It's a trilogy, and it is, in fact, going to be a grand finals rematch, dating back to Riyadh 2024. Brigitte, these two teams have a history. They have met many times over. For one, it's a revenge matchup. For another, they just want to reclaim glory.
And the last time we saw a revenge matchup, at least here in MWI 2026, the story, the script actually has flipped. And that was, mind you, Na'Vi as well. It just happened in the exact same tournament wherein they did not allow themselves to be defeated by GXP twice. So I wonder how much more it means for them, because they've considered Vitality as their rivals for not just a single tournament, but for 2 years in a row.
That's right. And you said it was a trilogy in the back room. Now we come on to the main stage. Again, she just broke down some of that history. But again, for these two, it seems quite personal. Not only from, of course, a team perspective, but also from the organization perspective. And you brought two wonderful players up. It's time to look at them head to head, because the stats are incredibly close. Of course, we're talking Fumi Echo and not Ayanami representing the EXP lane.
If you look at the KDA, that's because Fumi Echo's heroes are more on the ones that can carry the team alone. Last year, I called her the island of her own, and it really showed in her playstyle. As long as Fumi Echo can play away from the team and cause havoc elsewhere, their opponents will struggle. Meanwhile, not Ayanami, she takes a lot of hits for Na'Vi as a sub-roamer, as a sub-frontliner.
Yep.
Brigida, let's take a look at some of the emotions from Na'Vi, because it has been elation. It's also been heartbreak for certain matches, certain times, right? For Na'Vi to make it to the grand finals, they had to fight hard, because at some points during the tournament, there were questions revolving around how good this team really was.
And maybe a bit more on what their identity actually was, right? Because we already compared Not Ayanami, we already compared her to Fumi Echo, and I think Not Ayanami is currently leading the tournament in terms of most heroes used, 10 in total, which means to say that they definitely had a bit of time trying to figure out what worked best for them, but you see it, now that they finally do have an answer, they're currently on a 9-winning streak in terms of their games, and that's a feat that you'll definitely have to get over.
Phil, Na'Vi is hitting their stride, right? They're going into grand finals looking like a true contender for the championship, looking like potentially what they were back in 2024, of course, with 2 new additions as well. The competitors walked in this morning, and luckily we had Rose on site to catch up with some of them.
Hey guys, good morning. For our third placer match, we have Geltec Cyber Team going up against Galaxy Phoenix, and the girls has just arrived at the venue. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Today I'm fine, and our team are fine. Yeah.
Okay, how do we feel about going up against Galaxy Phoenix in this third placer match?
I think we could win 3-0.
Oh, wow, confident. Okay, why are we so confident going up against Galaxy Phoenix? Because everybody is saying they're very strong.
I think,
just something you feel today.
Yeah.
Okay, is there anything you want to say to, Galaxy Phoenix before we begin today's match?
I think you're a strong opponent, good game. Oh, good luck.
Thank you very much, girlie. I hope to see you later. Oh, she's confident in a 3-0 best of 5 today. But over there, we can see that Galaxy Phoenix has also just arrived at the arena. So you know what? Let's go get the girlies out for a little bit of a chat. Because who knows? They might think it's not going to be a 3-0 in favor of Geltec Cyber Team. Let's go. Let's see if they're ready. Hello, Winnie. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are we doing today?
Doing good. We're doing good.
You managed to prepare well for today's match?
Yeah.
Now, just now I was talking to Geltec Cyber Team, and they think that your third placer match will end in a 3-0 and they're gonna win. What do you think about that?
I'll let them think what they're thinking, but we will beat them.
Oh, let them think what they want to think, but you guys will beat them. I love that, Winnie. Good luck. I'll see you later. Bye. Oh, it's getting spicy in here. Let's bring the spice over to the Land of Dawn.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The spiciness is already starting, and it should be spicy. We've got a lot on the line, not only for the clubs, but also, of course, for the championship, money to be earned. There's so much to talk about. Brigida, the competitors, the ladies, they're looking savage today.
I'm glad we see Winnie actually in that kind of spirit, especially I think she was one of the players who was really forced to play out of her comfort yesterday, who slightly had a bit of a struggle in the gold lane, but now with that confidence, I think she'd be okay.
Yeah, I think she's going to be just fine. Winnie has been one of the biggest talking points whenever she's playing, at least here on the desk, as well as from the caster perspective. Of course, Grand Finals is going to be incredible. Coming up, though, next is going to be our third and fourth place matchup, and it's going to be a good one. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Geltec Cyber Team. These two lady rosters are wonderful. They have fought hard to make it to this very point, and you know what? Now that they're here, they're not going to waste that opportunity. Yes, they don't have a shot at the championship, but they do have a shot at, again, life-changing money potentially. We got Na'Vi versus Team Vitality. That's going to be starting at 2 CEST. And you know what? The emotions from Na'Vi and Vitality, again, have sometimes been happiness, have sometimes been sadness. They have gone through the absolute gauntlet to be to this point. But you know what I appreciate, Ridmar? Looking at the emotions from the players, even though when they do get down and out, they somehow, some way, find a way to come back.
Yeah, look at Na'Vi. The questions about whether or not they're able to make it to the grand final started early on. They got knocked down to the lower bracket. They almost got eliminated, but then suddenly they went on an undefeated run.
That's right, and for the club championship, this matchup means a lot. You have two Titans, number 1 and number 2, this year for the club championship. Trav, walk me through it.
It's finals day in MWI, and today either Na'Vi or Team Vitality will be putting yet another frame in the Esports World Cup totem. Team Vitality coming into this one as the heavy favourites, but Na'Vi had a few more pushbacks along the way and started quite slow in MWI. However, Na'Vi sit on top of the club championship leaderboard and at the moment would be the ones taking this trophy home. Team Vitality have got to bridge that gap by getting this win and that valuable crown of MWI. Stay tuned as we carry on talking about all things club championship.
Ooh, club championship is looking spicy. It's Na'Vi at the top, Team Vitality just below them, and whoever wins this tournament could very well either hold on to first or maybe overtake first. It's getting crazy up at the top. We mentioned earlier, Team Falcons were eliminated a couple days ago, so they will not have a chance at first place today. But again, for Na'Vi, Vitality, my goodness, do they have a tremendous lead, and they're looking to go even further.
This is actually such a very relevant matchup. I can only imagine the fans, especially from Na'Vi, to grow more and more in numbers, especially later on.
Yeah, but for the fans of Team Vitality, they are going to be showing up in droves later to support their girls.
That's right. Well, it's Galaxy Phoenix versus Geltech Cyber Team. This matchup is about to go down. No mercy for third. One final chance to leave Paris with pride. Not only pride, but also $20,000 additional dollars. It's $30,000 going to fourth place, $50,000 for third place. Rinmar, what does that extra $20,000 mean for our regions, for our competitors?
It's life-changing. We've heard so many players over the years talk about how just placing a little bit higher has changed their lives. It's helped them change the lives of their families as well, because a lot of our players here, they're not fighting for themselves, they're fighting for their families. And these two represent fighting for their teams, Kioe and Fa. You get the Ice Queen, you get the Fearless Queen, two junglers that represent what it means to be a fearless savage in the Land of Dawn.
And definitely in terms of what their regions have been able to achieve as well, their organizations, I think this is such a feat if you're actually able to accomplish a podium finish, because that really what makes the biggest difference as well. Aside from the money, you really get to make sure that you get to end your run in at least top 3.
Absolutely, in top 3 to podium is a tremendous accomplishment. Hey, everybody out there, it's Rhino Day. Brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is available now. Check it out and join the celebration. Eterna was up here earlier yesterday, and she was pumped up for Rhino Day. So am I. Get involved and earn yourself some of those wonderful stickers, skins, and everything you could possibly get. MLBB, they do it right. Going back to our key head-to-head, though, you do have two phenomenal players who have given their all. And it is the Ice Queen versus the Fearless Queen, right? Two dominant players. Fa, though, I think, has to get the edge, though. I feel like we've been screaming her name non-stop, not only on the desk, but also, of course, whenever you think about the casters. Again, going back to that head-to-head, going back to these two phenomenal players, what do they truly bring to the roster? And is it possible to shut them down once they get going?
I think they're both flashy, but in a way, stats-wise, Fa is a much consistent jungler in terms of that. I think she's leading, especially in terms of highest kills.
Yeah.
And that just goes to show how active they are across the map. But you feel for Geltech that they try to move more as a unit in a sense that they do take their time and they take it step by step.
Now, Rinmar, one thing that I really found interesting, shout out to everybody on the back end doing the stats, making the storylines. You guys are genuinely incredible. But one of the stats really stood out to me, or at least two of them, I should say, for Fa. KDA, Kioe, relatively even. Fa does edge out Kioe there. But when we talk turtle control, 50% success rate for Fa. On the opposite side, for Lord control, 58% success rate, which Kiowa, 24% success rate for Turtle Control, for Lord, 39%. So it looks like Fall, in all regards, at least when we're talking about the lane that she conquers, has Kiowa outmatched.
Yeah, it really is a reflection of how, pun intended, self-reflections, of how they play as a team. Galaxy Phoenix, they want to get those objectives because they know that it empowers their more aggressive nature. So they will do everything they can to get it, even if it means it looks like it's not the best time for them to do so. Meanwhile, on the other side, for Geltec, they're willing to give those objectives. You can go ahead and take that. We're taking other objectives in the map, or we're going to take you down after you get what you wanted from the Turtle and the Lord.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think it's also because of what kind of comps Galaxy Phoenix tends to really go for. They're the only team who likes to utilize the Farsa, the amount of early game damage that you could really see for them, which is why I understand why they just want to keep rolling.
Well, it's time to go to the stage, get the finals days started, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finals day here at EWC26. MWI has lived up to the billing every single day, and we are finally about to see who is going to lift this trophy, Damascus.
Absolutely. Today is the day for grand finals, but before that, an important third place match coming up. No consolation prize, man. There is a lot of regional rivalries, club points for the entire EWC. An extremely important match for all the teams, and of course the pride of coming back at the highest placement ever, Rob.
You know what? I must say, you look amazing right now, Damascus.
Hey, you're kind of...
I see what's going on right now, brother. And speaking of amazing things, the level of play, people have to understand. The level of play with all of these players, the amount of dedication, the skill is absolutely unbelievable. And we are about to see the best that MLBB Women's has to offer.
Absolutely. So without further ado, let's talk about our first team reaching out here to the third place match, qualifying out of Cambodia for the highest placement ever. Make some noise for Team Galaxy Phoenix! Team qualifying out of Cambodia. This is the highest placement ever for the region. There might be a newcomer. They overthrew the best of their region and went 2-0 against Na'Vi, 2-0 against Falcons Mena, 2-1 against Seda. Unfortunately lost the run back against Na'Vi, but an incredible run throughout this bracket and maybe a clean third place finish, Rob.
Phenomenal performance for them up to this point, as you said, Damascus, but it is not going to be easy for them to win that extra $20,000 and the regional pride because their opponents are none other than Geltec Cyber Team. Geltec Cyber Team has proven that EECA is a consistent force in the world of MLBB. This performance has already guaranteed that they have at least matched the placement that this region got 2 years ago at MWI 2024, and now we're gonna see if they walk away with the third place finish. That said, ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. We have our third place match officially set. Let's get into it and send things back to the desk.
Ooh, Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV. I see the both of you looking great. After all, you should. It is, in fact, finals day, and the ladies have taken the stage to play for third place. But again, that's a podium finish. That is also a $50,000 prize pool, or $50,000 purse going, of course, to the winner. Two Titans have fought hard to make it to this point. Who's leaving Paris with pride? Will it, of course, be Galaxy Phoenix, or on the opposite side, Geltec Cyber Team? Now, coming into the tournament, the new meta discussion was very real, and I gotta say, it's been incredibly impressive watching the diverse hero pool we have had throughout the entirety of the 5 days of MWI. We're talking 81 unique heroes across 60 games, and you know what? Rose, I heard yesterday you caught up with Geltec Cyber Team after their matchup. Let's hear what they had to say.
Now, what are the lessons that you girls have actually learned throughout this MWI that could be applied to future tournaments that you guys will be participating in?
Я думаю, то, что какие-то уроки и ошибки мы будем уже обсуждать с тренерами. Пока что мы еще немного не отошли от игр. Вот, обязательно все разберемся с тренерами, с аналитиками, сделаем выводы.
Well, you know, I believe that we have a lot of homework to do. Right now, I guess we are still in the zone of the last match, and we'll need some time to discuss the lesson learned and the homework with our coaches, with our analysts. This is something that we will be doing for sure.
You know what, girls? Thank you very much. And I hope to see you girls come back stronger in tomorrow's third placer match up against Galaxy Phoenix. That's it from us.
Brigitte, I mentioned just before that great interview with Rose that 30 unique heroes have been used from Geltec. Number 2 in diversity across all the rosters playing when it comes to MWI. On the opposite side, though, Galaxy Phoenix not so bad themselves. 25 unique heroes. The point is, in comparison, Geltec Cyber Team barely edges out Galaxy Phoenix in their versatility and their ability to use multiple heroes, which means going into our pick and ban process in just about a minute's time, I want to say Geltec might be able to edge out Galaxy Phoenix.
But that's also knowing that Galaxy Phoenix have only just recently explored their options in the gold lane. Mostly it's just been on the Claude, but despite that, they only have a 5-hero differential with Geltec Cyber Team. So I think that also just goes to show that they somewhat maybe have something else to show us.
Yeah, when it comes to denying picks from Galaxy Phoenix, Geltec Cyber Team, they have the easiest job in the world right now. Belleric, Claude, and maybe the Farsa. Yeah, no. Guinevere, that's what I was looking for. Belleric, Guinevere, Claude. Take those out, and it looks like Galaxy Phoenix are uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable indeed. Well, feeling comfortable is the Ice Queen versus the Fearless Queen. It was Fa versus Kiowe, and they're about to throw down. But it's not just them either, right? It's also EXP lane. Liabun versus Ling. These two will also be going toe-to-toe with each other. What kind of matchup can we expect from those two titans?
Oh, it's going to be messy, but all in the best way possible because they have the same play style. They want to make the impact, hard-hitting impact right away.
I agree, and I think they've really reviewed what Navi done against Galaxy Phoenix yesterday, immediately taking out that Belleric. So there's really a high chance we see that trend continue just in order to make Galaxy Phoenix uncomfortable.
Yeah. And I also like the Galaxy Phoenix are acknowledging that you have to take away the Marcel as a possibility for Coejo. Actually, Coejo and Lemma, they play the same way. They want a lot of disruption, a lot of crowd control, constant vision. Again, when you have two high-profile junglers in your team, expect the roamers and EXP laners to want to play the same way.
Now, Fa and Kiowe will be picking very, very shortly. Those are the two that we looked at for our head-to-head. What heroes are we expecting Fa and Kiowe to potentially run? And for the banning process, what can be banned in order to slow them down a little bit?
Well, if the Guinevere is open, I definitely want to see Fa consider it again. But
nope.
Because if there's a potential Olus again for Kiowe, you might really need something to at least shut her down in any way you can.
Yeah, the Olus for Kiowe, Hirara is still on the table for these two. Fa on the Ling, I'm pretty sure Geltec Cyber Team, if they're willing to give it, they're really just gonna pack a lot of picks that will give it difficulty. Kiowe has shown that she's versatile. She was the Ice Queen because of just how cold-blooded she is with getting kills. But she's shown this MWI that she can play the Baksha, she can play the Akai, she can be utility if her team needs to be. And I remember something that Kiowe told me in an interview. She said that her Olus works because the team makes it work. That it's not an individual pick for herself. It is a pick that allows the team to play around it in such a way that you're flexible, you can be aggressive, you can be defensive, you can use it as bait, and that's what Kiowe loves about playing Olus with her team.
Wow, they also took out the Sora immediately upon seeing that Valentina ban. Now I'm wondering, because there are just so many options available, but at the same time, does Geltec want to consider stealing away the Claude for first pick against Galaxy Phoenix if they just really want to make them even more uncomfortable? Or are they sticking to the more normal Belleric maybe priorities, which I think would be also great for Coejo if... Oh, never mind. Yeah, they...
Very first ban. One pick that Navi kept spamming yesterday was the Lilia. Oh, wow. GXP just straight up banned out the Olus. But as we mentioned earlier, you're willing to give the Hirara in this scenario then if you're GXP?
So the Hirara, the Claude.
Still a lot of priorities open. Phoveus, Freya,
That's true.
Esme even. So both teams are overloaded and they'll have a wide array of choices.
The thing is, I feel like they are willing to be less prioritizing their EXP lane simply because I think both these EXP laners, Ling and Liubon, have been two of the most versatile XP laners in terms of the options. They've even used the likes of a CC, maybe even an Alice, which maybe might be a priority later on. So they go for the Atlas instead. And that leaves Galaxy Phoenix with the option to still pick up the Claude if they wanted to.
Yep, I think that would be imperative to just pick up the Claude and take a page out of Navi's book. Just pick up the Claude and the Lilia together here, and then just be ready to respond to maybe either a Paquito, Esme, Phoveus showing up, Freya. Again, all of the best EXP laners that we know are open. So they go for a different route. It's still a gold laner and a mid laner, but it's the carry and the gourd. At least this way you get some really good pokes. And if ever Geltec want to go for the more tankier junglers, they already have the shred with it. So damage isn't going to be a problem for Galaxy Phoenix. They now want to build around these two picks with more sustainability and a stronger front line.
Yeah, and honestly, some of the tankier junglers you actually mentioned are still out there, like the Baksha and Akai, if ever they do want to go for that, since it's very considerable that you're seeing main carries from Galaxy Phoenix already, but they go lock in 2 magic damages, Eve and Harley to complete their trio mid.
Yeah, this means that Geltec Cyber Team really want to play fast. That is one of the keys to victory that you can give for Geltec. You race for the early game against GXP. You don't allow them any early game pressure. You want to be faster than them.
Oh, but the Paquito though, I think this will help a lot in terms of alleviating at least whatever fast-paced early game they want to go for Geltec Cyber Team, and also a way to just keep up with the Harley in general. So they can actually mark certain people from Geltec Cyber Team through this pick, but at this point, the roam picks as well as the jungle picks for Galaxy Phoenix might be even more limited.
So one thing that Geltec needs to consider is now that they're playing a Harley, they have to watch out for the Hilda. Hilda is one of my suggested roamers for Lemma if ever the Belleric isn't available for her. She has played it already. They banned out the Marcel, the Atlas is gone. If it's not going to be the Hilda and they want to team fight more, they're picking up the Minotaur.
Lemma has used even the likes of a Cho and Kaja if they also just really want to go.
Yeah, actually, good thing that you pointed out the Kaja. That works out really well with the carry and gourd.
Yeah, so that'll be a combo they could just rely on, but then that'll be really, I guess, less just tanky front lines in general. So maybe you really have to see the Paquito be a bit more hybrid than usual if that were to be the case.
If they're going to go for the pick off in the roam, then they're going to have to go for something stable in the jungle. Yeah, you need a tank because with the Atlas there, and then if Geltec ever just bring in something tankier, it's not going to be a good time. If Geltec want to match the rotational speed, I think they're just going to end up with a Benedetta for the EXP lane.
But this is smart from Geltec too, because we saw how Galaxy Phoenix had a bit of adjustment with utility junglers yesterday. Like when they went tank, their rotation seemed to be a bit more read out by the opponent. So even the Baksha gets taken out here by Geltec, only leaving them to an Akai potentially if they really want to consider that. But for Fa, I'm not sure if I want to see them go that route.
Yeah, I think they've chosen these heroes and they're gonna have to accept they might have to just go for the tanks unless they really just want to play the map. But with the Ling gone, you can't. It'll be too much if they go for burst damage in the Nolan. If they throw back to a fighter in the Leomord, you're up against an Atlas.
Even the Yi Sun Shin is...
Yi Sun Shin too much. I think they just have to accept that they're going to go for sustainability. They pick up the Cho in the roam. Good call there earlier.
Okay, so it is going to be tough for Fa, but we get to see that later on as Geltec Cyber Team. We're looking at their sides. So they know that they're going up against the Paquito. The Esmeralda's not there, but the Yu Zhong. Into the carry gourd.
Yeah. And then you round it out with a Clint. Clint will have all the space in the world provided with the Eve. Harley for the initial burst. Yu Zhong and Clint for the clean up, and then you have the Atlas just to initiate things. I'm a little bit happier. No, not a little bit. I'm much happier with the lineup of Geltec. Galaxy Phoenix, they're not going to be able to find a pick that will just be able to match it. Unless GXP are going into this with a mindset of, we're better than you, we play better than you, we fight better than you, then go greedy. I invite it, sure, but it's too risky.
Yeah, because at this point, maybe Akai is just the safest. But that's the keyword. It's safest option.
Yeah.
You're not really going to be able to pair it up much. You're forced to use it almost defensively every single time. Other options we mentioned, if they want to go Assassin and just accept the fact that they play better.
No, has to be Akai.
Yeah, they're not. They're just going to stick with the Akai, keep it simple, and at least balance out the lineup, because I think it will mainly revolve around the combos between the Cho'Gord or carry anyway.
There is no mercy for third place. We're talking 50,000 for third, and fourth place walks away with 30. Still very respectable, but I'm sure the competitors want 20,000 additional dollars. It's two storylines. You've got the queen of Kiowa going against the fearless queen of Fall. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Geltec Cyber Team for third place. Map number 1. Mirako Gideon, let's get it started.
Here we go. Welcome to the Lanadon, folks. It's about that time, the start of the day, the final one of MWI at EWC26. And we get these two brutal competitors who've gone for a lot of comfort, I'd say, for Geltec Cyber Team. Going for the EECA playstyle, the clip that we didn't see for the majority of the tournament, finally here for Tokyo.
And immediately, right off the bat, Sancha, unfortunately losing out their flicker early on is going to make this 2v2 a little bit harder. Luckily, Cho in the early stages of the game going to be able to do things like that. Guerrero has to be a little careful here to maintain that pressure.
We got that first blood rate comparison. Geltec Cyber Team, they usually take a bit longer to get into the game. Meanwhile, though, GXP, known for the early aggression, and that's where I'll have a little bit of my doubts here. For the Akai pick on Fa.
What? What's wrong with it? I think that the overall composition seems good. They at least have a disengage mechanic. You know, it doesn't necessarily always have to be Fa being the aggressive one. First, Sophia loses her own flicker, and at this point, the mid lane is down to an even state. But just notice, everybody's coming down to the mid lane. Everybody's here like it's a petting zoo. Everybody wants a piece of it. Sancha, unfortunately, this time, walked a little too far. Guerrero has to back out.
Seems like it don't matter. Akai, Assassins, it'll still be first blood for GXP. But a little bit back onto that topic, I feel like for GXP, especially yesterday against Na'Vi, it really felt like with these utility jungles in hand, it's not the comfort, it's not GXP, it's a good composition, it's just not Galaxy Phoenix that we've come to know.
Yeah, but this is the personality that I love to see from both of these teams, right? Just hyper-aggressive, I win lane, I win game type situations. Both of them can really get dirty during the scrum, so I think that at this point, as much as I love GXP, I do want to see like what the peak of team fighting compositions, or at least brawling compositions, would look like between the two.
And we'll find out who's going to win those 50-50s. So far, Ling on the Paquito, as expected though, winning on the lane just by getting the XP crowd to really have a hold on that. As they set up for turtle number 1, GXP have a massive advantage coming into this with the Akai heavy spin. And Kuejo, just like any other Atlas, no level 4 just yet. Liubon chunked down as well. This looks great for Galaxy Phoenix.
Yeah, it just means that unfortunately for GCT, they're not going to be able to contest this, but let's see. It could be anybody's game here. Sondre playing with fire, getting really, really close as Ling trying to keep Kiowa out of this. And it looks like they should be able to get this no problem. Kiowa won't have the magic trick hat-trick to get in, and fought instantly with a heavy spin, locking down one as the backline getting tight. Lubon finds it into Sophia with the help of the Black Dragon form, and it only gets worse from this point onwards. Real-world manipulation slows them down, but not enough to nail them in. Winnie, I'm surprised, made it all the way, tried to go for the double wave here, and will give up just a little bit of that holy shielding.
Yeah, she's going to have to lose a bit of those mini waves as well. Heck, a whole cannon minion. She decides to stay in the mid lane here. Trying to go for an ambush, but no, he just clears it out. And this gives Tokyo a bit more of an advantage to play with, because luckily for her, the gold crab spawns as well in the bottom lane. So gold lead, yes, GXP still on it with a kill and a turtle advantage. But Tokyo's farming up a storm on the Clint.
I love the fact that Tokyo this time not making the same mistakes as yesterday. Realize, you know what? As much as I don't want this carry to walk back into lane, it's also not worth dying just to deny her that space. But for now, GCT looking for that response. Lima now getting hit by deadly magic. Fortunately, no kill just yet. Didn't even force out too many battle spells as well.
Great Shunpu. The poise and the composure on these ladies for a third place match. I feel like a lot of the jitters were already thrown out yesterday in the semifinals, right?
I was thinking the same thing.
They're so much more comfortable here playing it out. Even Fa, yesterday on the Akai, it really seems like she went in a bit too aggressive a lot of times, using the heavy spin earlier than what you want to have that ability for. But this time, we see the usage of it just perfectly done. Here in the mid lane as well, they give up Cryo, but they rotate to the bottom lane. Very well played. Tokyo's gonna have to deal with this.
I mean, no matter what, with the flicker and the way of the dragon, their wombo combo. Okay, a little overkill here, but more importantly, even the heavy spin, unfortunately, there should be trading objectives on either side. And luckily, at least the turtle is spawning in 6 seconds. I think for GXP, they're just gonna commit all the way to get rid of this tier 1. And unfortunately, GCT, they look back and they're like, oh, wait a minute, they're not getting off of the tier 1.
Dude, when it comes to sieging GCT, they got so much damage. Ling, though.
Damage is good. RWM comes out. So I'm out of position this time, but the Fatal Link does pull one back. Almost gets a disengage, but luckily, Nubon says no. Petrify is still good as they start making their way down. Fa and Winnie need to steal this away. Retribution battle. Fa takes the turtles. The Black Dragon form has been activated. Winnie in trouble. Forced to flicker. Do they want to dive this? They're going to make the attempt. Good dodge shot. Residue activated. Tokyo getting last shots in, but it's just not enough.
So close yet so far, but GCT, again with the siege of a Harley, a damage dealer in your jungle. You open up, you leave these turrets vulnerable, and these structures will fall in their face. Tokyo as well. Straight into the bottom lane, no assist, nothing on the teamfight participation just yet. But 2 structures for the 2 turtles that GXP have gotten, and you get to see the goal difference here from every single member. Even in the lanes that GXP have put a lot of effort to ganking, it's still GCT with the advantage. It's an 80 gold lead. Oh, solo kill.
Oh, shot residue already procced here. Ubon, does he want to actually stick around for the wave? No, he's going to call it off, even though Quejo is actually nearby. She's already spotted all 4 of the members, making this attempt to potentially dive if they stick any longer. And that's going to be a trade once again in favor of GXP. Another turret goes into their hands.
Now it's back to the slow game. GXP finally able to get a structure on the board, and it's through this Paquito being an impressive force all in.
Oh, now they find the angle to get the have a spin out and actually catches Quejo. Can't seem to get out of this, but the Fatal Links on the 3 targets is great. Right into the Petrify, into the Black Dragon Tail. The combo's good, but when he takes Quejo out, needs to get out of there. Ling flickers forward. Tokyo tries to cut him down, but luckily Ling still makes it out.
GXP, whenever they go in, I mean, we saw glimpses of this in the bottom lane, that overkill nature of them. When they go in, dude. They go galaxy deep.
Yep, I think at this point, they just need to figure out how much they really need to like get value for their resources. I know there's that big guarantee, but it feels like they're overpaying. And now Ling getting hit by Deadly Magic, including Retribution. One more auto attack might be enough, but too late. The Deadly Magic is already popped. Kyoei is going to chase it, play it nice and slow, and it's super understandable. You're too far forward, Ling just instantly one-shots you.
It's too much. Too much damage to deal with from both XP on the Paquito and Kyoei on the Harley. And the fun fact is that GXP just have no control to get this neutral objective despite Kyoei shown up top. And I think we got to go back to that point of the resource management here. GXP, yes, they need to calculate which abilities to use, but I think in particular they need to save the heavy spin for either a neutral objective take or to peel for the backliners. This is the entire reason they went for the Akai. Everybody's got Flicker. That's the gamble they played with. And if Fa uses the heavy spin early, that's what'll happen. Guejo just gets a massive set and she's already eyeing it.
They gotta be dependable. They got Lima in trouble now, as both sides have been contesting the mid-wave here. It's going to be a free turtle for Fa as they start to open up the map. But look at the position of Ling right now as the combo is good. Quejo forced to get on out of there. RWM to make the response. Ling gets Quejo, but gets traded instead. Not that worth it. I mean, I thought maybe they could really start pushing out Sonjike out away from the mid-tier 1, but the ideas are there.
It's a gamble. I see the idea, I see the vision, but I agree, it's not worth it. Definitely not here. Galaxy Phoenix, they lose their XP, one of their main damage dealers around these team fights. Someone that you need to stay on the map right now to actually get some more to defend turrets. Again, GCT, as long as they play with Sheriff Tokyo, it just seems like they're going to take these structures down every single time when you leave these structures alone. We get to see the replay again. It's the all-in here. Flicker baited up from Kueho, but Ling just walks up, getting the knockout. Not worth it. The rest of the team comes in, and Liuban, of all people, was the one to get it. We have to talk about the flickers again.
Yeah.
If GCT are able to bait the heavy spin, even with the Fatal Links, that means that Kyoe, Liuban will have a free way to just jump in the backline, and especially with this Dragon at 5-0. It's a massive threat to both Sophia and Winnie.
You know what? Let's pull up the idol list to see how truly dangerous this Dragon is actually going to be in this game. Because at this point, like, I'm looking at Winnie, she's already like 3-1. She's almost there, complete to that third item. But wow, the strongest ever going to be Sophia tries her best. Somebody needs to clean this up, and it looks like GCT get away with this huge punish for Geltec.
Oh no, the flicker burnt as well. That was brutal. GXP a bit miscoordinating the resources there as well. A little bit of a bad call, I'd say. The gold lead is crazy. Lemma, though.
There's only so much they can really do here. The Fatal Links right into each other. The combo is perfect. It is good. And Kyoe should be able to close this one out, even after the way of the Dragon. I mean, so far, GXP, is it the lack of information here, or is it just one mistake after the other? They haven't been able to kind of find their footing once more.
This is why I feel like the Akai pick again fits their composition really well, Gideon, but doesn't seem too GXP. They're so used to having Fa on an assassin, they could go for the cleanup. Now they don't. Yep. They have Fa on someone to peel in the back, so even when you go for those bombastic plays, there's no one to really capitalize on it.
I mean, if they do want to capitalize on it, they gotta make sure that combo is set, right? I think it's just a little bit of disconnect. Oh, wait, hold on. It's gonna be a Mystic Gush onto Liuban, and now they can't exactly clear the wave effectively without having to send people up. Nima's gonna try, and with his presence alone, that just means that GCT are gonna start backing away. Cho is still a problematic hero to deal with.
Sophia's super trigger happy on that Mystic Gush, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my lord. It almost seems like every time she has it up, she's going to use it on somebody as long as she lands the Mystic Projectile. It's a lot of galaxies to play with, I mean, with that skin as well, but you got to calm down here, especially considering you have a Flicker that's easily baited out by an RWM or even a Dragon that'll be used by Liuban to get away from bot.
Okay, they use the heavy spin as a means to kind of delay this tower take. However, with the deadly magic as well as the RWM, it's more than enough to blast them out. Sophia even using the Mystic Gush here, not targeting the wave, but instead targeting Kyoe. Now, with all the main abilities gone, this inhibitor is basically going to go down for free. What can they do to stop it?
Nothing. The Mystic Gush is already down. They don't have any resources to play with in Tokyo. Now with the Melfic gun, we were already talking about how good the siege is for GCT with their range and their double damage dealers.
Oh, a forced play coming in here, flickering into the way of the Dragon. Liuban looking to respawn onto Liuban's side, pulls in the carry with the Fatal Links. Liuban takes her out.
Winnie didn't have enough time to react to that play. Kueho, perfect match, cancels the animation with a flicker, instantly goes for the Fatal Link. Sophia!
It's good. It's good. Deadly Magic, 1.7k, worth it. Blows them up, no problem with a Chastised Pauldron already purchased by Liuban if things weren't difficult enough.
Oh my lord. Ling's been doing such a good job of playing that damage control game, just staying in the sides and keeping that lead from getting away too far from her. But now it's Liuban back again ahead with a Chastised Pauldron. She knows exactly what's a threat to her. It's just the carry right now to shred her down from the sky. So with the Chastised Pauldron, I don't even think Ling can actually do what she's been able to do on Liuban right now to dominate that lane.
So what's the order as of yet, right? Because the way that I'm thinking about it, Fa has been using their abilities too soon to try and disengage. I think the heavy spin needs to be the disengage at this point, right? You gotta sell that Fa's going to engage, and then maybe Lima gets a pick and you can wombo combo with a Mystic Gush. That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I'm thinking too. It's just all about the combo. That's why Lemma has been put in this really tough spot to just constantly go for anyone she can find. Usually that'll be good. If you're snowballing on the board, anybody kick is dead with the carry as well, right? So an extra guarantee. But the fact that these frontliners have all those items just gives Lemma an even tougher time. At least for Ling, she can constantly just push in top lane. She can constantly put pressure where Kyoe is going to be the only person who can actually deal with those waves on the Harley. But now it comes back to GXP. Have they learned from their mistakes yesterday on the Akai, on this kind of composition? Can they play to pull back instead of going aggressive the way they've been doing in the group stage? Great spot by Sophia. Again, it's Ling up top, setting up the waves for GXP, but GCT hold control over this bottom wave. Again, the heavy spin!
It's very early, and the Black Dragon form has been committed. They're even using the conceal to chase into the back line. Luba Ling has to keep on pushing at this point in time. Phalanx gonna connect on one. RWM on top of Sophia. Mystic Gush to slow things down. The Black Dragon is on top of Fa, but notice that the inhibitor is getting attacked. And finally, GCT realize what's going on as they deny the recalls. This could be a potential backdoor, but the waves is done. And now we're back to this even state. GCT, they've already picked up the kill onto Sophia. They send their Yi back as they should be able to get this Lord for absolutely free.
GCT playing with fire, going all in on that fight, and it was a good play by GXP to try to hold them back. But initially, it was Fa on the heavy spin that was just so off. It looked awkward. And it was on to Kueho.
That's another thing. I understand that you want to make sure you get rid of that like big AoE ult because it's the only thing that's going to find that counter engage besides the Black Dragon form or the RWM. I think the GXP at this point, they got to play off of Lima no matter what.
Whoa. Aggressive move. It's a conceal even though it's
no flicker.
Already read out. Yeah, she knows.
It's, I mean, they do get the initial stun out. No projectile at this point. But it's on such a low cooldown that it doesn't really matter. And you can tell that Tokyo having the time of her life, able to hit these targets from outside the range. Ling, deep position. Oh, already revealed by that mid-wave. Kyoe
in 1v1.
Oh, this is not going to look that great for them. Because Ling trying to make the attempt to slow down this wave, to try and desynchronize it. Good recall on the hat trick. And you can tell, nobody can really keep up with that speed, but at the same time, nobody really wants to die. So Phalanx gets onto 2. Winnie gonna make the attempt to try and take Kueho out. The heavy spin looks good, disengages. Now Link can get into the fight. Tokyo goes down. Sophia able to find in the back line as Link continues to push forward. Kyoe, the next to fall to Winnie as GXP take back the space.
They break the box. It's been a big problem for them the entire game. GCT have just hunkered down with their composition here, playing pure front to back. GXP finally find a way to tear that box apart, and it was through Ling again, constantly waiting in the back, cutting the waves, making GCT look, and heck, baiting Kyoe's deadly magic. That gave all of the space for finally Winnie and Sophia to get damage done onto the frontliners, while Ling could use that distraction to dive straight onto Tokyo, who's 0, 2, and 5. She went for a glass cannon build despite that first death, and she's feeling it definitely here. Damage taken rankings though. Fa taking a whole lot of damage next to Kueho, Lemma and Ling following up next, and that's where you can really see that GXP, they can take the damage. They can go for these fights. It's just their damage allocation in the last few fights haven't been too good. Fa?
Okay. Kueho in a position to re-engage, but now gets the back line into Black Dragon for the combo's perfect! Sonjikan takes out Sophia, and even with an immortality, Fa getting punished for the mistakes. Luckily, Winnie and Lima are able to get out of this, but all that pressure surmounted to nothing much as GCT take control of this game again.
And you just have to ask the question, when will this lesson be learned from GXP, the instant heavy spin? GXP, Winnie and Lemma are doing a good job. The deadly magic lands, that's an immortality gone for sure.
Can't do much about that. Tries to get to the fountain in time, but unfortunately still goes down. Again, wasted economy here. Despite it being dead even, the economy is important just to make sure you have, enough money to start swapping your items. But this Lord should be the last one if GCT takes it.
It's free. There's no way for GXP to contest unless Ling gets it, but there's no way she walks up. There's Kueho right there to chain CC her, and even just clearing out the wave might be a bit too much to ask for.
All right, I mean, they're going to wombo combo Link for sure, right? Still with the immortality, still has flicker, but he's dead. Fortunately, okay, instantly exploded, no way to get out of this. With that, I think that's the final nail in the coffin, right? By the time it spawns, add another 10 seconds, she'll still be dead.
Spawns right now. Ling will be down. She was the saving grace for GXP. Someone that can actually stagger those waves while also looking for those flanks to really threaten this box. Now, no one can threaten the box. The only one who can is Fa. But I think at this point, when you're playing around the base, you want to use the heavy spin to peel for your carries instead of going in for a pick. This could be the Lord that ends the game. It very well looks like it.
I mean, they've got the extra damage reduction as they're looking to put the final attack here. close out game number 1. GXP, they gotta be careful because, man, the damage from Tokyo, they can't really do much about it as well. Deadly Magic already out as Black Dragon form, should zone the rest. Heavy Spin finally comes out a little late, but to now, it should be over. They can't close the distance. Lima gets the kick, but unfortunately, the Lord is just too powerful. That's game number 1, going over to Galtech Cyber Team.
Well played, disciplined, cold, in the nature of the Ice Queen. Kyoe dealt with it so well. Everybody as well. We gotta give props to Koweho on the Atlas. Just a fantastic job overall. And we get to see again the small weakness that we were assuming was a weakness even in the group stage for GXP. What happens when Fa doesn't get on damage dealers, get exploited hard in the knockout stage, Gideon?
Yeah, again, it's a battle of holding attention, people's attentions, right? You make them look for half a second, they could explode and just die and you lose the fight immediately. But adaptations is going to be key. We're going to be throwing it back over to the panel right after these messages, and hopefully they can give us an idea of where these teams need to go.
No mercy for third place, and that is exactly the case here. After a grueling matchup that went back and forth, it was Galtech Cyber Team able to take map number 1. They now lead 1-0 in this best of 5 series. Let's go all the way back in time to our pick and bans, where a lot of games are either won or lost within, the first 5 minutes, which is the pick and bans. Now, there was a lot of criticism on both sides. However, one side had the most. Where was the losing point during the pick and ban process, in your guys' opinion?
I think it was the first 2 picks on the red side for Galaxy Phoenix. I really strongly believe they should have just gone for the Lilia and get their signature pick on the Claude. It gives them a lot of AoE advantage. It allows them to control the center while being comfortable in the side lanes. And most importantly, it wouldn't have led to that Harley pickup. I think the Harley was picked because they saw the gourd.
Yeah, I would have to double down on the Claude, and maybe I guess there could be a bit flexibility with the mid because I know they have a lot in their arsenal. They have the likes of the Farsight if they just really want to counter out whatever potential mid lane pick, or even the Lilia potentially getting picked up. But them trying to focus a bit too much on the carry, aside from it not totally a comfort for Winnie, I guess, also forced them to play around the carry instead, now that they were left with a choice in jungle last pick.
We set the stage for Fa versus Kyoe. Now, Fa statistically has great success when it comes to turtle control as well as the Lord control. Going a little bit deeper with the hero selection, because of the first early picks, did it not allow Fa to do what she needed to do for Galaxy Phoenix that has made Galaxy Phoenix so successful throughout the tournament?
Oh yeah, because they then had to play for everyone else. Fa had to support the gourd, had to support the carry, and it wasn't just her as a carry. Galaxy Phoenix needs Fa as a carry.
Yeah, you see remnants of that in, I guess, the timings in which she uses the heavy spin.
Yeah, too early.
It seems that they always comes out a bit too early, and you kind of see through that it is maybe not her best strongest suit.
Well, we talked about the heroes. Now let's look at the stats from map number 1.
Yeah, you can see that even though Galaxy Phoenix got all the turtles, this is what we were talking about in the pre-match. Galtech, they're willing to give up the turtles just so that they can get objectives elsewhere. They get majority of the towers, and they were supplementing Tokyo, sometimes Liubon, who was getting a lot of kills, to at least be able to get a little bit more farm for themselves so that they can help the team better.
Yeah, and I think what GCT were doing were more straight to the point. I understand if I understand if GPX wanted to be a bit more creative. They had the Paquito, so you see her trying to go for the backlines a lot of time, but it was a bit too much, especially in the early game. There was a time it definitely rewarded them, though. I think that was during one of their potential base sieges, but that was about it. Because again, it seemed more of a glass cannon EXP lane rather than something that could just complement what Fa wanted to do as an Akai.
There's a couple of actions that I want to talk about from that game number 1. The first one, we go to about the 15:30 mark. Now, this was a small mistake from Galtech that led to a potential opportunity for Galaxy Phoenix.
Yeah, they slipped up a little bit on the discipline. Geltec have been trying to send Ling to find the backline, to find Tokyo, to find Sonjeke, and then eventually they were able to get it. It's because Geltec just pushed a little bit too deep with the Lord up top when they didn't have to. They needed to usher in their middle minion wave so that they could healthily go to the tower. And it wasn't completely shown, but then eventually you'd see Ling and GXP just punish Geltec.
And I want to talk more about that moment in just a second, but Bree, let's take a look at our second action. This is going to be the very tail end of it. This is where Geltec's cyber team says enough is enough. We want game one.
Yeah, you want to assign Lemma as the person holding the Lord or pushing it to the side, but even then, Lemma could barely just deal with the damage. But also, how could you just expect Fa to go in first when she's the holder of that heavy spin who should potentially push them away? So the front lines had a very brutal experience here in this entire game.
Now we got some comments from the chat, though. They've been getting active. And we love, by the way, you all talking. GXP downfall got to be studied. Ooh, that's a spicy one to start off. Cappy, why are you bringing so much spice into our chat? Keep it coming. What else do we got? Please, Fa, Assassin next game. So this is interesting. I actually was reading chat just a little bit, and it was like, Assassin, not Assassin. Is that the play? Well, Fa, Assassin next game. Is that truly the win condition? Clint, free hitting. Okay, from Gold Magic Finds. Hey, like I said, keep it chatting up in the chat. We love each and every one of you. Without you, this show would not be possible. Gord, what are you doing? What is Gord doing?
I can't blame Gord, though.
Yeah, there's just so many heroes for the Gord to worry about that it's really hard to find the perfect angle for it.
That's right, Gord, what are you doing? Call an ambulance. But not for me. Okay, classic. Thank you, Jonah, out there. Galaxy Phoenix, I guess, needs an ambulance at the moment, but it's okay. It's just one map. After all, the biggest Titans out there, aka Even Vitality, has even fact taken a loss, right, and managed to come back, which is truly phenomenal. Hey, you out there in the chat, thank you for getting involved, and you can get involved even more. 2 champions, 1 game. My Champions Pick event is now live. From July 27th, submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021 through 2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under at MLBB Esports post for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. My Champions Pick now live. Make sure, again, you're checking out those posts at MLBB Esports for all the updates and also to get involved in some amazing prizes. Hey, it's been a great day so far, and I believe the comms have been flowing quite well, especially yesterday to make it into grand finals, and Sadia has provided our radio comms.
Aurus guys, di sini mau nggak? Mau ini aurus guys. Makin lewat nih, mitnya weh. Lihat ya, aman. Bisa nggak? Boleh ke backside ke belakang. Gas. Belakang. Gas. Nice. Lagi dong. Udah NN sih. Sampai lagi kah? Sampai lagi. Maniak. Record guys. Nih. Kasih. Sor. Gua naik. Gua juga. Jangan satu Vivi di sini satu. Dia naik sebelah sih cewek. Ya. Boleh enggak fight guys? Boleh guys. Ini Halo sih ketinggalan. Lampu di bawah. Bisa enggak? Bisa. Itu bertiga. Kudanya guys. Nice one. Gas lagi boleh. Boleh. 10 ulti gue. Mitnya clear out. Ini guys, gas lagi. OTW. 5 detik. Ini slow nih dia. Makan lagi. Valennya. Nice one. Nice. Lapu ini dia. Masuk guys. Aman. Weh, dapat buff biru. Kadi. Viva tolong. Pikir karinya ya. 10.52.
Vitality, they were having fun during that semifinals series, but they started having fun, I would assume, after map number 1, because remember, it was Geltec who actually ended up taking that map in convincing fashion. But Vitality got the job done. We await, of course, what they're going to do in the grand finals a little bit later against Na'Vi. We head back to the stage for map number 2. Geltec Cyber Team currently lead. Now, I told you I would do it. I'm bringing it back. We're at that 15-30 second mark. That small mistake from Geltec that led to an opportunity for Galaxy Phoenix. Galaxy Phoenix ultimately ended up losing the map. That opportunity was very small, short-sighted, and Geltec was able to recover. Now, what could have led Galaxy Phoenix to take that moment, that lapse of judgment, from the side of Galaxy Phoenix into a victory?
Well, afterwards, they got out of their base and was able to get just a little bit of control in the map. But then the problem was they got caught out yet again. So they really have to be careful with that.
Apparently, we just had a body cam from the coach himself.
Wow.
So that's kind of cool, right? Actually, I don't think I've ever seen a body cam from a coach to see what they're looking at.
I thought we weren't allowed to see the notes.
That's interesting.
But I think it was hidden anyway, but that's cool. That's how it looks like.
Yeah, that's actually really dope. They get out there and get a chance to obviously get the viewpoint. Because, I mean, it's a lot to manage as a coach. I mean, you're talking about 5 players, 133 heroes that you have to go through, the different synergies. I mean, I'm blown away each and every single draft hearing you two just theorycraft on what's being picked up. But guess what? We get to do it again. This is one of my favorite times. Let's listen into you two. What's going to be going down in our pick and bans?
All right. So it's pretty much
Flying
similar.
clouds.
Flying Cloud. You take away the Guinevere. Geltec's going to take away the Belleric. There we go. Yep. Pretty much. They understood. Like, Na'Vi really got to expose Galaxy Phoenix too well.
They're playing on the same side?
Yep,
right?
same side.
So they haven't really changed sides. And I believe there are stats to actually back that up. They might be a bit more comfortable doing it. GXP has barely won on the blue side, if not 0. Like, they haven't won a single game on blue. So even now that I feel like they did the map decision, they'd rather play it in red and just maybe address some of the mistakes that they had earlier on.
So they take out the Atlas. They will take out or leave open the Aulus, and it makes sense. They banned out the Valentina earlier, which is why Geltec was able to rush pick the Atlas. So knowing that they also banned the Valentina now, they understood that they needed to take the Atlas away as well. I think Geltec will be encouraged to consider their Aulus option open, but then of course, if possible, maybe just double down on the Baksha.
Are we not prioritizing the Hirara anymore too? Like, was it open earlier?
Yeah, it was
right?
open. No one picked it up. I think no one wanted to pick up because they saw the Atlas. Now this is very interesting. That they rush pick the carry. Are they potentially setting up themselves to just go for jungle utility and they want to make sure it's safe?
They're doing something very similar to what GXP did in game number 1, except that this time they're on blue side. So GXP will have the gourd to themselves, and both Belleric Atlas are already gone.
Yeah.
So what else can we expect? Do they go XP lane this time and maybe...
You know, just I feel like you can keep the options open still. Just pick up your Claude. Oh, whoa. Whoa! Where is this coming from? A Khalid roam? This early? When there's so many power picks that you can both be fighting for. Phovius, Esme, Paquito, Freya, all still open.
I can only think of like them potentially anticipating maybe a Mathilda utility matchup, but that isn't likely to show up just based on the carry that you're seeing right now. So what could be the plan here? Is it just really faster movements overall for GXP? Are they picking up an assassin that will move around the map much faster and switch it up as what we've been seeing in the comments so far? But Geltec won't really react to that just yet. It's just the Esmeralda and the Kimi that they lock in so far. So much DPS.
Great sources of damage. You have a strong front in the Esmeralda. You're most likely going to round it out with with 2 more frontliners if you're not going to go for pick-off combos with the carry burst. So far, Geltec has made better decisions in this draft. The fact that they get the Esme.
Yeah.
Not a lot of heroes right now are going to be able to handle the Esmeralda. Galaxy Phoenix can't even consider picking up a CC just yet because you don't even see the jungle. You pick up the CC too early, and then Geltek can just switch it up to an assassin again.
Yeah, and they just have so many ways to kite, so you might want to be careful about that if you're Galaxy Phoenix and looking to just go for a composition that might just attempt to dive, because you don't know what the jungle or the EXP lane is going to be just yet. But knowing that this is a Khalid, they might be a bit more playful and creative around the team fights. And this Alice just proves us that that might be the way to go.
All right. So at least you have some flexibility. This I like from Galaxy Phoenix. They have an option to put it into the jungle, option to put it in the EXP, option to... Those are the only roles you can put in Alice. And I thought for a second, I was like, wait, there's one more. Nope, it's only two. So they have that flexibility to work with, and that's great. You can still slot in heroes potentially like Glue if you want to, depending on who goes where.
Can I just say, Coach Osprey's feeling good about this. I just know he's feeling good about this.
Yeah.
He did a 6-7. Like,
He did? Oh, I missed that.
he just did.
I thought he was just
We are
shrugging.
not bringing that back on this desk.
Okay, we will not. We will not.
It's way past its time.
Kyoei's smiling though. That's another thing. So I wonder if this is something they already have an answer for, as they've also been banning out much of the other options in the jungle. So it could be one way or another them also trying to force it to go down that route if ever Galaxy Phoenix eventually does run out of things to consider. But so far, I think majority of the counters to it are going to be available as well if they just really want to match it. There is also a Baksha option still available for Geltek. Kyoei has previously used it, but again, there's a Gord already, and
yeah.
I think they will have eventually more answers to that since we don't have the gold lane for Galaxy Phoenix just yet.
Yeah, there's a combo in the Kimmy and the Fredrin, but then with the Alice and Gord, it might be tough. Not impossible, and it wouldn't be a bad pick. It's just more of like, if you go jungle utility here for Geltek, you are choosing to have a more difficult time.
What else can they... I mean, if it's... the Olus is also still there, if it's comfort that they want to go for. Suyo is gonna be the jungle for GXP.
So it's Alice EXP for the Esmeralda. Alright, they just choose to sustain the lane and just hold down the fort there. They have the damage profile to deal with this already. So you can just double down on... I don't think they need to go pick off, but if they go for... Oh wait, no, Kaja and Kalea were all both taken out. You don't need to go Cho.
No Marcel.
Yeah, no Marcel available. Coelho. Hilda's not gonna have a great time unless you just want to match the center speed.
The Matilda's there.
So you double down and just pick up like Matilda Barrett's.
Matilda Barrett's.
Or any combination similar to that if you're not gonna be going for the assassin. But they want to go assassin, just match it.
Whoa!
Oh, they still go for the pickoff. They find the Franco instead. Ooh, with the Alice, with the Gord, with the Khalid, having a roamer that's very static once the ultimate is off with the Bloody Hunt. Theoretically, you could see the damage-centered mindset for Geltek. But with the Alice and Gord and the Khalid already there, I think Galaxy Phoenix cannot go wrong with their last pick.
And the burst damage you have to anticipate.
Yeah.
So you really have to build defensive early on, but you also have to build like maybe a Winter Crown or so, just so you could ensure that your Bloody Hunt eventually gets through. So it's going to be a tough position for the Franco right here in this game, and no matter how you look at it. And the carry is actually still... Oh no, it's on the other...
it's on the other side.
Claude is
yeah,
going to
of
be
course,
next.
you mentioned it.
Yeah.
All right. You know what? I'm much happier with the Galaxy Phoenix draft now. The Alice into 3 actually salvaged it for themselves. Geltek picking up the Franco out of nowhere. I think we're going to go 1-1 after this.
Head back into Flying Cloud. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Geltek Cyber Team. Now, going back in time, Geltek did in fact win map number 1, which puts them up 1-0. Now, 1 map away from being up 2-0, and therefore potentially being $50,000 richer. This matchup means a lot. Pride is on the line. Do you want to go home without the podium finish? You've got to make that decision as a competitor. We head into map number 2 between Galaxy Phoenix and Geltek Cyber Team. Miracle Gideon, take it away.
Here we go. Oh my goodness. Did Geltek Cyber Team just say we're better? Is that what the idea was with the draft? Because I thought with the Kimi and the carry, they would build up for more of these tanks up front. but then they pick up a Hayabusa and a Franco to round up the drafts.
That's the thing. That's the Osprey, man. They're making sure they're giving you a 1-2 punch, but you don't see where the diversion is coming from. Now, as the early game continues to progress here, Lima is going to start off figuring out exactly where Kyoe is going to start on this map. Looks like both sides will end up towards the EXP sides of the map as well. But hey, you know, early aggressive plays, and most importantly, Lima just being an absolute nuisance has costed first blood in the mid lane.
Maybe that's the vision. They know Lemma on a Khalid will probably be rotating and, you know, utilize the early advantage. Ling just takes a free turret shot and a few more hits. This is going to be very punishing.
They're still trying to get on top of Sanj, and again, Lima making attempts like this. This is an early game that's not great, but they still get Sanj back. Now, trading for trades is still good, but Sophia did lose that flicker early on. The early game plays that we were expecting, not exactly as traditional as we thought.
Nope, but it all just worked out for Geltec Cyber Team, especially with a Bargain Hunter on the hands of Sanjika.
Oh man, that could be the... Oh man, these emblems, if only we knew slightly earlier, but even so, it's still pretty good. At this point, GXP, yes, mistakes have happened, but it's not the end of the world. It's not as vicious as it could be. I'm just more worried whether or not Sophia can actually hit level 4 on time.
Huejo hasn't missed a single hook, missed a projectile.
It's all good. And first blood, and now 2-2 even score, all within the first minute and a half here, not even at the 2-minute mark, as both sides want to look for further. I really thought that the EXPs were going to be like consistently moving around the map, but they're all proxying each other, and they're all looking for one thing, this very first turtle.
I think it's a bit of a misstep by Ling, though, to rotate so early and actually, you know, take some of those shots. Because I do believe Ling is going to be behind of Yubon. She's going to hit level 4 first, especially with XP Crab control over on Kyoe, who's already there. Ba's going to try to take that away. Both hit level 4, no problem. Now it's all about the mid lane, and it seems like Sanjika is the one who won't hit level 4 after that death.
It's a little bit of time, right? Yes, you know, EXP over time, they still managed to get it through, waiting for the opportunity, but Sanj in a lot of trouble as Ling is able to peel all 3 of them from the turtle side. They don't have the angles to get in as Lima is covering the exits. That's going to be first turtle for GXP.
Oh, missed a projectile on the Gush as well.
That combo not going to exactly land efficiently, but Kyoe has an opportunity to maybe make something happen. Ooh, sees 2, decides to pull back. Good decision by Kyoe.
And once again, it's GXP early on. This time, though, with an assassin, with something that's more comfortable on the hands of Fa. Lemma is going in deep.
All right, now they go with the Yoki Shadow kill, straight away flickering away to try to create some distance so they don't get run down by Sanjike. At this point, I would have imagined that the lead would have been more towards GCT, but at least GXP pull it back with that one play. Whoa! Throne Ruin coming down hard onto Cuervo. Can they get out of there? Can they punish this even further? No. The Iron Hook, too much of a threat. They back away.
See, this is the GXP I was expecting from game number 1. None of that Akai stuff, right? I mean, obviously for Fi, it just seems like the whole team as well, they're able to capitalize on that aggression that we saw. Sophia's still very much as trigger happy as she was in game number 1, but it's just, there's something now that can come in to help her out, even with Lemma on the Khalid.
I think this time around, at the very least, it was GCT who made the initial mistake here, but I think that GXP recovers a lot better as now they get the full combination onto poor Cuervo, and they've zoned off Sanjike as well. They're not going to be able to set up for a dive, but still pretty worth it. 3-2 now is the kill score.
The problem was just the picks, man. The problem was the picks, because now with all the aggressive picks in their hands, with Winnie back on a comfort pick, fun fact, the group stages, all the way to before semifinals, to the quarterfinals, that means Winnie only played 2 heroes. It was Harith and Claude. So the fact that she tried her, you know, luck with the carry, and the whole team tried their luck with a different kind of composition was kind of strange, and Iron Hook whiffs.
At point-blank range, Traction Pulse also being utilized here as Fa, not 100% sure, will get right on top, hopefully making the call. Buddy Hunt onto Lima's side, it's good, but still able to power through with the help of Ling. They get away with the Throne of Ruin, but can they peel back as Tokyo now gets into the middle with the light wheels, gets one into Fa, Blazing Duet comes out from Winnie, but doesn't have the Trinity to guarantee the kills. Lima tries the trade, ends up dying to Kyoe. An unfortunate 2-for-0 in favor of Geltec.
You cannot overchase, not against this composition, especially in a choke point with Sanjika on the gimme. The immobilization field could hit them all, and Liuban as well, catching Fa with the Falling Star Moon as she walked up, blinked forward with the Blade Surge. No more mobility resources to use, and GCT are back in an okay position. I wouldn't say back in the game just yet. They just have more chances now to come back, and it's Kyoei who's waiting for a possible steal.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be a 50-50, but they give it up entirely. They look for a wombo combo here, doesn't find it. Little disconjointed, throwing ruin flickering forward just to make sure that Sanjike goes down, executed by Fa. And now Lubon gets into the back. At this point, Kyoei right on top of Winnie. It's perfect, but the flicker out into the teammates to protect them. Locking them down with a bloody hunt here. Unfortunately, still no trades. Winnie goes hard with the blades to weapon. The raging stance on connects on to Lima. Takes on Lubon. And Fa chases, takes out Kyoei as well. With mid-tier 1 down, GXP has ripped this game wide open.
Fundamentally, GXP are solid, but where they shine most is when they can shine on their mechanics, just going for these chaotic brawls and duels across the map, thriving on mechanical skill, and they got exactly what they asked for. GCT, try to go and fight fire with fire. It seems like GXP's flames just burn a bit brighter this time.
Oh, but we can't count Galtech out, right? Because inevitably, the one game that they were able to take from them, from Navi, was because of the way they played mechanically. GCT on the opposite side, I think they got to get into those brawls, those big scrums. However, find those choke points. It's about positioning. It's about finding the quick way to push them in together, pinch them close.
Let's see this dive at the bottom lane, an attempt.
Happens every single time. The Blazing Duet comes out, Traction Pulse as well. Winnie having to flicker out of there. It's a guaranteed kill as Guejo just walking, impending doom. But because of that death, they do not sacrifice bottom tier 1.
A sacrifice for the bottom tier 1. I mean, that position is just all too relatable for me, man. You know, gold laners in the bottom lane play safe. Kyoei!
Getting chunked down to 10% of the HP. I mean, I don't know. You would have given up the tower, would you not?
No, I would
die for it.
I would die for it, bro. Turret more expensive than my life. At least in this position as well, because they have map pressure now because of the turret still alive. Doesn't allow GCT, especially on the Franco, to go and look for these positions in those bushes.
Oh, it's dangerous, but they now know that they now know that Kyoei doesn't have her shadows for at least 6 more seconds. They're gonna try and rush this down to Kyoei. Get it up in time, and yes, they do. Kyoei gets the steal. Sophia now in trouble as Newball is trying to push him out. Ling, unfortunately, at 1 HP, can't sustain through the power of Tokyo, cutting them down with the true damage. Thank God for Light Wheels.
GCT coming back straight up right after Galaxy Phoenix got a big team fight win, and it was through playing it a little bit slower on the skirmishes. They know if it's just all about speed, GXP would win. All out, all their resources. It requires these cycles to land perfectly with the Mystic Gush. And even, I mean, they're throwing ruins and... Oh, Iron Hook from Guejo!
It hits, it's good. Bloody Hunt on top of it. They're gonna run down Faz. There's no more cooldowns to get away from this. This is starting to turn into a boxing match. GXP want to get a little messy, want to get real close. GCT, they gotta throw those jabs out before the haymakers come through.
Seems like there's no jabs being thrown at this point. It's all about pointing in the middle of the ring and slugging it out. Guejo just has that reach advantage.
Oh, and it looks to be good. Lima going to try their best, but again, with the fleeting time, that Bloody Hunt just comes off too soon. Wait, the quick set God keeps it alive long enough for the counter engage by Ling. The throne room was good, but they want to get out to Guejo. Hit by the Traction Pulse once again. Sophia looking for combos, and it hits, but no follow-up damage. When he's thinking about it, but with no ult, they can't do much. Fa in a 1v1 against Kyoei, gets hit by the Oki Shadow Kill, can't get out. Damage as good as Sanjike is able to back it up. GCT, these prolonged fights is exactly what they want.
Oh my goodness, the Ice Queen really living up to that title. Cold, composure, all throughout. These retreats have been perfect. Every single time it's a 50-50. It's not. It's 100-0. Kyoei just wins it. Even on the purple buff, wasn't able to win it out, and it was just Kyoei with the purple buff steal, baiting out the Soul Sever, taking it away. Guejo just looking for the Iron Hook, doesn't land it. The projectile lands, the Traction Pulse.
It's looking bad, and now with the Bloody Hunt into the Winter Crown to make sure that Lima can't go through. The Mystic Gush comes through, and Guejo must give up her life. Sophia finds it, but at this point, GCT, the mid lane is already getting attacked as they maintain the position. Ling fails the engage, projectile connects, and GXP, they've done what they can. To the Lord they go now.
And it's back to GXP now with an advantage. It really is a slugfest of a boxing match here in game number 2. GCT trying to play it a bit slower, but GXP just finding the ways to gap close. Kyoei held that bush. Good read by Lemma to walk up on it. Now it's all about the Lord. GXP have lost out the neutral objective battle to Kyoei, and now it's Lem on his own.
Oh, here it comes. They go attack the backline. Lubon tries their best, however, doesn't get the clean hits as Tokyo takes out Ling. And on the opposite side, without the Oki Shadow kill, Tokyo able to take out Fa as well. No more combinations as they have broken the formation. Sanjike somehow survives, but the Bloody Hunt will guarantee as Tokyo flicks hers forward. Iron Hook, right direction. Unfortunately, just not long enough.
4 members down for the Lord. That was all good for GCT. It looked like Kyoei was zoned away, but it was just perfect because it bought enough time for GXP to utilize all their resources to secure that Lord. Then they saw the opening, they chased down, and GXP just did not know what hit him.
Yep, with the Holy Shielding down on top and mid side, GXP make another attempt. Throw the Ruin flickering forward as well, taking it. The combo's good as all 3 members from Galtech get beamed down, and they might actually find a 4th one. Unfortunately, unable to get the stun. However, they're going to still chase it to the ends of the earth. Sanjike, no passive, doesn't have that max range. 4 for nothing.
Big Sky Piercer stacks as well for Fa on the Suyo. We've seen this plenty of times. The gold lead basically non-existent at 11 minutes of the game. It's only a 2,000 gold lead. They do have an advantage on the far lane, but GXP, that's what I'm saying. When it comes to just these chaotic skirmishes, they just find a way to force even the most technical of opponents to slug it out.
That's the thing. It's about these combination punches that they throw. They manage to sidestep this. Thankfully, don't get hit by the Iron Hook. GXP can't afford to get hit by these big spells as they want to get it. Oh, wow. All right. Committing with the Oki Shadow Kill, forcing a lot of the members to actually get on out of there. And now the counter engage, they might be looking for it. Lubon, he wants it bad. Falling Star, move on to the back line. Tokyo takes out Ling. Lubon buys just enough time as they back away. This pick is good, but now you can see, look at Fa, looking for a counter engage. No, decides to go into the mid lane as GXP is on the run.
It was supposed to be a boxing fight. GCT just threw a kick on GXP. Unexpected, another big blow to GXP's comeback run, perhaps. It looked a few times a bit too good with the Sky Piercer stacks falling into Fa and them getting back map control. But it's all about that overextension, right? When you're a chaotic team looking for brawls, you tend to also push that a bit too far sometimes.
Look, if the rules are starting to bend in this boxing match and bringing in their feet, they're going for those ankle kicks. And eventually, eventually, it's going to snap in half, man, if you're not trained for these types of attacks.
Those obliques, man.
It's tough. It's really, really painful to get hit by one of those. And not to mention, GXP, as the combination punch team, really needs to make sure that they hit some good targets. And arguably, I want to say they got to take out Koiho, but so many times we've seen the counter engage from GCT to be much better, even without the Bloody Hunt.
So now it's about building it back. GCT finally get some space to play their own game, that slow macro style. Playing behind that jab, up top is the jab. They have that forced error built up, slow push coming in. GXP are gonna have to look for a gamble, a wild haymaker to turn things around, a wipe in the skirmish, or a Lord take where they don't lose anybody.
Yeah, look at these aggressive positions that they're holding him in no man's land, trying to make sure that they have that first setup. However, the backup is so far away that this could be an overextension, and I think that GCT might have just figured it out, but luckily they got into lane, forced them out entirely, and now they have a power position over this Lord. Should be pretty free overall, right? I don't see any contention because of this forced mistake, and now GXP, they're not really going to force this. They've already used the conceal, no position to fight.
Gotta be careful, Emma. Kuejo just needs one Iron Hook. The GCT chooses to play it safe. BOD built up for Kyoei. Take a look at the items. Chastised Pauldron as well. The Wind of Nature being built up by Tokyo. That'll take all of the threat of the Claude and the Suyo. The two heroes that can actually dive together with the Alice out of the skirmish already. Is that a holy crystal that Sanjik is building for?
Yeah, I think so. That's, I mean, that'll hurt. It's going to hurt for sure, but at the same time, I wouldn't blame the decision because based on what we've seen so far, Sanjik usually isn't that big. Wait, hold on. Throne Ruin does connect, able to combo perfectly, but luckily the winner crown coming from Kueho is good enough. Thinking about the Bloody Hunt, they get it on towards Lima, and unfortunately Fa with too many stacks, able to make it happen. Lubon, Falling Star mood, they were targeting the front line, but now Sanjik flickers forward to try and ensure this. Lima will try their best as well to heal them up, but now in the back, Kyoei finds him with the Oki Shadow kill, and it's just too much damage for Sophia to take.
Kyoei found the angle through all that chaos. GXP thought they had GCT. because they saw them split up, and now it's GCT looking for the end. Possible match point. Immobilization lands.
It's good. It's good. However, they need that wave, and Ling is able to delay this wave for as long as they can. Traction faults again, getting thrown out. Lubion trying their best to try and pull some attention to their side. The OK Shadow kill might just find one. Unfortunately, RNG isn't on their side. Lubion needs to take out Fa. Fa gets on out of there just in the nick of time as Ling gets on top of it too, and the peel should be it. This is when Lubion should fall, when you have a Raging Sandstorm, and especially with so much pain, and yet they don't give these kills over to Winnie.
How the heck did Galaxy pull that defense, not losing another base turret? It still stays just one base turret down. It was from the prior push, GCT. They have to push it a bit further. They have to be wary of these crazy, awkward engages from Galaxy Phoenix. They're caught behind the ropes right now, on the ropes.
It's about that body motion, right? They gotta dodge. They don't mind getting nicked, and that's the truth of it. Getting nicked is okay, but as soon as a haymaker comes out, you can see GCT, they scatter.
They're swinging wild, that's for sure, man. Leaving themselves open, but that's what you gotta do. Throne of Ruin again, the haymaker landing.
It's not good enough this time with Winter Crown. Alquejo can't seem to get out there. Has to use the Bloody Hunt, and it's going. Winnie goes down as Killway finds a double to that front line. A single Oki Shadow kill was good enough.
Winnie got one shot. Oh my goodness, the red tree from Kyoe plus the shadow kill took everything out of the quad. And now it's just Fa and Sophia to try to delay this game.
Inhibitor open, Fa looking for an opportunity. One minion, they just need to clear it up, and with the red tree they will. Sophia out of position, and now the next wave has spawned. Not sure why Sophia decided to walk away like this, knowing that Fa can actually delay these waves. However, topside, there's just not enough manpower. 4 more seconds until Ling comes back up. 6 more on Lima, and 6 more on Winnie, as I need to defend with everything they got. Throne of Ruin is out, but it's too late. That's the end of the game here in the game number 2. Galtech Cyber Team 2-0.
That's match point. To do it with a composition that threw most of their main winning conditions that we saw from the group stage all the way to the semifinals out the window, to say, no, I'm just better. If you want to brawl, if you want to go and slug it out, we can do just that.
We haven't seen a flex like this in a while, to say, you know what you think at the meta? We don't care about that. We've got our own playbook, and I'm starting to like it, I'm not gonna lie. I love the way that both of these teams, their scrimmages are ridiculous.
These ladies are fierce.
We need more of this. We need more of this everywhere. We're going to be throwing over to our studio to break this down for you. I'm sure they've got a lot to say for such an exciting game, but only after these messages.
Galtech Cyber Team, they want 3rd place. They want the $50,000. The question is, can Galaxy Phoenix dig deep? They're making too many mistakes, and now they're down 2-0 in this best of 5, which means Galtech is officially on match point just like that. Hey, welcome back into our studio. Guys, it started off bad already, right? Let's go back to that first minute. Galtech finds the mid laner exposed. They take advantage of it, and from there it snowballs into Galtech's hands.
Yeah, Sophia, Lemma, they were slipping in their position and they're trading at the center of the map early on, and it didn't take long for it to be translated to a small early lead. Credits to Galaxy, they were able to recover, and again, which is why personally I preferred their draft over what Galtech went for. When it was going good, you could see it happen, but then Miracle posed the question, is it because Galtech are trying to say with their draft that they're simply better? It's been answered, yes.
Yeah, from the Olos to now the Franco, some of the most unexpected heroes that are not entirely part of the meta are actually made work here by Galtech time and time again. And I agree, the beginning seemed a bit too sloppy for even both of their sides. I was expecting it to be a bit more difficult, especially for Galtech, to pull off this entire idea of a Franco. But even then, you see how they started moving. They were always together, and just by them doing that, it's crazy. I feel like Galaxy Phoenix have always been scrambling around the map.
And again, even going into the unique heroes, I mean, 30 unique heroes. They are the second most moving team when it comes to hero selection, which is truly impressive. Again, going back to that first minute, though, let's take a look at it because this is where things truly started off bad for Galaxy Phoenix at a time where they needed it to go well, especially given the fact that they had just come off a loss from map number 1. We go back in time to the first minute and take a look. Again, the mid laner getting exposed. I mean, we're just 40 seconds in.
Yeah, where was Lemma in that situation? You have to be helping your mid laner clear. I think she overthought it and thought that, hey, maybe the Franco's gonna be going into the gold lane. Nope, and that just left you vulnerable in the center of the map. You lose your mid, you lose your roam early. And with, as you mentioned, coming from a loss, knowing that if you lose this, you're gonna be down match point, you need to have a good start or it's gonna influence the rest of your game. You're gonna be sloppy, you're gonna be taking unnecessary risks.
Yeah, honestly, if you try to look at the different angles Lemma might have considered as to why she just went straight to Kyowe, you would kind of understand her, right? Maybe there was a potential early invade 2 from the Franco, maybe there was a potential that the Franco could go gold, or not entirely in the mid, because that's not where you expect the Franco to really unleash the early game potential, but that's why it just so much matters when it comes to these early decisions, because as we take a closer look to whatever escalated after that, it was much faster this time around for Geltec Cyber Team.
Yeah, and Geltec obviously uses that advantage. They take that momentum and they just apply it to the rest of the round. But you're right, though, Rinmar. Like, it was, in fact, of course, Galaxy Phoenix did, in fact, have some comeback moments. We now go a little bit deeper into round number 2, and we do see that it's relatively even based upon this action, right? I mean, they do start coming back. Galaxy Phoenix is looking a bit more solid, but still not so comfortable at this point.
Yeah, this was when it was going good for themselves, and you see the beauty of their lineup.
Yeah, I think it is also a moment wherein you get to see how eventually Geltec Cyber Team can be caught off guard, but if you prolong the team fights much to a point where you don't get to burst down anyone from Geltec and they just keep on throwing out their skills, then it becomes a favorable position for them as well, considering the carry also got the late entries.
That's right, and even at the very end, Galaxy Phoenix, you can criticize how they defended their base. The pressure from Geltec was tremendous, and as they started pushing into the base, you can notice Geltec clearly was looking incredibly strong. We take a look at that action, Rinmar.
Yeah, this was right after they took an unnecessary go or a fight. I believe it was in that upper Lord pit. Ling comes out. You see the idea with the combos, with what they can dish out. And with what I said earlier about mentality, at least Galaxy Phoenix, they were still willing to fight. And if you see them, when you do it layer per layer together as a team, you find your moment, it looks good. But they just couldn't do that consistently all throughout game number 2.
Yeah, it's always Geltec being able to get away. I mean, I don't blame it. It's a Hayabusa. So probably the next best option really was the Franco, which is why they tried to burst her down multiple times in a row, force out the Winter Crown. And in some ways, it became a bit favorable for them, but you also have to take into consideration that whatever you do, Liubon is still gonna be there. She's still gonna be in your face.
Well, Miracle and Gideon are calling the action, and they're doing a phenomenal job, and we happen to be recording them. Let's see what kind of antics they got into during the commentary.
Well, it's dangerous, but they now know that they now know that Kyowe doesn't have her shadows for at least 6 more seconds. They're gonna try and rush this down. Can Kyowe get it up in time? And yes, they do. Kyowe gets the steal. Sophia now in trouble as Liubon is trying to push him out. Ling, unfortunately, at 1 HP, can't sustain through the power of Tokyo, cutting them down with the true damage. Thank God for light wheels.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It's always entertaining seeing the commentators explode with energy. Bria actually made a comment about you when we had your hey, it was okay. It was a good moment, right? When you were up there commentating. Because when you're up here, you're all poised, professional, wrapped up, right? And when you're up there, you just explode with this ball of energy.
I can't help myself. The games yesterday were very explosive. I think we would all agree to that. At least for today, they have been a bit one-sided though. So I'm really hoping we get a bit more of that same level of explosiveness in the next few games.
Sanjike was getting a lot of attention and for good reasons. Game 2 stats.
90% kill participation. That shows how well gelled together Geltec was. They played together as a team. They played around their Franco. They knew that they had 2 carries to work with through the Kimmy, through the carry as well, and they played around each other so well.
Yeah, there wasn't even a Sky Piercer in that lineup.
Yeah,
I think it was just pure team fighting and winning out, and that's what gave them the advantage.
Man, Geltec is on fire. Coming into this, quite honestly, I thought Galaxy Phoenix was probably going to be the favorite, but Geltec says otherwise, and they have been looking phenomenal. Hey, we've got the EWC survey on your screen. Scan that QR code and give us feedback on what you think about the broadcast. What do you think about the Esports World Cup as a whole? We would love to hear your feedback because, again, for you all out there, you're the ones that make this worth it. We go back to our stage, and it's now serious business for Galaxy Phoenix. They're down 0-2, and they are forced to come back. Geltec is absolutely on fire. Little mistakes here and there, maybe hero selections going bad for Galaxy Phoenix. They've got a lot to fix, and they've got to fix it quickly.
Yeah, I hope they can shut up the haters and just prove, no, they're not better than us. Maybe equal footing, and then eventually get to the point where you can prove that you are better. Because so far, I have not seen the Galaxy Phoenix that wowed us, that gave us that surprise joy of, wow, where did this team come from? For a while now in this tournament. They do have to dig deep and just remember who they are and play together, play great as individuals.
Yeah, and they played 2 very different games already. Like 2 different lineups, 2 different approaches, but none of them worked just yet. So we really are looking for that same GXP that we saw in the first 2 days.
Sophia got isolated. She got punished. Again, we go back to the main storyline, and it was the fearless Queen of Fa. Is she starting to finally feel fear? Is she able to bring this team back up? Her stats were incredible. Arguably, she was better than Kiowe in the statistics category. It's not all on her, of course. It is a team effort, and I understand that. But if we're looking at Fa to turn things around, what does she need to do?
Well, has to start telling her team, I think it's time for me to take over here.
She should be the star.
Yeah, she should be the star. And it's this weird, awkward spot for them where it's like, allow Fa to be the star while at the same time telling each other, can we not go too far away from each other?
Yeah.
Can we time ourselves a little bit better so that, okay, if one of us decide to go and make that play, there's a lot of us that can get together and just answer it right away.
Yeah, because Geltec's the perfect example of them just being together.
Yeah.
Right? They're always moving as a group, and we saw that multiple times, even on a Franco lineup that they did field out earlier on. So I agree, Fa might want to take charge this time heading into this draft.
We had broken walls, flying cloud. Now we're going to get some dangerous grass. Now, based upon that map pick, how do we think about Geltec closing this out 3-0? Or could this play into the role of Galaxy Phoenix?
Ooh, if it's dangerous grass and Geltec that we're talking about, I might as well think that this will also be one of their more favorable maps if they were just to talk about their sheer rotations and abilities to move around the map and just catch Galaxy Phoenix by surprise, because they've been doing that very dominantly in the previous 2 games. And now I'm just wondering if they will just allow the possibility of another assassin type of comp to come through for Geltec.
I have one very simple suggestion for GXP. You're going up against a team that are playing around each other too well. They stick together a lot. I know Gord is great, but can you please pick up a Lilia? Or even consider, hey, if you want to go for something greedy and you play for a little bit later in the game, maybe pick up a Sicilian. Okay, that's like my bias for the pick alone, but come on, a Lilia, please.
Okay. Eve gets picked up here though, so the range will definitely be a problem to deal with for GXP as they get to decide on what their first two picks are going to be this time. I feel like this should definitely be the time to Claude, right?
Yeah. You pick up the Claude now, you get that comfort pick, and then you pick up your assassins and a diving EXP laner, or maybe just an EXP laner that can hold really well, help dive alongside whatever the assassin for Fa will be. You don't need to pick it up this early. Just get the Claude, get the Lilia.
We're waiting for them to get these two picks that they could center their draft around. But that also leaves us with a question of, do they leave Fa's pick for second phase all over again? Do they rather flex Fa in the jungle rather than put her on a pick that's comfortable and play around it? But they get the Harith.
Just get the glue, Geltec. Get the glue, get the Phoveus, one of those. Even the Esmeralda would be great. You have so many options available to answer.
And that's also knowing you're playing into an Eve lineup too. The Eve is the first pick. You see what mid lane, what box could potentially be established for Geltec, but this is still the route. I think they have counter engaged. Yes, they go for the Khalid, but even this hasn't really worked for them earlier on. Now it's more and more boxes. It's a Hylos and an Esmeralda.
Again, Geltec, they play together as a team. It's so good. They have pretty much won the first phase of the draft. Well, I don't know what's going on. Okay, at this point, please, a Lilia. Maybe I would be okay with the Valir, but I would love a Lilia at this point.
Yeah, so you have also a bit more of the burst damage.
Yeah,
you have the Khalid already.
Yeah, it's constant damage. You can dish out slows. It's not just a stun with true damage. It's constant little bursts of damage that makes fighting around your own personal box as GXP even more dangerous. Then pick up a CC.
I think matchups we see in the EXP lane are already slightly, or they attempted to at least balance it out through the CC, but I feel like it's still gonna be tough either way. There's just so much to think about. You pretty much put both of your XP laners, or both of your fronts forward.
They have to make the tough choice now of whether or not they can go for damage in the jungle or just accept that you're gonna have Fa once again playing utility for the team. They'll take out the Claude, would have been great, but you still have picks like the Moskov, picks like the carry still up. If the carry gets through this draft, I don't know anymore. But then the thing is, you still have a Clint option as well for Tokyo. So whatever Geltec is left with, it's just great for their playstyle. Whether they go for the carry or the Clint, it's very them.
They banned out the Gord. Arguably so. Of course, that's additional layers of shred, but with the amount of fronts and with the amount of sustain that you're already seeing from Geltec, I think they're very flexible to choose around the jungle. Like, they have options to play around with, considering that they have both Eves and Hylos in the draft. So I doubt Kyoei would have a tough time deciding whatever pick she wants to go for here.
You know what might be tough here for Geltec? For Galaxy? If ever Geltec, just pick up a Hanabi or something. If we're looking at it from like a team fighting perspective, they don't really have a lot of hard CC. The Hanabi with her own personal shield, paired up with an Eve. You have the Glorious Pathway as the Hylos. It seems like it's a good time to be a Hanabi. But again, it's at this point, Tokyo will just pick whatever she wants personally. For the jungle, okay, maybe once we see Red 4, we can have a better idea of what they might want to lean into jungle-wise.
Yeah. Because as of the moment, it seems a bit too broad. Just take out the Ling, so even one more of Fa's comforts get taken out. I am looking at what other picks she previously used, but it's just mostly the Yi Sun Shin that's left that kind of worked out for them. Because you might not want to see the Akai a second time around in this kind of scenario. It, on paper, might be okay. But if you're looking at how Galaxy Phoenix have been working around the sequence of the team fights and the layering overall, then that just puts more and more pressure on their draft.
I'm glad they finally picked up the Lilia, but that definitely should have come in sooner. And look how quickly Geltic Cyber Team picked up the Granger. They know that their box is way too good. If ever the Akai comes in for Galaxy Phoenix, I think it might be tough for them because it's sort of counterintuitive to what they want to be able to do with the Lilia and the Harith. You want things to be coming together, not getting pushed away. Unless they are really good with being able to build down the members of Geltic. And here comes Leomord for the first time in MWI. Oh, is Leomord gonna carry Geltic to victory and all the way to the 3rd place?
It's Hylos and Leomord too.
Oh yeah, it's the double horse combo, courtesy of Team Liquid, the men's side. Well, this could end up very, very fast. I think it's funny, the Kai looks good because you see the Leomord, but then with what you have, it just looks so counterintuitive to your own goals.
And it's devastating because they're in last pick again. And the last time we saw the Akai come through in last pick, it didn't really pan out well for Galaxy Phoenix. Overall, their 3rd game in the red side, but despite that, things haven't been going their way, so they just lock in the Suyo to wrap up this draft.
It's not just Fa, the rest of Galaxy Phoenix, the whole team need to make some magic.
There is no mercy for 3rd. Geltic Cyber Team have put themselves in a winning position. In this best of 5, they need to win 3. They've already won 2. Is one more in the books for them to close this series out 3-0? Or does Galaxy Phoenix have more life left in them? Can they go map by map to provide the reverse sweep? It's up to them to decide. But for now, Geltic Cyber Team look absolutely incredible. It's time for map number 3 between Galaxy Phoenix and Geltic Cyber Team. Mirko, Gideon, let's get it started.
The question's in the air. So far, Galaxy Phoenix haven't been able to get a single game after making it to top 4. In a best of 5, they just struggle. Do they have the mental fortitude to come back? Because GCT, they just need a game to finish it off.
It's match point, and that's the high pressure, the high stakes that we've all been waiting for. And especially if GXP is going to climb out of this hole in this best of 5 series. Overall, I am a little worried, but at the same time, there are some interesting adjustments, right? Adaptations that we are seeing. 31% first blood rate compared to 42 on the opposite side.
You got that increase, you know, the first blood earlier could be first blood here, but Lemma flickers out the safety. That means, though, mid-prio will be pretty good. But Fa, sneaky, straight up into enemy jungle after sending Lemma up top to delay Kiowe.
And that's the thing, we were talking about it in game number 1 and 2. We recognized that the attention span seemed to be all over the place, and in game 2, they started to weaponize that attention span. Now, it's about dealing false information, feeling like you're really about to catch somebody, and then you notice, where's all my camps down on the bottom side?
Top 10 unpleasant surprises of all time right there. Bargain Hunter for Sophia, and it's double sprints for GXP. Not the vengeance you'd expect from Ling. I understand it, though. You really want to try to utilize the mobility to rotate around. Kiowe is just desperately looking for level 4, gets stunned up by the Blade Surge and chewed away from a possible level 4. That means Kiowe is going to have to look for a kill. Lemma doesn't have Flicker, but GCT cannot threaten Lemma enough.
I don't know. Now, I think everybody's getting a little antsy. That's a very early retribution. For what? Even. For what? And no need to use it for now. GXP on the opposite side. Let's look at the EXP, because so far it doesn't look like King is able to be able to deal with Lubon just yet. Not until we're expecting to see that War Axe or maybe Anti-Heal. Really depends on the scenario. But this very first turtle, seems like everybody is looking for a piece of it.
Kiowe's going to have to go for this Lizard before level 4. But GXP are taking a bit too long to set up for the neutral objective just because Ling was behind in level. At least Fa's got a level lead with the Suyo, so it's a Soul Sever plus a Retry advantage. GXP finally utilizing this lead right now to go straight for it, but Kiowe's finally hit level 4.
Ooh, it's a good curtain call here, lockdown 2, and even the Revitalize being thrown out. Quail trying to get on out of there. Ling able to find and gets the trade. Can she survive it? She does, saved by 5. Now the real one manipulation, able to clean up 1. Lima, quick sand guard, keeping him alive. Kiowe in trouble! No! And Lima still finds it. Lubon can get it. Able to flicker forward. 2 for 2. Despite everything that happened, 2 for 2 trade turning into a 3 for 2 trade, and now Winnie able to get so much money down on the bottom side.
It's almost like it's deja vu every single game. Galaxy Phoenix go for Turtle 1, they get it, but the team fight is lost. Then you see Winnie, who doesn't rotate, get goal down below, but this time Tokyo got a kill and an assist. A few of the other times, Tokyo hasn't been able to be active now. It's a dive perhaps on Winnie's. A Force already utilized. Now Lemma can't get close.
It's a little dangerous there. There was a moment I was thinking whether or not they were going to use the Glorious Pathway early on, but they just use it as a disengage mechanic. At least before, in the previous game, Winnie got dived instantaneously after that turtle. This time around, a little bit more counterplay for the laners. Sophia making sure that Quajo is just taking so much damage. Already jumped to 50% as Lima continues to make Kyowe's life difficult. Already with the Phantom Steed, but that's only going to trade ult for ult.
So annoying. Lima on the lead. It happened as well earlier in game number 2, and they actually won the early game. So it's the same story here with even more mid-pressure because of Lilia. Last game, I'd say Lemma did a good job, but unfortunately Sophia was left all alone against that Franco, and it got GCT a bit of a leeway in the early game to even out the odds. But now with the Lilia, it's just so safe, especially with the sprint and the black shoes, so everybody can do their own thing while Sophia just clears out mid.
I mean, Sophia's just the tax collector as well, right? But Quajo alongside with Sonjike, as soon as they start leaving that wave, it's not only information, but also, hey, I've been chunked out pretty hard on my way here, and I'm expecting the same thing up on that top side when they contest for Turtle. I don't think Winnie is going to move, but Tokyo needs to clear this wave fast.
Let's see it. Faz already on a neutral objective. Kyo is level 6. Faz is going to be 2 levels ahead if she gets this neutral objective, but they reset.
Oh, Phantom Steed already being called out. They're trying to peel backwards, and this is exactly what they wanted to do, right? Get the ult out, start moving forward, and look, in through the mid lane. Lima trying to open up this map. Glorious Pathway to try and slow them down as the turtle now in under contention. Fa gets it, and Ling zones away Kyowe in time.
Can they get the kill though? Ling gets away. Just barely. They might look for the dive here. They need to get something on the map. And it might just be a few more hits on the turret. Tokyo already with the Sky Piercer. That should be first item, right? Is it a Fury Hammer into Sky Piercer?
Seems like it at this point, right? It's only 13k overall total. Let's put the items and yep. There we go. Hunter Strike already complete. Man, this is going to be a little difficult because now that Tokyo, again, they're trying to make sure that Tokyo not only does not die, but is able to ramp up in terms of money so they have a stronger finisher after their big combos with the RWM.
And again, it's Geltec Cyber Team always doing such a good job despite GXP getting all of the neutral objectives.
They're efficient.
They're very efficient. They capitalize and convert on these objectives like it's nothing. Winnie in the bottom lane trying to siege. Now, if she waits a bit too long, could be disastrous because it is an Esmeralda.
Oh, they're already dropping down the Zaman Force. They're trying to cut them off. This dive might not be good, but they flicker out of the way. Winnie losing an important battle spell. And GXP putting some decent damage onto the tier 1 interception as Phantom Steed comes through. Raging Sandstorm Alpha on top of you, Bond here, as Sophia now draws the battle line against Ling, who's able to peel for days. RWM already coming down, and they just need one more auto attack. Doesn't find it, but luckily they don't give up their life for it.
Impeccable zoning from GCT, and the decision making is just so clean. Down below they go. They bait out the flicker to Zaman Force as well. That opened a window to punish, to convert on an objective. No structures for GXP. They can finally get on the board right now with a turret up top, but with the bottom wave pushing again, it forces Winnie to stay put as GCT will have a man advantage coming into the final turtle fight.
Look, it's still fancy footwork at the end of the day, and it's only 6 minutes 45 seconds. I don't know how long they can keep that up. It's just high tension so far, but let's look at the goal difference because the majority of that goal is leading into 2 different sides, but it's so minuscule overall. Phantom Steed, in trouble. Ling already dead, and now they're going to go for Sophia after the black shoes, sprinting the opposite direction as Tokyo is going to chase them down with the help of Kyowe, who finds the double. This should be a free turtle, but is there going to be a trade back?
No. The only trade is a tier 1 down below, and I don't think it's worth it at all. There's no way for them to get to tier 2. And it's just so sad. GXP try to outrun GCT, but Kyoei's on a horse every single time, chasing them down, outmaneuvering them. RWM on Winnie.
Oh no, Winnie might be in some trouble, but at least for Lima is able to clear up a decent chunk of the wave. Oh, gets out just in time. Quicksand got to keep him alive, and they managed to protect mid tier 1, the most important structure on the land of Dawn.
But yet again, they bait out these crucial abilities for the defense. Hell, fuck, gets stunned up with the Law and Order.
This might be some trouble here. Sophia trying to get the space back, but Sanjike is not making it easy for all the taxation. She's looking for some reimbursement. Black Shoe's already out. Sanjike forced to flicker out of position. No RWM, as now they drop the glorious pathway, but Tokyo is finally here. Ling is in trouble. Phantom Seed from Kyoei to clean it up. Winnie able to get the Zaman Force down just in time, but the interception, it was good, but they finally get Sophia at the very end. 2 for nothing for GCT.
Oh my lord, now it's a falling Star Moon onto Winnie. Doesn't have the Zaman Force. Faz waiting on the orange bush over there, but it's GCT taking everything away. All of the control. Fa not even given the space to clear her own orange buff. It'll be fed over to Tokyo. And the turret down below.
This one skirmish showed so much attitude from GCT. They're like, for everything that happened in the early game, just a slap on the wrist, and just to make sure that it hurts the most, we'll break your pinky while you're at it.
It's a curb stomp on the wrist, not just a slap right now, especially with Kyoei on that Phantom Steed. Oh my lord.
It's escalation, man. It's escalation. If the slap wasn't enough, we go start going for your fingers. If your fingers aren't enough, we start going for the mankles.
Oh, God.
Nothing is safe. Joints are meant to be broken here.
I mean, the good thing for GXP is that Tokyo's got the Skypiercer early, but there's no stacks on it, right? So there's something there, and you can already see that burst damage. Oh God. Luckily, Tokyo doesn't have Skypiercer stacks. If she does, could have been 2 kills over.
And this is just only a 4.5k lead, right? Holy Shielding's getting cut down. And Lima died straight away to the Skypiercer. Look for a second, almost connecting as well as Sanjike catches it with the end of the Void Rift. Now, looking to get at least 1 inhibitor to make their time worth it here. Fa in the back line, potentially looking for a flank, but nobody can come up in time. And now, Sophia forced to use the ult already. Somebody's got to do something. They're giving up too much here. Another inhibitor might just fall because of their inaction, and they get it. GCT get away with daylight robbery.
Pulled a gun up on GXP, asked him for cash, went straight for the headshot. No cash, bro. Tokyo just shot them down. Oh my goodness, and the Skypiercer built up from Fa is another desperate call for a desperate time right now. It makes sense because they need something back when they go for a team fight. They need an execute. But it's just GCT are so tanky. Every single one of them, Liuban, Kyoei, and Kuejo. We can talk about Tokyo and Sanjika. Maybe GXP could flank, but I don't even think it'll be enough to take them down. I think right now, Fa just doesn't have the resources to deal any damage, not even against these backliners.
Yeah, I mean, the truth of the matter is just the lack of money. Like, they have tools that they could potentially outplay, but it doesn't make a difference if you're getting stat checked every single time. Now the Lord is going to walk towards that base, and I don't know, Miracle, what is their only hope here to maybe turn things around? Do they have to just curtain call Tokyo and Kyoei?
Even then, I don't think it'll work out. Right now, it's all about clearing the way. That's step number 1. Can they deal with it? They have the Lilia, but she walks out of range, can't use the glooms, and the Lord is free!
Oh, they walk through, and all of a sudden, it's over. Tokyo takes out Lima instantaneously. As Ling's the next to fall. The momentum is big, and Galtech Cyber Team wanted to make sure that everybody here remembers the name. It may be a third place match, but that's an extra 20,000 in the bank. GG, well played for Galtech Cyber Team.
That game wasn't just a stomp, it was a slaughter. And Galtech Cyber Team proved to the world that they are indeed worthy of this stage, a top 3 at MWI.
Truly a statement being made here. Such impending momentum. You felt it from game 1 to game 2 to the almost guaranteed finish in game 3.
It was a stomp throughout. They really punished every little mistake that GXP made, and we get to see it again here, how clinical it was. It was Sophia walking out of the range of the glooms, but it was Sanjika that actually poked her out of it. So it was another forced error, and Tokyo, again, the slaughterfest continued as she just rained down upon Galaxy Phoenix.
Oh, man, they tried to be proactive. I got to give it to GXP. There were moments in this game that they were looking for something, but you can tell that once the gas ran out, they were just running on fumes. It just wasn't enough, but so happy for how this all played out. We're going to be throwing it over to the stage with an interview with the help of Cheryl. Take it away.
Oh, this is not the championship, even though this is not the championship win itself. This is such a win for the EECA region. You guys have definitely put EECA on the map here with this win. You guys are leaving France here on a win. What a spectacular day for you guys still. So what does it mean for you guys, to win this and, put EECA in top 3?
I think we can say the same. It's a big victory for EECA, and for our team, it's best results above all of years from MWI to our region.
We are so very proud of you, and we believe everybody who is watching at home are very proud of you ladies as well. Now, it has been quite a journey, so can you share with us what have you and the girls from Geltec Cyber Team learned from this experience here at MWI?
In my opinion, the best experience what we have at this tournament is the practice of our teams from other regions like Philippines, and it's the best way to be stronger.
Now that you guys have secured this win, and leaving France on a high, is there anything you would like to say to all of your supporters back home who are cheering on you guys?
Of course, I want to say thank you for all of us who supporting the Geltec Cyber Team. It's so important to us, and thank you for my parents, my friends, and to Marbon. And I would like to say it's on Russian because it's very important to our region. Спасибо всем, кто поддерживал нас на пути в этом турнире. Мы на самом деле очень довольны результатом. Всем спасибо еще раз. Нам была очень важна ваша поддержка. Очень надеемся, что в следующем году мы вернемся намного сильнее. Отдельный привет моим родителям, Ане и Марбону.
Congratulations on that win still. Remember the name. It is Geltec Cyber Team completing their journey here at MWI with a podium finish. Nevertheless, back to you guys at the studio.
Geltec Cyber Team came into the tournament with a mission. It was to gain the championship. Yes, they might have fell short, but they end up accomplishing some incredible feats. We're talking third place, walking away with $50,000, a tremendous amount of pride also for their region. Geltec Cyber Team, congratulations for your podium finish. For the fourth place of Galaxy Phoenix, you should also celebrate your accomplishments. Making it to top 4 is a tremendous accomplishment in its own right. And walk away with your head held high and be proud of what you've managed to do in the 2026 MWI competition. You ladies are some of the best in the world, and you need to understand that. Please walk away with your head held high. Hey, big accomplishments from Geltec Cyber Team, though. A 3-0 victory is tremendous. We talked about what it meant to not only podium, but also earn that additional $20,000, not only for the players, but also for the org themselves.
Yeah, Geltec Cyber Team and especially KOA after her performance, star-making performance in MWI 2024, missing out in 2025, coming back here with a team of, at this point, rookies for an international competition, solidifying the fact that the top 3 regions for women's MLBB after MWI this year are EECA, Indonesia and the Philippines, and of course we're going to figure out like where they are going to be placing after the grand finals. It's a massive achievement and what a journey for them.
And they did shout out these particular regions too, because they believe that it's been one of their best experiences here in MWI, if not the best. The fact that they were able to also experience how it's like to play against different regions, the more stronger regions that they would consider for themselves as well. And it's unbelievable because Renmar did point out that this is KOA's return, but it's also her return alongside a bunch of rookies, and they did not play as if they were rookies nor newcomers to the professional scene at all.
Not at all. KOA was a tremendous talking point throughout our entire tournament. Now, again, to celebrate Galaxy Phoenix, I know I had to do the thing. I had to put the pressure on Fa, right? But that's just, hey, look, I want to express that as commentator talk. Fa has been a tremendous competitor in this MWI competition. And I understand they lose 3-0. But we have to celebrate Ling, Fa, Sophia, Lima, Winnie for their tremendous accomplishments throughout the bracket.
Yeah, for Cyber Phoenix, I think a lot of the results that they got after the initial wins came from a lot of respect from their opponents. They saw what their Belleric Guinevere could do, what it means to take away the comforts of Lima and Sofia, give them a lot of difficulty so that in turn Fa would have a difficult time. Every result that we saw, every loss that we saw from from Galaxy Phoenix came from the fact that teams needed to deal with them, and they were relentless in doing so because of how skilled they are. I am excited to see where this team will go moving forward and how they'll grow from this experience.
And I know for a fact that they will go the distance because they've been through no joke. They've been through probably one of the hardest paths to MWI 2026 or even building up their career in general, because I believe they've also been one of the only teams we have here in MWI to play in even their region's main leagues alongside their male counterparts in the league. So they have a lot of experience. They've been through a lot of heartbreak, but at the same time, I think this feat, this achievement that they've been able to secure is something that they should just use as motivation to keep pushing forward, because they do have the potential.
And looking at the stats briefly, Geltec, they controlled this map number 3 very well from start to finish. Reminiscent of the first 2 maps that they played nearly flawlessly. There were brief moments of Galaxy Phoenix coming back and striking while the iron was hot, but it was Geltec consistently taking back control to earn not only this map number 3, but also the best of 5 series as a whole, winning 3-0. Again, we celebrate the accomplishments of all of these ladies, these competitors who have done such a tremendous job over the course of 5 days of competition. Now, as we bring it back, let's discuss that map number 3 and what ended up unfolding, right? Because you look at the stats, obviously, Geltec, they pretty much dominated the map number 3, but there has to be some positive notes from Galaxy Phoenix.
In terms of the positive notes, sure. Let's
adjustments.
See. The adjustments, the fact that they were still willing to find angles, even though majority of the lineup that they were up against would make it near impossible to do so. They didn't shy away from that. They were, as their fearless queen was, fearless in finding those opportunities, and I can give a lot of respect for that for GXP.
We look at Tokyo and Bree, her stats are looking stacked.
Yep, that was a statement from a Granger in game number 3, because Granger, again, not part of the more common gold lane picks, but in that scenario, I feel like it was such a perfect pick, because you see how, yes, there were adjustments from Galaxy Phoenix. They did pick up the Lilia, finally, you said thank you, and they had decent amounts of damage, but at the same time, that forced them to play close range. That forced them to be a bit more up close towards their opponents, which I think the Granger greatly took advantage of, because he had to play from a distance. There was no one else trying to hunt her down, and Tokyo, in that game, probably one of the biggest problems, aside from the fact that both the Hylos and the Leomord were just running through this lineup of GXP.
who is Tokyo as a player? Because obviously we talk a lot about Kyoei. Liubun also gets a lot of attention, Sanjike. But Tokyo as one of the competitors, one of the great competitors, podium now, third place. Who is she to MWI?
Well, she is someone that shows that even if there is an impossible task in front of you, you can make it work. And if there is a easy task in front of you, then she makes it look easy. There was an iconic play that she pulled off in Stream B wherein the team accidentally sent her alone with a teleport amidst 5 members of their opponents.
That's insane.
And she got away with it, and she got to turn it around with the rest of her team.
That's actually incredible. Hey, sometimes staying alive is the best play. Speaking of plays, let's take a look at a couple of them from that game number 3. This is where we start, Bree. 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yep, right here, clearly map control is already pretty much favoring GCT, but there has been an attempt. There has been an attempt whatsoever from Galaxy Phoenix to still push forward, but the punish, the Kyoei entry from behind, I believe, is going to be the highlight of this play. Just simply because of how they have such reliable chase, heroes to just go in from the back lines. It's been tough to push forward for GXP.
Yeah, and I can credit GXP's tenacity. For 8 minutes, they kept it close. They got the trade in terms of towers. They could not get as much objectives compared to GCT, but you could see that it had to take a unique angle of approach from Geltec, a slow-moving chess match of finding the right angle, then eventually finding it. It wasn't that easy for Geltec to land this win because Galaxy Phoenix, they were showing that they can still fight.
Yep, slowly but surely, but it's unfortunate that we only have a best of 5 because I do feel like GXP were warming up. Like they were slowly getting there. They were trying to address what had to be addressed. We saw it even in the draft. Bit by bit, but it was not enough, and it's unfortunate because they had such a strong start, they had such a great introduction to this tournament, but it had to end this way, which I guess is a really good learning experience in such a way that they really find and see firsthand what needs to be improved in their lineup.
Yeah, I think tenacity is a great word for what obviously Galaxy Phoenix was able to bring to this tournament, continually retaliating to what their opponents were throwing at them. This series might have went 3-0. Make no mistake about it, Galaxy Phoenix is still one of the best competitors in the world when it comes to our lady competitors. Now, of course, there was a second moment throughout that game. We now go towards the tail end of things, and this is when it becomes a reality for Geltic Cyber Team. Wow, we can finally do this. We can actually 3-0 this series and podium at the MWI in 2026.
The massive win that they got, finding that angle earlier in the previous play, led to this. This was business as usual already. Tokyo was safe in the back line. The members of Galaxy Phoenix needed to throw bodies to increase their chances. They could not just defend underneath the base. They had to try and do something. Tenaciousness, but I feel like a better way to describe them, to add to that, is they are unrelenting. They are relentless in their pursuit of trying to find victories.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate because they were really relentless, but at the same time, I felt a bit of a panic towards the end too, because you saw the glooms already laid out there. Could have been one of the best ways to deal with the Lord, or at least reduce some of its HP, but it all popped a bit too early, so they weren't even able to utilize it, and it got all the way to the base, which made the defense 10 times more difficult for GXP at that point.
Well, GXP, again, a phenomenal job as a whole. Top 4. We celebrate Geltic Cyber Team, though, with their 3rd place finish. And what a tremendous finish it was. Going back to what you said at the very beginning, Renmar, $50,000, especially for some of these organizations and players, is quite literally life-changing. And the beautiful story for some competitors is that they're playing for more than just themselves, right? They're playing to potentially support their family, support themselves, maybe start fresh in life, right? And that's the beauty of MWI and these prize pools that are so significant. You know, it really is a tremendous amount of money. We take a look at the emotions from the players, and you can start to grasp at how important it is for these ladies on that very stage, right? To win, to come in and compete, and again earn what could be life-changing money.
They came in here poised. At first we thought it was nerves, but it really looked like they were just cold-blooded, as similar to their own personal Ice Queen, and it showed in game. They were business as usual, honestly.
Every time they ended a game, you don't really see the more exaggerated reactions. I'd say it's just them, I guess, trying to remind themselves that it's not over yet. There's still a game. It's something that we still have to remind ourselves of, because you really can't lose you can't lose that momentum. You can't let go of your focus, especially in such a high stakes match.
Yeah, you can feel that they were clearly thinking, job's not finished.
Not yet.
Job finished? Job's not finished with every game that they won. And you can finally see them relax a little bit and finally let loose once they finally won.
Yeah, there were just small celebrations here and there.
Yeah.
They're just going for the high fives, the head pats. It's cute seeing the head pats, yes. But towards that interview, I think that's where you got to see the most of it. Liubon and her just being very emotional. I know she probably didn't shed some tears, but she was probably close. Like, I felt how her voice was starting to shake, especially when she was asked about her messages to the supporters and what does this mean for her and her region overall. So it's great because now you see how all these emerging regions are actually trying and already proving a point.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you see those post-match interviews, even more so when they've won, you know how hard it is hitting. Especially. Let's take a look at our team stats head-to-head. Galaxy Phoenix versus Geltec Cyber Team. They will trade off a couple of times. Obviously, the win rate for Geltec is going to be higher naturally as the winners. But it's actually quite interesting to see the red side win percentage for the side of Galaxy Phoenix.
Yeah, especially blue, right?
Yeah.
That whole series, they never played on blue.
Yeah, they always just played on the red side. And I think that was just them constantly choosing it. And then at the times, Geltec even choosing and realizing that they are better off on the blue side here. And Galaxy Phoenix just unfortunately, despite being on their comfort side, could not find the right sequence, the right priority of hero picks to make it comfortable for them in game. It felt like a lot of their choices was just them choosing the more difficult road of being able to land wins. And in their game 2, which for me personally was their best draft this entire series, you saw it, they just couldn't fully execute it. Still, we saw the glimpses of what could have been.
I guess Coach Ririth had to deal with a bit too much going against Coach Osprey.
Yeah.
The swerves in the drafts, the sudden flexes, I guess, took us by surprise a lot of times throughout this series. So who would have expected, right, that Geltec still had those cards up their sleeve?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because Coach Osprey has been such a big talking point for Geltec. And again, coming into it, and I bring it back into conversation, you know, throughout our tournament, we have seen so many different heroes selected. It's been incredibly unique, and Coach Osprey is a large reason why Geltec was number 2 when it came to overall hero selection. We've got a lot of great people in the venue, including Rain. Come back in, brother. By the way, it was nice to meet you yesterday for the first time. I know we've seen each other virtually, but you kind of came over, and it was great to shake hands with you. Rain, what's going on, man? Hey, third and fourth, it's done.
Yeah, I'm good. It's 3-0, and also you're looking good, man. When I see you in front of me, I feel like this guy is so handsome.
Okay, Ray, and we didn't plan that, by the way. He just came up with that on his own. Witness me. Hey, Ray, I appreciate you. It's great to see you, man. Yeah, 3-0. It's a big shock, right? It was a best of 5, but we only get 3 maps.
Yeah.
We've been celebrating Geltec Cyber Team and just how good they are. Third place to podium. I mean, such a tremendous accomplishment.
Yeah, true. I think they play as a team better than Cambodia team, even though Cambodia have maybe individually they are better in terms of mechanics, but in terms of team fight, in terms of how they should play as a team, overall I think Geltec play better.
What do you think? But what do you think about the $50,000 Geltec just won? I mean, that is significant.
I think that one will become their main motivation after this to improve, and I think after this they will try to aim for top 2, maybe try to aim for champion, because their performance is phenomenal, man. And are you sure that one is Liubon, guys?
Yeah,
it's not Kid Bomba.
No, that is
really good, man. Performance really good, man.
Yeah, that is Liubon. Of course, Kid Bomba is a popular player who plays the same role as Liubon, and then a lot of people really look up to him as the best in his role in that region.
Yeah.
So for Rain to say that, hey, are you sure there's not Kid Bomba up there? Nope, that's Liubon. That is one of the tallest compliments you can give a player.
I agree. But I have a question for Rain here, since we have a bit more time with him.
Okay.
Was this something you actually expected? Did you expect it to go for GCT, and did you expect it to be a 3-0?
No, I didn't expect at all. I expect that actually GCT GXP will give a hard time for team from EECA, right?
Yeah.
But we can see that overall, in terms of macro, in terms of decision making, surprisingly, GCT is one step ahead.
Yeah. It really felt like that, and it wasn't just in game. Also, even with like a lot of the drafting decisions. If you got to see the drafts of Galaxy Phoenix, do you think there were times where they were overthinking? They picked things too early. What did you think about their priorities in the draft?
Yeah, I think it's true. Sometimes we just need to keep it simple, man. For example, like, this hero is our winning hero, right? Or momentum hero. We just need to prior that hero. Let's say we can see they prior Atlas, they prior carry. We know already that the identity, the gameplay for GCT is quite clear. They know how to win. They know which hero they should pick.
You know, one of the things we've been bringing up is just how many unique heroes have been used throughout the entirety of MWI as a whole. I mean, it's felt fresh. You know, the new meta came in. We were kind of curious how it ended up playing out. Have you liked the versatility you've seen from the ladies competing throughout the 5 days?
Yeah, I think overall, in terms of pool heroes, there's a huge upgrade from last EWC. You know, we can see if how they adapt with the patch. For example, right now we can see Aulus in the meta because overall, in terms of how they play, they start to play like main scene, you know.
Yeah.
So overall, it's good for them.
Yeah, Rain, among all these sudden surprise picks that we saw that completely shake the meta, what for you is your favorite? Like, which did you like the best among all the surprises that we saw in the drafts for MWI?
Overall,
Yeah.
I think Fanny.
Oh.
Fanny in lady scene, and it's being used by a good user. We can see there are a lot of mechanical heroes being played, such as Fanny and also Link. And the mechanic is actually quite shocking, you know. Even they play better than me, you know. In terms of the cable, in terms of how they collect the sword for Link. So they are very good, man.
So let me ask you this. Coming up is going to be grand finals in about an hour or so. It's Na'Vi, Vitality. It's a rematch, right? This is a trilogy that has been developing over the past several years. Do you want to throw your hat in the ring, give us a prediction, or I guess just let us know how you think the series is going to end up unfolding?
Okay, here's my prediction. if Vival don't play Assassin, Na'Vi PH will win 4-2.
Whoa.
But if Vival play Assassin, the result might be 4-0 Vitality.
Ooh, 4-0 or 4-2.
That's fair. I mean, we got to see. Well, Viva got 2 Savages in one series yesterday.
That's true.
That is rare. It was a Hirara, and I think the other one was on the Nolan.
Yeah.
So I could see why Rain would think that way. Definitely fair.
And the Saudiacom showed us that they were laughing.
Yeah.
Just laughing while everything was happening, while they were picking up the Savage.
Yeah, the shot call of Shell was not specific place. It was to TP on them. Just TP. Just recall on them.
Yep.
Well, Rain, obviously it's been great having you in the venue. I guess last question, you're in Paris. I don't know if you've been to Paris before or not. Either way, have you been having a good time, man, getting out there, seeing all the sights?
Yeah, I have really good time. I went to Eiffel Tower last night.
Okay, great.
So after this, maybe I want to try the pizza.
Pizza.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Fair enough, man. Hey, Rain, thank you so much for everything you've been doing, brother. I hope to see you again. And thanks for calling me handsome. That just makes today a little bit easier.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, guys.
That's Rain. Okay, he's in the building. He's doing his own, of course, commentary over everything that's been taking place. And he says he's been enjoying the ride. Hey, Floix, I love hearing these comments and seeing all these comments pop up, man, especially from our chatters out there. And if you want to get involved, make sure you keep chatting so we can show what you're saying. No wonder Geltek's able to steal one game from Vitality. You know what? That's absolute facts.
Yeah.
It was a game which actually felt one-sided against Vitality yesterday.
Yeah.
So it was a bit surprising to see that it was too quick for Vitality to bounce back. But in this scenario, it's great. It did not affect them in any way, it seems. It seems like it was more on GXP that you feel the effect carried over to the series from their previous losses in this tournament.
The only thing I don't want to see pop up down there is 6-7.
Yeah.
No 6-7s from me. Okay, we got Granger early snowball.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what we got to see. Tokyo was safe in the back line. She didn't have anything to worry about. She was getting her Sky Piercer stacks. I believe there were Sky Piercer stacks on the Granger, right? Yeah. So early snowball indeed. It was just a good time for the Granger.
And Esme's so tanky. Esmeralda's been an incredibly popular pick throughout our 5 days.
Broken.
Yeah.
So broken.
Broken.
Need to fix her, please.
Well, I don't know if I'm thankful we're seeing her again, or if I'm sad that we're not seeing the Sora anymore, because teams have also adjusted to just let's just take out the Sora, because the Sora has been having way too good of a time. So I'm still stuck in the middle. I don't know about the next series though, if it's still gonna be Sora, Esme all over again.
The shock from the Psychic coming in as well. Yeah. And Capian saying every Na'Vi didn't dominate GXP this much, or even Na'Vi didn't dominate GXP this much. Possibly true.
Yeah, we saw that at multiple points during the Na'Vi GXP matchup where Na'Vi looked like they were going to lose, or they looked like they were struggling against GXP. But for Geltec, save for a few select moments in game number 2, they just look so comfortable.
Yeah, that makes me wonder.
If what?
If we ever saw a Na'Vi GCT match.
Oh, what could have been like the result? I feel like though, all right, maybe I'm just playing advocate for my Na'Vi girls.
Okay.
But they did face off against GXP first, and they were the ones that sort of exposed the shortcomings of GXP in terms of the draft.
Okay.
Because it was the Guinevere Belleric that kept getting banned. Who did that first? It was Na'Vi.
So Na'Vi girls. So I think I know who you're going for in the grand finals. Before you leave this desk, I will be getting your opinion. Hey everybody, guess what? It's Rhino Day! Brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is available now. Check it out and join the celebration. Bree, it's Rhino Day! Get involved, okay?
Should I say it too?
Go for it!
It's Rhino Day!
It's Rhino Day!
Okay, are we doing predictions?
Wait, that's a horse.
That's a horse.
Wait, what does
a rhino sound like?
Rhino sound like?
That's
Chat. Chat, what does a rhino sound like? Let's take some looks at the highlights for the games while chat figures out what a rhino sounds like. Hey, there was a lot of great moments for sure. We're rubbing the hands because Geltec knew, hey, some money's coming our way.
Yeah. Reflections was actually asking, what are those things on the hands of the players?
I've never seen those before. And I do several mobile games, but I've never seen the heating pads on the back of the hands. That's super smart.
Yeah, they play so much that the heating actually provides a lot of comfort for them.
It's true.
But there are some players who don't even need it. They just say, we like feeling warm. It feels like a hug for the hand.
Yeah, because sometimes the venue gets too cold and you don't want to miss like the buttons, or you just suddenly freeze as you're trying to go for a play.
Do they also have chalk up there
yes.
too? Now see, that's super powder. I have never seen that. Actually, I've never seen that in any of the other titles that I've done. So that is super cool. They're not going up there to power lift. They're going up there to play mobile games, and they're still using powder and chalk on their hands. That's cool. And then you get sweaty.
Yeah, it does. There's a fun fact like with mobile gamers here in MLBB. There are some who like to keep their nails long because for them it's like haptic feedback.
Oh,
like they feel the tapping of it. Like, there are players who think like, I need to cut my nails so it doesn't get in the way of me pressing. But no, some of them really like the feeling.
The sensation of just like the nails tapping the screen. Okay, I guess that answers one of my biggest questions, because I was really wondering, like, some of the players we got to see here in MWI specifically had also really long nails.
Yeah,
it's colorful, it's cute, but I wondered how they were actually able to play. But also, when you do that, I think your grasp changes slightly a bit.
Yeah, it's like a different grip for the hand.
Yeah, I think you use your sides to hit the buttons more than like the actual fingers.
Well, Rose is on site. She had a chance to catch up with Galaxy Phoenix and talk about their 4th place performance.
Hey guys, Galaxy Phoenix here as they end their journey in MWI, officially as the 4th placer. And you know what? I'd like to have a little chat with these girls before we part ways for this year's tournament. Now, girls, we know that this might not be the result that you guys have wanted, but you have made history for Cambodia. The first time ever for the female team placing in the 4th place. So, which part of your journey are you most proud of?
បាទអញ្ចឹងប្រហែលបងប្អូនមិនសប្បាយចិត្តនឹងលទ្ធផលដែលបានទទួលថ្ងៃនេះប៉ុន្តែជាប្រវត្តិសាស្ត្រសម្រាប់ប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងអញ្ចឹងការជាប់ទី4 ក្នុងការប្រកួតឆ្នាំនេះតើអ្វីដែលធ្វើឲ្យអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាមានមោទនភាពជាងគេ
មោទនភាពបំផុតហ្នឹងគឺចំពោះour friendship like ការយើងខិតខំប្រឹងប្រែងជុំគ្នា support លើកទឹកចិត្តគ្នារហូតមិនថាហ្គេមចាញ់មិនថាហ្គេមឈ្នះ
I'm most proud of our friendship that we built over this time and how we've really worked hard together and we've stuck together even if we won or lost a match.
I think that's a very important aspect that we completely usually miss out on. Friendship is something that we do improve on over time as we are playing in a tournament together. Now, I gotta ask, entering this tournament, a lot of the people were saying that, you know what, Galaxy Phoenix are definitely a newcomer. They weren't expecting much. But as you guys ended the tournament, people were starting to say you guys were the dark horses. So what else can we expect from Galaxy Phoenix moving forward?
អញ្ចឹងមកក្នុងការប្រកួតលើកនេះគឺអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាថ្មីប៉ុន្តែគេនិយាយថាគួរឲ្យចាប់អារម្មណ៍ហើយគួរឲ្យកត់សម្គាល់អញ្ចឹងតើទៅមុខទៀតតើយើងត្រូវកត់សម្គាល់លើអ្វីខ្លះសម្រាប់ក្រុមរបស់អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាទៀត
សង្ឃឹមថាអនាគតទៅពួកខ្ញុំនឹងធ្វើឲ្យល្អជាងនឹងទៀត we will show our skill in the future and hopefully I'll achieve the #1 next season.
You know what? I do hope to see Galaxy Phoenix come back stronger. You know, Winnie, I know that you said you treasure the friendship a lot. Is there anything you want to say to your teammates?
អញ្ចឹងចំពោះ Winnie ដូចអ្នកស្រឡាញ់ហើយនឹងមានការកោតសរសើរចំពោះ friendship មិត្តភាពដែលបានបង្កើតនៅក្នុងក្រុមរបស់អ្នកអញ្ចឹងមានអីដែលចង់និយាយទៅក្រុមរបស់អ្នក
ចង់និយាយថាខ្ញុំស្រឡាញ់ពួកគាត់ខ្លាំងណាស់អត់ចង់ឲ្យពួកគាត់សម្រាប់សក្តិដូចខ្ញុំទេ
I want to say I love you guys so much and I don't want to see you cry like I am.
I'm pretty sure they love you so much too. Winnie, anything you want to say to the Khmer fans back home that truly supported you guys in your journey?
ខ្ញុំគិតថាពួកគាត់គិតដូចគ្នាអញ្ចឹងតើ Winnie មានអីដែលចង់ជូនដល់លោកអ្នកបងប្អូនដែលនៅប្រទេសកម្ពុជាដែលជា fan
ខ្ញុំអរគុណសម្រាប់ fan ទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលគាំទ្រខ្ញុំតាំងពីដើមដល់ឥឡូវនេះហើយសុំទោសដែលខ្ញុំអត់បានធ្វើបានល្អនៅស៊ីซั่ននេះ
Thank you for all your fans for your support up into this time and I'm sorry we weren't able to perform better.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much to Galaxy Phoenix. I know this is tough. Ending on a loss is never easy, but I hope it fuels you girls to come back stronger next year. That's it from us, guys.
Galaxy Phoenix, I just want to say you are world-class esports athletes. Keep your heads up. It was such a pleasure watching you. I know it hurts to get fourth. However, again, celebrate the fact that you made it that far. Think about the teams that you beat along the way and think about what you're going to be able to accomplish in next year's competition. Now it's time to focus our attention to the main event. It's grand finals time, and it's Na'Vi versus Vitality. Two orgs with a storied history, not only for, of course, the club championship here at the Esports World Cup, but also when you think about their history during the MWI. Let's start breaking it down. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by LaFell and Eterna. Welcome in. We switched it up a little bit. Great to see you too, Eterna. How you feeling?
I am feeling great. I am feeling excited as well. What?
She has so much energy. That's crazy.
That's awesome.
It is, because it's a rematch from 2024. Like,
That's right.
Na'Vi and Vitality have been in this position before. And I'm wondering whether or not Na'Vi this time around will actually be able to take them down, especially when they lost last time.
That's it. Well, we talked to Rain just a little bit earlier, and he mentioned Assassins for Vival.
Yes.
Right? Yep. Vival comes out with the Assassins. Vitality can win this 4-0. If not, he's actually predicting Na'Vi to take it 4-2.
Yeah, honestly, for me, I think I think Navi has a pretty good shot. You know, Navi could probably do it. I'm saying it. I see some vitality guys, so I'm just gonna right.
Ooh,
I feel like Navi can because here's the thing, Taylor.
That's right.
You know rock paper scissors?
I sort of.
Navi style kind of counters vitality style. But other than that, vitality is amazing. I feel like at least 50-50 chance.
50-50?
At least,
That's
minimum.
what I want. Look, I'm thinking 4-1. I won't give my prediction just yet, but I'm thinking 4-1. You're thinking 50-50, so maybe 3-2. Or excuse me, 4, because it's the best.
Actually, yeah, that sounds about right. It could be 4-2, actually.
Yeah.
4-2?
It could be.
4?
I'm thinking 4-2. That's what I'm thinking. We'll see.
What do you think? I want to know what you think.
No, but 4-2 for who first?
Well, let's start talking about it. You think Na'Vi has a real chance? Let's start taking a look at their keys to victory. Because Na'Vi does have a lot to work with, right? They've got a lot of tools in their tools chest. First one is to constantly disrupt team vitality, tempo, and never allow Vivian and Cindy to get comfortable. Vivian and Cindy, for sure, when they get comfortable, they are menaces on the battlefield.
I would like to agree with this, but when it comes down to tempo, I feel like more so it's also going to be reliant on Fumi Echo. What's wrong?
Getting controversial already.
No, I'm just saying, I feel like Ayanami alone could do that.
That is true. That is true, which is why I'm very worried, for that pick in particular, especially for the EXP lane, because we just underline how important Fumi Echo is. And obviously, the counter to Fumi Echo later on will be not Ayanami, especially in these particular team fights. If we're talking about comfort, especially for Vivian and Cindy, for me, it's not about tempo or gameplay, but more so about their hero picks.
Oh, true.
Yeah, true.
Hero picks definitely win the game, like you guys have taught me over the past 5 days. We take a look at another keys to victory, specifically for Na'Vi. Now, in the draft, secure favorable or at least even sideline matchups while prioritizing playmaking heroes for not Ayanami. So kind of going in line with what you two were just talking about.
It's almost like we know the game or something, am I right? Anyways, yeah. Here's the thing, because going up against a team like Vitality that wins very, very fast, you don't want to lose the first 3 minutes of the game. If you lose the first 3 minutes of the game, at that point, your coach is already thinking about game number 2, right? So at least go even, and then when the fight actually happens, not Ayanami, even if you have to sacrifice yourself, if you take 2 people with you, hey, I'm no mathematician, but that sounds like good odds.
Good odds indeed, and you need good odds in order to beat the house. We're talking $150,000 for first place. We take a look at our third and final key to victory for Na'Vi to take down the Titans of Team Vitality and play through the strong side, or bait Team Vitality into invading and punish them with proactive plays. So I kind of like this, and the reason why is because Vitality, as we know, can be an emotional team. Now, when they get angry, I feel like some teams kind of start to fall apart. Now, when Vitality gets angry, though, they honestly start to play better. But the point is, get them angry, they do start to push you and try and take you down early on, which could be a bait.
For sure. And that's where the overconfidence lies in their gameplay so far. All the games that they've dropped so far here at MWI 2026, it's been through that overconfidence. So I think up against Na'Vi, that's definitely a possibility. And this is the last keys to victory, right?
I believe it is.
Okay, just to add one more, I think it would be very important as well to prioritize the hero for Keishi.
Yes, correct.
She hasn't done as great on the assassin so far. I think you were the one that mentioned it to me backstage because most of their games have been on Stream B, so we didn't really get to see them on Stream A. But the first 3 games that they lost was when Keishi was on a assassin jungler. So perhaps, transitioning into the tank jungler meta for Keishi would be the way to go.
We take a look at not only the emotions, but also the fans. We are on home turf when it comes to Vitality, and the Vitality fans, when they show up, they are loud. And one of the things, LaFell, that I mentioned for the plethora of teams facing off against Vitality is they've got to drown out those drums, drown out the chants, because it's not easy. Once you start listening to that, it can really throw you off your game.
100%. Like, here's the thing. You got to come in here headstrong. That's why I like one of the keys to victory as well is try to bait Vitality, because here's the thing. You have tells when you look at the Vitality players to know that when they are annoyed. And I feel like if Na'Vi really wanted to, they could annoy them just a little bit so that by game 2 and game 3, they will go for those weird picks and then they start overextending. and then they can take advantage of that.
That's right, Na'Vi, a great team. We take a look at some of their winning moments. They're happy, they're joyful because they know that they made it back to grand finals. 3 out of the 5 players winning in the 2024 MWI and actually taking down this Vitality roster. So they've done it before and they look to do it again.
You know what's interesting? This is so deja vu just because not only is it the same matchup in the grand finals, but actually the meta that we have right now is quite similar to the meta in 2024. So it's very odd how in 2024, during that time we see the Lings. During that time there's a Roger. Now we don't see a Roger just yet, but it's very different from 25. 25 is all tanks. 24, you have fighters and assassins. Now we have assassins and tanks. So it's very similar to 2024. So maybe that's why Na'Vi is doing so well.
That could very well be. And for Na'Vi, not Ayanami, also a reason why they're doing so well. I feel like we talk about her every chance we get.
Obviously, she's similar to the role of Ashley, I think, from Gen G, right? She's the pivotal person. She needs a setter hero. She needs to go for damage. I'm so excited
I know,
that
right?
my cue cards dropped again. But obviously, she's also one of the longer standings in that particular team, right? She brings out the veterancy, she brings out the experience. She's also the person that can, calm everyone down because, like you mentioned earlier, only 2 of them, I believe, it's not 3, but 2 of them are the ones that are still in Na'Vi from the old roster, the Smart Omega roster.
Yeah.
And Rain and Rian, they're so new that hopefully they're accustomed to being in the grand finals.
Well, Rain and Rihanna, I think this is one of their first grand finals. If not, it's been a little bit. So they make their debut. Hey, if you want to pick them up, you got it. Maybe what
I'll do it. I'll be the gentleman.
I know you like the move. I know you like that. I'm kind of stuck here. Actually, I think I'm chained to
I'll hold it.
Can't see
I don't trust you.
I'm stuck up here. Hey, it's Team Vitality, though. The champions. They return. Now, this roster has shown some shaky moments. But the reality is that they've made it here. And through her notes, can you get anything about why Vitality is so strong?
Which one? This one?
Yeah, but that's Na'Vi.
All right.
This is Vitality.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, you were supposed
Her notes are amazing. Oh, sorry, what?
You were supposed to answer that.
Okay, no, here's the thing. Looking at Vitality, we got to think about, because even though we saw the keys to victory for Na'Vi, it's talking about control the tempo. The reason is because we see Vitality for the first 3 days. They extended the game, but then start day number 4, they start to go very, very fast. So I really feel like for Team Vitality, if you're looking at a draft, especially if Sini gets her pocket pick, which is that Selena, all of a sudden a supposed 18-minute game turns into 12 minutes, right? So I really feel like for Vitality, it's all about speed. If they can get, let's say 2 to 3 kills in the first 4 minutes, I think they're going to win.
I agree.
Somehow they just get a crazy snowball.
But if it's all about speed and they execute well, again, we go back to the keys to victory for Na'Vi. Will it make it easier for them to get baited in? Can they get overzealous, overextend, and get punished?
We said it over and over. I think it's definitely possible. Fumi Echo, especially in particular, I think the past few games, she is the winning or losing condition, I think, of Team Vitality so far.
Yeah.
Like, in moments, she creates groundbreaking plays for the team to turn things around for the team, but sometimes in the early game, there are still moments where she creates, like, weird decisions, I feel. A little egotistical in her gameplay.
And honestly, I think that's why Na'Vi could do it, because the mid duo, Mirai as well as Rain, they're really good at playing carry on the stick, right? They make themselves look vulnerable enough so that they could get engaged on by Fumi Echo. And then all of a sudden, Keishi came out of nowhere to stop whoever's chasing, and then not Ayanami goes 1v3 and wins that trade. So I feel like this is part of the strategy that they've been using for years. So now we're looking if Vitality caught onto it after this few years.
One of the things, though, that I appreciate about Vitality is for the first time, because last year, remember, they went undefeated in MWI. This time, they have dropped a couple of maps. The first one was the Falcons Indonesia. I was hearing that when they came back on stage, they were shaking. Now, I think it was because of anger. They did not want to lose that map. But the reality is they won in a convincing fashion once they finally said enough is enough. So even when they get angry, they are still playing up to par as the best roster as we would expect them. But you don't want to make them angry, because when you do, we know what they can do.
Definitely.
We talked so much about micro. We've talked about, mechanical, like individual mechanics coming in from Navi PH. But I think the one thing that I'm really concerned for as a Team Vitality fan is their macro.
Yeah.
Their macro has been really on point, and I think most of the games that Team Vitality has been able to win is because of how they've been able to out macro their opponents. Now, what happens when Team Vitality are up against a team with macro ability that's quite on par with them? Like, they won't be able to utilize that mistake.
My other worry is actually if we go back to 2024, where they put all their eggs in one basket, because we're talking about how Vitality likes speed, right? Sometimes they just go overboard, making it so that their late game really isn't there. And this is where we talk about some of the weaknesses, where, personally for me, between Rian as well as Shell, Rian has showed, especially when she gets a carry, she is very consistent. Whereas with Shell, sometimes she makes mistakes where she just positions herself in the middle, which that is not supposed to be where you're at. Like, it's kind of like, it's like in American football, you're a quarterback and then this is your line. You're supposed to be behind your line, right? Let your line protect you, but then all of a sudden you're diving in. That's a bad position. So if we actually go to the late game and you're talking about macro, I feel like that's what Navi wants. I think they want to beat Shell to make that mistake.
That's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of as well. I think if Navi PH can form a draft that gives them insurance into the late game, they might be able to actually take it, because I do agree. I think Shell has been also interesting when it comes down to her positioning, especially I think yesterday when she was on the Claude. But if we're talking about the carry pick, it doesn't look like Rian is comfortable on it very much. 25% win rate.
That's right.
It's not the best of win rates. She's done better on the Harriets and the Claude. So we can expect those kinds of picks coming through for Navi again today.
25% in about 25 minutes until our grand final starts. It's going to be underway very shortly. We just got some loose ends to tie up and still some more stories to tell. For example, like our jungle lane, we compare two of the great players from Navi as well as Vitality. It's Keshi versus Vival.
And over here, if we're looking at the stats here, we can see a big difference in gold per minute and even the Lord Slay. Because look at Vival, 668 gold per minute compared to Keishi, 597. That shows that Vival is an amazing farmer compared to Keishi. And also, Lord Slay, part of it is, yes, Keishi usually wins that retribution battle, but also it shows Vitality doesn't really need the Lord to end the game. It's kind of like how Navi, they're super efficient. They use all the tools in the map to get a victory, where for Vitality, they don't need to use everything.
Yeah, I kind of learned that actually from the last game, because we were looking at Galaxy Phoenix, of course, going against Geltec, and Fa was dominating her opponent on the opposite side when it came to Lord Slain and Turtle Slain statistics, but it didn't play out during that series. So it's not a guarantee, even though, of course, your percentages are higher. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It depends on how the games end up going.
It just really shows the difference of gameplay, I think, and identity of these two amazing junglers. On one side, you can even take a look at the kill participation, right? One is lower than the other. It looks like Keishi's dominating that one, and I think because mostly she's been doing greater or better on the tank junglers, so she's there to facilitate the rest of her team, for the cores of her team to get those kills down. Meanwhile, for Vival, she goes in, gets a kill, goes back out.
Especially because there's a stark difference between their jobs, right? They have the same occupation, but they don't have the same things of result.
Yes.
We'll talk about that later,
That's right. It's the rematch of destiny from Riyadh to Paris. The rivalry comes full circle. Who will claim the throne? Will it once again be Navi back in the winner's circle? Or will Vitality continue their reign not only into MWI, but also the female scene when it comes to MLBB? This is the Battle of Titans.
And you know what's amazing about this is the fact that they have different styles, right? They have individuality in terms of how they play. Like, for example, Vitality all damage. And then when you look at Team Navi, it's all about that teamwork, because we're talking about the kill participation, right? Because Keishi's job is to help her team. Vival is supposed to be the superstar. She's supposed to be the one getting that spotlight, so her team has to help her out. It's honestly kind of like My Hero Academia, where it's like one for all and all for one.
Yeah.
It's a hero villain kind of thing. But it's really up to you which one is the hero, which one is the villain, you know?
Well, we took a look at the keys to victory for Na'Vi. Now let's hone in on Vitality. What do they need to do in order to take down the boogeyman, which is Vitality? The first one coming up here is going to be target Rain's hero pool by banning or countering Claude and Harith, forcing her onto secondary picks.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? The hero pool from Rian in particular. Again, 25% win rate on the carry. So let's say one picks the Claude, you ban out the Harith, then if Rian's forced on something uncomfortable like the carry, especially if, let's say, Viva wants to go for an assassin, it actually might work in their favor.
I feel like the only reason you would take out the, leave the Claude open is if Vivian is willing to pick up something like a Cho. Because I feel like one of the reasons why they've been winning so much on the Claude is because here in MWI, there's not a lot of heroes that actually does knock up to cancel out the Blazing Duet. And let's be real, for most of the games that Na'Vi wins, it's because Rian has so much space because everyone is doing so well, right? She gets to free farm. I mean, she wins her lane. Against Shell, I don't know how she's going to win the lane. I feel like Shell might dominate on that one. But comes to the late game, I think the safest is banning Claude. Harith, maybe they can fight that. Maybe Vitality can fight that.
But hero pool between the two, because Geltec had the second most heroes selected, unique heroes, I should say. I wonder how it looks between those two, because I don't know who the number one was. Let's take a look at our second key to victory coming up, obviously, in just a few moments. And I do wonder what it's going to be. How does Vitality take down the roster of Na'Vi? Well, secure the early game advantage through superior rotations, allowing Vival and Shell to control the map and objectives.
And honestly, this is just the style of Indonesia, because I've traveled around the world. I played Mobile Legends in many different countries, and in Indonesia, the timing is very weird. For example, most countries don't fight for the first 2 minutes, but when you're going up against a team like Indonesia, sometimes as quickly as 30 seconds to 50 seconds, all of a sudden there's a surprise gang going on, and that really catches you off guard, and then you just blank out. You don't know what to do in that game anymore. So that's something that they definitely can do against Na'Vi.
The special thing about Team Vitality is that when I watch their games play out, they have different systems. They have different strategies. Sometimes with a certain composition, obviously, they play very aggressive from the early game, but sometimes the aggression doesn't necessarily mean that they're looking for kills around the map. Sometimes it's map control. Sometimes they're invading the enemy jungle. Maybe they're taking away certain creeps away from the enemy jungle. So it's not necessarily just brunt force and violence coming in from Team Vitality. Sometimes it's more macro-heavy style that I think Na'Vi PH also need to be very wary of.
Yeah, the ganks and the backdoors can have you chasing Ghost and really take away from your game plan set at hand. Let's take a look at our third and final key to victory for Vitality to overcome that of Na'Vi. Give Fumi Echo the resources and heroes to dictate fights through aggressive playmaking and mechanical outplays. Fumi Echo truly can be a key to victory in her own right.
And I gotta say, this is where we gotta see the drafts, because both Fumi Echo as well as No Ayanami have been performing well on same heroes, right? The Freya, especially that Alice, man. Even though both really like to do damage, but when they have that Alice, it's a work of art. 4 people get caught by the Throne of Ruin, 5 people get caught by the Throne of Ruin. Like, this game is just gonna be setting up to see who's better. Is it Fumi Echo or not Ayanami?
That is the question, and we're actually going to hone in on that a little bit later. Let's start taking a look at some of the comments out there leading in to the grand finals, and I'm super curious what they have to say. You know, chat sometimes gets a little bit wild, right? But some of their comments have been great, actually, and it's been a pleasure hearing from each and every one of them. Hello, Jep. It's I'm not Ayanami, or in not Ayanami we trust. Just give her setup and burst heroes.
You know what? I really feel like we need to pull her to the side and be like, you know, next tournament, could you remove the knot? It's so, like, honestly, I feel like even in communication, like, I think Vitality be like, hey, not Ayanami. Like, wait, so Ayanami or not Ayanami?
That is true.
I do agree.
That is true.
Sarmu Gaming, Na'Vi 60%, Vitality 40%. Ooh, so already we're starting to go for Na'Vi over the previous champions.
It's a valid opinion. I think 2 years ago, everyone was also thinking, you know what, there's no way Team Vitality win this, and they were able to win. Na'Vi will get stomped.
Wow.
JV,
I swear that wasn't me.
JV, yeah, that was me. JV, Na'Vi will get stomped 0-4 easy. JV, hold up. I do like me some spice, but is that too spicy?
Hey, to be Portland's with us, it says 4-2. I really feel if Na'Vi gets under the skin of Vitality, here's the thing. If Na'Vi wins 2-0, I think they're going all the way.
All the way.
I think Vitality cannot recover after getting 2-0'd.
That's actually crazy to say. So because we've seen them come back. So you think Na'Vi up 2-0, it's done and dusted.
I think 1-0, it's still okay. I think it's still possible.
I hope so. 1-0 on a best of 7.
Yeah, like we can go reset. We've been in this position like a million zillion times, but 2 games in a row might be a little difficult for them to actually come back.
One of the win conditions.
Assassin.
Viv will play Assassin, win 4-1.
I agree.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be so crazy if we see her on a Baxia or an Akai.
I think Akai might show up.
Yeah?
I think that's going to be a
because it's one of
contested
her best heroes, yeah.
And it's both of their, strong heroes. It's both Keishi's and Vival's.
It seems like Vivo, a lot of pressure on her back. Actually, she's the one too, like the Vitality fans, when they show up, they love to cheer her name. Hey, Grand Finals is going to be underway in about 15 or so minutes, but the Esports World Cup is massive. There's so much taking place, and we've got an app to keep you all informed.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, one, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me Hearthstone at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay. Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The Esports World Cup truly is special each and every year. Now we went global. We're in Paris, France, and it's been truly a phenomenal sight. It's been great to get out and see all the sites and MWI as well. Hey, think you can call it. Go ahead and scan that QR code. You've already been calling it in chat. Make it official. Scan the QR code and get involved. Who will win the match? Who will win Grand Finals? 2 excellent teams. And honestly, you can't be wrong either way. Obviously, you can be wrong. Yeah. But I think at least in the beginning, if you're making a pick right now, I think both teams are a great call. And it could go either which way. It's a rematch that's been dating back since 2024. The MWI, where Na'Vi was able to secure the win. Vitality, though, they remember that. They are the champions. But let's not forget, they kind of do want revenge on what they lost out on 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like, I feel like in their rooms, it's just on the ceiling, just to remind them, like, y'all lost. Like,
that's right.
Imagine winning that you can finally rip it off of your ceiling. Speaking of, by the way, we have the My Champions from Muintan. Some people is very close to get that 50,000 diamonds, by the way, because I feel like
that's right.
I feel like based on history, a lot of people actually went for Vitality, because I feel like Na'Vi after last year, not a lot of people have trust against Na'Vi. They thought he would flop again this year.
Sure. Well, it could happen. Who knows? Rose, though, I know, has been out there in the venue. I don't know what she's running into, but apparently she found some attractions. Rose, what are you doing?
Hey guys, Rose here. I'm about to bring you on a tour over here at Hall 1 at EWC. And as you guys can see on my left, this is where we played basketball the other day with Rob, Damascus, and Trav. On my right, they actually have some M8 merch. Now, I'm gonna bring you guys through the arena because there's so much to see and so much to do. Now, as we are approaching, on my right, this is the information counter. So let's say you guys come to the Paris Expo. You guys don't know where is stage 1, 2, 3, and 4. Perfect. You can ask the kind ladies and gentlemen working over here. Now I'm gonna bring you guys to somewhere actually really, really fun, which is potentially my favorite place. Now this might look boring and plain. Oh my God, the crowd is crazy. Now this might look boring and plain, but actually they will paint on the champions from every game every week. As we can see over there, week 1 has already been painted on, and week 2, our MWI champions are on the way to the Wall of Fame. And as we continue our journey to the front, there's so much more to see and do. Now I'm gonna bring you guys to somewhere really fun where you guys might be able to win some prizes. Okay, as I am approaching this area, this is actually called the Quest booth. If you guys scan a QR code, you will be able to play 2 things here. First, you guys can spin the wheel after you scan a QR code. And if your number matches the prize, you get a gift. And over here is what's exciting. This is called the vault. You have to figure out the combination 1 try, and if you unlock the vault, you guys get a special gift. Now, let's continue our journey, shall we? Whoop. Okay, so on the right side, we have the sponsor booths. You guys want to win something from our sponsors? They have a ton of activities for you guys to do. We have the Lenovo Legion and so much more. But my favorite part, it's this. This is where we get the merchandise related to EWC. On my back, we have the team merch, and on the left over there all the way, those are all the EWC exclusive merchandise. Honestly, it's so much fun here in Paris, and I hope you guys can check it out live in the flesh. That's it from Rose, throwing it back to you guys. Bye.
Like I said, Esports World Cup is amazing. I didn't even know we had half those things because I've been so busy up here along with you guys, but clearly there's a lot to do.
I'd love to try the vault.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
But can you get it in first try?
I don't think so.
No?
I mean, like, if they gave enough clues, I think we can figure it out.
Yeah.
That's the question. Hey, look, Queen of Assassin. Hold up, this is epic. We're looking at Vival, the first player ever to record 2 Savages in a single MWI tournament. And guess what? She did that just yesterday.
Yeah, back-to-back as well.
It's
one on the
insane.
Hirara, one on the Nolan. And it really goes to show that if you shut someone down from Team Vitality, there's literally 4 other people that can step up in the place.
And her stats at the bottom left and bottom right is just truly incredible. And let's not forget, on the Ling, 100% win rate.
I mean, again, that's why she's the showstopper, man. That's why all the highlights are on her. So that makes it good and bad. Good is that she can win games. Bad, what if he gets shut down early? Because that's one of the reasons why the tanks started coming into the jungle to stop those assassins. So this is really a matchup kind of thing. Like, if Keishi stops Vival, Vival loses. If Vival is able to outplay Keishi, then Vitality wins.
Mid prio is going to be so important, I think. You know, the picks for both the mid laners and the roamers are going to be so important because if, let's say, Vival does go, you know, guns blazing, yeah, let's pick an assassin, let's pick up the Hirara, let's pick up something like the Nolan, that mid prio needs to be perfect to be able to defend her.
We'd start taking a look at some of the highlights from previous games. And again, Vival with the 2 Savages is absolutely unbelievable. We've made history this MWI for multiple reasons. We're talking regional performances, obviously individual performances, and in this case, the 2 Savages too. It just comes to show you how far the ladies have improved each and every year due to the support of Moonton, due to the support of the esports scene when it comes to MLBB. For these ladies to compete, I mean, they truly have elevated themselves. You look back 3 years to where we are now, night and day difference.
Yeah, especially if you're looking at the highlights here and you see the different jobs of Fumi, Echo, Sini, as well as Vivian. Fumi Echo seems to be the one setting up so that Vival can go in, and then you have Vivian there in case something goes wrong. Vivian will protect the main damage dealer so that they never get punished. and then Cine is just dealing damage.
That's how it depends on the picks, especially for, the Vivian. The Vivian that
mother
you're
of tanks.
looking on screen right now, right? If she's on a hero that's a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more active, like the Cho that we saw, then you can expect her to be the initiator. But if she's on, I would say like the Atlas is actually an active hero, but the way that they play it is that they try to trigger out the Purifies first and then allow her to come in last minute.
Pop that Purify.
Exactly. So it really depends on the layering and it really depends on the heroes that's really given to her.
Vitality, it's actually quite special to think of. We take a look at their history and, of course, how far they have come to become champions and be champions in themselves. And, Vitality is one of these rosters that truly has, I want to say, some of the most impressive statistics across almost all esports. When you think about how many wins they've got, how many championships, how long they've been dominant. And let's also bring it back to the fact that they have been in every single grand final appearance when it comes to MWI. Now, Na'Vi, of course, Na'Vi is out of this world as well. They are champions in themselves, of course, with a couple players on the roster, and they look to return here with two newcomers of Rain and Rion. First time in grand finals. The question is, how well can they do? And let's add a little bit of cherry on top for you guys. Rain has the highest KD in this entire tournament, KDA of 13.7.
And I think that's so impressive, especially as a newcomer. Like,
You're
how
so
do you,
impressive.
Thank you. You are as well. How do you have the mentality as a newcomer to get to this point in the tournament? Like, let's say even like the first three. Okay, I guess they kind of lost that one. But how did that turn around? How did that adaptation happen so quick until up to this point they're standing at a how many game win streak? I think they're at a 9-game win streak right now.
Yeah, I really feel like it's because of both Keishi as well as Mirai. They're honestly the best friends that any mid laner can have because they're active bodyguards just to make sure no one gets close enough to her to damage her. And by that definition, they create so much space. The zoning that both Mirai as well as Keishi has, the roamer as well as the jungler, gives enough confidence for Rain to deal out the damage. And then eventually, either not Ayanami or Rian will be there to do the end game stuff. But honestly, it's very impressive because of that teamwork between the three. So also a bit different where you get Team Vitality that almost every single player will have an individual highlight, right? We've seen Fumi Echo on it, you've seen Shell. But when you look at Team Na'Vi, it's always, yes, you, but other people as well.
Creator program, it's new, it's fresh for EWC, and it's another way you can get involved with the Esports World Cup. And we've been asking for your predictions. Well, we've got our winner, and we have a chance to check them out. Who ended up taking it all? Who ended up winning the competition?
Hi everyone. I think in this grand final will be very exciting because it is like MWI 2024 because Team Vitality lost to the 3x Na'Vi PH player. So this finals feels like a revenge match. During this tournament, many teams surprised me a lot. Teams like Galaxy and Galtech really improve a lot and play really well. My favorite moment during co-stream was watching Team Vitality. They had so many amazing team fight, it was really fun to watch. And one more funny thing that I had since I'm co-stream is many people said that Guy, the gold laner from Zeta, is look like me. I think that's really funny. I cannot wait for the grand final. Good luck for the both of team and may the best team will win.
Always great to hear from some familiar faces. And Eterna, you actually recognize the guy.
Yeah, it's Coach Age. We like to call him Coach Age. He used to be the coach for BTR and then Evos, and then now he's like a really huge streamer now. I can't believe I'm saying that. Sorry, we're close. It's weird.
It's cool, isn't it, how we continue to move up when it comes to esports. Grand Finals is just moments away from going onto that very stage. Let's take a look at Vitality in their dugout because they're getting ready. They're chanting away way, and they are ready to enter the stage for the grand finals. There they are. Teamwork makes the dream work. Of course, CIO also coming in there too, Denny Ingles, who has been a big supporter and on that stage so many times, not only before, but also after Vitality takes the stage. Of course, the competitors of Na'Vi also ready to go. They're feeling good. They're feeling confident, but confidence only takes you so far. It's also about the execution. So let's get into it, guys. This is about to be grand finals time. $150,000 on the line. Second place walks away with $90,000 as well. But the reality is that's a $60,000 difference.
And honestly, looking at the dugout just now, I kind of feel like Na'Vi has to be prepared because I look at Vival's body language, and this is what she shows when she's locked in. This is the typical tell when she avoids eye contact, look at the ground for a split second, and then look to the side. She does not want to get distracted by looking at other of her teammates, the coaches, or anything. So it looks like she has a plan in her head, and she's not allowing it to escape. Like when I see her, don't look at anyone, look at the ground, and then look to the left. That shows that she's locked in.
Locked in.
I didn't know he had a degree in body language.
Of course, he's got a degree in everything.
I'm autistic.
Okay, well, you know what? I tell you what, this is going to be a great grand finals. And not only because $150,000 is up for grabs, but also Sony MVP. That's an additional $25,000 going their way. A tremendous amount of money that could be life-changing for so many of the competitors out there on that very stage. It's going to be a great grand finals, and I'm about ready to get it started. Are you ready to get it started?
I am super ready.
She's super excited. You see how she just throws away her cue cards?
It doesn't matter.
Honestly, like we've been waiting for this since day number one. A lot of people expected it, but now it's actually going to happen.
I've casted MWI since the first time, where it was just in a mall.
Oh, yes. I remember that.
Online. It was nothing like this. So to be here again in this position to see just everything develop.
In Paris.
In Paris, it's mind-blowing. I can't believe it. Feels like I'm dreaming.
And the fans are starting to come in. My goodness, it's getting packed in here. I'm going to love this. The energy is already increasing. The tension, you can cut it with a knife because you have two Titans about to throw down. It's a historical matchup that has been dating back years and years now. It's Na'Vi versus Vitality. And even for the club championship as well, we're talking a lot of money at stake. And both of these rosters for the club championship race are currently number 1 and number 2, which means winning this could very well elevate you up to first place or secure first place even more over the Titans such as Falcons, for example, or many others like Gen G. This grand finals has many implications. A lot of money on the line. Lifting that trophy. Drama on drama. We have talked about storylines. We have asked for your predictions. Keep them coming in chat. It's a best of 7. It is the gauntlet. But the question is, who can get through the gauntlet? Let's find out.
Destiny is not given. It is earned. Some are destined to fall.
We had a taste of the championship title before. In 2025, we let our guard off.
Some are destined to make history.
They carry the weight of last year's loss. They're completely undefeated.
Team Vitality! Our MWI 2025 was a perfect run. And this year, we want to write our history down again as the team that defended the throne, especially on Vitality's home ground.
The title defenders, welcome to the grand finals.
The Queenslayer has claimed her revenge against Gen G Esports, against Galaxy Phoenix.
The sweep coming in for Na'Vi! And this time, we are here to reclaim what was ours.
Now, only the Hive Queen stands between her and another MWI at the Esports World Cup title.
Defeating Team Vitality would mean that our championship title in 2024 wasn't just luck.
For the Hive Queen, the title has always been theirs.
If we were to win back-to-back this year, it would finally prove that we are really the final queens of MLBB.
Vivo takes 2 savages in this series as they walk their way to the
They've been unbeatable from the start. Their destiny has always been etched in gold.
Tokeshi, let's make this battle between two MWI at EWC champions a one to remember.
We've taken our revenge and made it to the end. All I can say to Vival is good luck and let's have a good fight.
When destiny calls, everything is on the line. Only one trophy will be lifted. Only one destiny will be fulfilled.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is show time here at the Esports World Cup. We started out with the 16 strongest teams in the world of MLBB, and now we are down to our final two. I am one of your hosts, Hollywood Rob TV, and I am joined here with the immaculately dressed Cheryl. Cheryl, how are we feeling going into grand finals?
We're feeling great. A resurgence 5 days in the making. Navi, Philippines, has been sent down just in their very first match here at MWI 2026, forcing them to claw out of the brackets to be standing before us here today. Whereas on the other hand, a dynasty who has reigned for years, and right now, that throne is being tested to see. And those are the exact same people who has taken that throne from them. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the grand finals. Let's take a look at who do we have here.
Okay, now that the stage is set, it is about time to bring out our first team. Our next team is the 2024 MWI champ, the fighting pride of the Philippines, Pinas Long Malakas. Make some noise for Navi! 2 years ago, Navi shocked the world. They did not ask for respect. They did not ask for glory. They snatched it. And now destiny has brought them back for this very moment. For Navi, for the Philippines, and for themselves. It is time to make history once again. Will they be able to topple Mount Olympus like they did in 2024? There is only one way to find out. 2024 champions, the tenacity, the grit, the dedication, the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to get to that point. And now they are here to show that nothing was a fluke. Back in grand finals for the second time. And you can hear the Vitality crowd making a lot of noise, but in the end of the day, the game is played on the phones. our roamer, Mirai. Jungler, Kashi. EXP laner, not Ayanami. Gold lane, Rion. And mid lane, Ray. Now, of course, our next team, our returning champions, we do have something very special. Damascus, what's going on with the people?
Guys, I am in the middle of the crowd. Of course, I had to be with the beautiful club. The Vitality supporters came out in full force because it is time to welcome the opponents for Team Navi. Listen, guys, vous êtes prêts? Un peu plus fort, vous êtes prêts? It is time for Vitality! The absolute queens of MLBB, the running champs, the 2025 champs, and of course still undefeated today as they won 2-0 against MIBR, 2-0 against Genji, 2-1 against Falcon, and now 3-1 against Geltec. One more step left for them to do the repeat, the back-to-back, and take the title twice. This is the battle to be the double champion and a battle to make sure they claim who will be the best, the absolute queens of MLBB, as we know that the supporters are always the loudest in the house. I have no idea if you guys can hear me, but you know what we have to do, parce que c'est l'heure de le faire en français aussi. Les Vitality, ce sont les reines de ce jeu. Mobile Legends, elles l'ont dominé pendant des années. C'est les 5 joueuses à descendre sur ce circuit. Et pour l'instant, elles sont restées invincibles. Et pour l'instant, elles ont été absolument intouchables. Nos 5 reines qui arrivent sur la scène et qui vont chercher encore une fois le back-to-back, les champions en titre, Vitality! The jungler of the team, the Hive Queen, Vival! And the roamer, the mother of tanks, Vivian! Half of the sister duo, the gold laner, Chell! Potentially the best EXP laner of all time, Fumi Echo! And of course the other sister, the mid lane queen, last year's MVP, Tini!
The crowd is ready right here. We can hear the Hive buzzing. Let's hear it from the players. City, this is a rematch that we never asked for. 2024 champions going up against the 2025 champions and in your home ground of the Hive. Anything you would like to say to Navi Philippines?
Let's both do our best and have some fun in the game.
Let's do it, Ale!
This moment, you hear the crowd. You guys are back in grand finals, going against who many believe to be the favorites going into this tournament, but you have beaten them before. How do you handle the pressure in a moment like this?
I think pressure is normal, but we gonna play confidently.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have officially heard from both teams. I believe it is time for our face-off. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. Navi, right here. Vitality as well. Face to face. You guys can come up just a little bit, just a little bit. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it is all about. This is the highest level of play, this type of energy, the blood, sweat, and tears that they put to get into this moment. You hear the crowd. Cheryl, this is what MLB MLBB is at the highest level. Excuse me, the aura is just so high right now.
That's absolutely right. A resurgence is already complete, and a revolution is just one win away. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the grand finals. Let's head on over to the land of Dawn.
After 5 days of competition, so many heartbreaks, elation as well, we have finally reached the pinnacle. It's grand finals time. Navi versus Vitality, a rematch that has been set in stone for the past 3 years. For one, to get revenge, for the other to submit themselves as the best female team MLBB has to offer. But there can only be one winner in this best of 7 series, and it's up to them to determine their own destiny. Do they want to be champions, or do they want to be runner-ups? Let's start breaking it down. It is Vitality versus Navi. We've been talking about the prize pool, $500,000 on the line, $150,000 for first place. We also have the Sony MVP with $25,000. So much at stake, so much pressure. But we just heard in the interview, pressure is normal.
And they have to have that mentality. They have to have that mindset coming into such a high stakes game. And it feels like, looking at them both up on stage, it's like they were both destined to be here at that stage right now.
It's all about being comfortable when you are uncomfortable, because in this kind of situation, there's a lot of things going on in your head. The challenge is how to pick and choose which one you really got to think. And that's why I'm looking forward to the coaches, because KCS as well as King Salman, so far in 2024, that was the big talking point. The draft, they messed up. This time, we cannot allow such shenanigans.
They faced off in the middle. They stared their opponents in the eyes, but they are undeterred. They have full confidence in their ability to win. The Vitality fans on screen now, they've been going crazy. They've been going insane, and the drum has been beating to the victory of what can be Vitality. For Navi fans, I say, get loud and support your roster, because you're going to need to be louder than the Vitality squad on the opposite side. Here we are, the opponents, the competitors, getting set up on the stage, getting ready to go through the gauntlet. And it is the absolute gauntlet. LaFell, a best of 7 if it goes to the 7th map. These ladies will have been playing for many hours. You want to talk stamina. Stamina is a real thing.
Oh yeah, 100%, especially the mental stamina. That's why a lot of veterans in a best of 7, they really know how to pace themselves. That's why I would say in the first 3 matches, they use a very simple to execute draft, as well as they don't mind going to the game, like say 20 over minutes, just because they're testing out their opponent's stamina. Especially if somehow you've been winning a lot of that game, you just slowly chip away their mentality. Especially Vitality has been doing this for years, but for Navi, not everyone has been doing this for years.
I actually have a fun fact. Team Vitality are used to a best of 9.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they've played a best of 9. A best of 7 is something that they're definitely comfortable with. And that's why I like that you point out Navi PH here. This is really going to put them to the test. And if they want to be the best, they have got to beat the best.
Got to beat the final boss, and that is Vitality. We go to Flying Cloud for map number 1 to set the tone, to set the stage of our grand finals for the 2026 MWI competition here at the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. This is going to be a battle to the death, and we've got the Queen Slayer. We've got the Hive Queen, Vival versus Keshi.
Vival versus Keishi. We've been talking about her picks, and that's why it's so important for them to get the side that actually favors them. Because for the past 4 or 5 days that we've been seeing them in MWI, there is a significant win rate on red side.
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of feel like part of it is because you want to get the early combo as well as that potential counter pick in the very last slot. Especially because we see Team Vitality, they have some pocket picks like that Selena. It would be very nice if you see the majority of the composition first before you actually invest into it.
And not to mention that if you're on red side, you can go for more pinpoint bands.
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Right, you can dictate the drafts from there, figure out what the enemy wants to pick first on blue side. So the red side, blue side, that's something that we have to look out for in this best of 7.
As well as Not Ayanami versus Fumi Echo. Now, one of the things you all mentioned is Fumi Echo. If she's performing well, of course, the side of Vitality is doing great. If she starts to drop the ball, well, they run into problems. And the same thing could be said for Na'Vi. These two Titans are about to face off.
Funnily enough, Taylor, the thing that I'm predicting here is that honestly, those two, they won't fight against each other. They will actually fight the jungler. So instead of Keishi playing fair, fighting 1v1 against Vivol, I think she will ask not Ayanami to be the one fighting against Vivol. And I think it's the same counter argument. We see that the highest KD is Rain in Na'Vi Philippines. So I feel like Fumi Echo, her job is to avoid not Ayanami and go straight for Rain.
And that makes the picks even more important, right? Especially they're going in Flying Clouds, so they're not on the other maps that
Expanding River, Broken Walls, yeah.
Exactly, the additional movement speed. So with that being said, I'm looking at heroes like Esmeralda that can mobilize a lot quicker around the map. Terizla is very difficult, like the impact is there, but movement speed is definitely not there. So Sora might also come into play. These are just some predictions before we get into the first draft.
For the Grand Finals debut of Rain and Rion, they have made it to this point. They have played phenomenally well. But we have to admit, there is a different level of pressure playing in the quarters of knockout, then to semis, ultimately the Grand Finals. That pressure can either make you into a diamond or it can crush you under the weight of the moment.
Personally, I think Rain will be okay. Rian is the one that I'm a bit worried about because Rain is surrounded by Murray as well as Keishi. If something bad happens, they can pick her back up. But Rian, she's a solo laner. She's going to be playing weak side, meaning that not a lot of rotations going on her. So if she lose a 1v1 against Shell, I don't know how she can recover. If she can, hey, props to you. You deserve to become a champion.
And because of how aggressive Vitality has definitely played, especially with the mid rotations. If, let's say, Na'Vi are in a position to say, hey, it looks like Rian is in a winning matchup, but she's actually losing it, do we have the resources or not to send them over to the gold lane? And I feel like that wastes so much time and energy, and it's a mistake that I think they cannot afford. So I do agree with Lafell on that.
It's not just Na'Vi versus Vitality. It's also Indonesia versus the Philippines, a rivalry that runs deep.
Yeah, I think all the MLBB enjoyers and the supporters and the community know this one. For some reason, like even at MSC, M-Series, MWI, it's always been IDPH for the longest of times. Okay, I mean, Malaysia won MSC, right? So
we did well in 2024, yeah.
We remember that.
25 we went to the Grand Final. But either way, right now, honestly, looking at all the players' expression and faces, it does look like they're really locked in. But I see some players from the side of Vitality, like Shell, she's trying to not let the nerves get to her. So it's nice to see where we're looking at the expression of players, how they approach this Grand Finals very, very differently. Some are really trying to rethink about the strategy. Some is trying to make sure that they're relaxed enough to not overthink.
I know it's Indonesia versus Philippines again, which is a huge regional rivalry. However, Paris brings home turf for Vitality, and again, they will have the bulk of the fans out in the audience, screaming, going loud, and making the noise to potentially disrupt that of Na'Vi. But make no mistake about it, Na'Vi is locked in. Again, from that interview, pressure is normal, and they're okay with accepting it. Talked about the keys to victory. Those are going to be highly impactful going into this series, of course. I did see a yawn. I hope we're still ready to go, locked in, wide awake. To be fair, I did see some yawns even in semifinals, and you know what? Once the game started, they were wide awake.
Hey, honestly, I've done some research. If you're yawning, it actually means that you're super locked in, that you forgot to breathe. Because your brain needs oxygen, and if you are super focused, you forget to breathe, so that you yawn, you bring that extra oxygen back to your brain.
And everybody at home just manually started breathing.
Well, now I just did.
Right? I mean, like, hey.
Now I'm breathing manually.
Guys, if you guys are watching, don't forget to breathe. Don't forget to drink water. If we're talking about Indo as well as Philippines here, we really got to talk about the style. And this is one of the nice things about MLBB. There's not one way to win the game, right? There's multiple different ways. And I feel like, especially having the Vitality crowd here, it can be a weapon for the Vitality players, because if they get let's say 1,000 gold ahead, the adrenaline spike that they're going to get from the fans will increase that advantage more and more and more. And it might even discourage Na'Vi, where they're like, wait, are we sure we want to go for this fight? We might lose. Like, that hesitation, Eterna, can really stop a lot of plays.
I feel like not Ayanami's been in this position before.
A lot of times.
I think she's okay.
Maybe that's why she put her name not Ayanami.
That's
so
why.
if something goes wrong, they don't look for her.
It's because it's not Ayanami.
It's not Ayanami.
So when we think about these two rosters, one is fighting for a dynasty conversation. And I think already that conversation is very real for Vitality, given their history. But even during the content piece before we went onto the stage, I think they realized we need to win again to prove that last year wasn't a fluke. And Na'Vi feels the same way. But see, Na'Vi is out here trying to form a legacy. Both a very, very heavy term, right? Whether you want a dynasty or a legacy, a lot is at stake with this matchup.
That's why I really like that interview, right? I think it was one of the Na'Vi players that said, we want to win again so we can prove that it's not luck. Because they have only won one MWI so far compared to Vitality, who's picked up 2 already, on the way to their 3rd. And when it comes down to the grand scheme of things, man, Team Vitality are looking for their, 34th, 35th, 36th trophy? Like, we've lost count at this point as how dominant they've been for the start of the entire female MLBB tournament landscape. And Na'Vi obviously want a taste of that. They have a little bit, but it's not enough.
And honestly, that's why every single player, it's very important for you to have an ego, right? It's very important for you to feel like you're the very best, because the harsh reality is, no matter how many times you win, people will always doubt you for some reason, right? Even if you win 30, 35, 40 championships, people will be like, your opponents were easy. So you have to prove yourself time and time and time again. That resilience is only deserved for champions.
You're only as good as your last victory. And MWI is the #1 stage when it comes to our female players for MLBB. You can win tournaments previous to this, and it is an accomplishment, and we should celebrate that. But winning MWI is on a different level. Winning MWI puts you into legendary status. And if you lose out on that, you will be living in regret until your next opportunity to try to once again get a championship.
The most prestigious trophy is what you guys just looked on at your screen there. And mentality, we've been talking about it. We've been talking about every single thing that matters here in this grand finals. And it's also important to note that Team Vitality have been up against their male counterparts.
Yeah.
They played in MDL ID, and they were up against really great players at that. So Cassius has been tested. We're talking about the coach here.
Yep.
Every single player on Team Vitality have been tested. And if Na'Vi can look for a win, an opening, a window from Team Vitality, I feel like that's a bigger statement than compared to if Na'Vi lose this one to Vitality.
I like that you bring up the MDL, because we got to talk about the system there. You know, Global Band, they used to use a lot of different heroes. So that also could be something that maybe Na'Vi can't prepare for. They know some of the habits of the players, but maybe they just have different picks that you really just can't anticipate, which can be good, can be bad. We see what happened in 24. They tried to get too creative. It didn't work out. So for this one, I think just keep it simple. Give Vival an assassin, give Fumieko someone that can go to the back lines or set up for a kill, and then you're going to be good. The rest, just look at the matchups. And something that we also did not see, but we got to talk about, is that key, right? Because yes, getting the trophy is amazing, but what if you have to watch your key get crushed? Not only did you lose, not only are you the first loser,
that's right,
your key is going to get crushed. That's going to be heartbreaking.
Which it is. It is truly heartbreaking. I always say it, sometimes it's better to lose very early on versus losing at the very last opportunity and having that key crushed. When you knew just moments ago you were protecting it, it was in your hands. That is absolutely brutal. And let's not forget, you can use up to 3 crushed keys for your own trophy. And you better believe if Na'Vi wins, they're using Vitality. If Vitality wins, they will be using Na'Vi. That's another element that you have to also account for. EWC, it's brutal, but being a champion is tough. It's never easy.
Speaking of, I think actually if Vitality wins, they will get Na'Vi Falcon's ID, and Genji.
Yeah.
I feel like those are the 3 keys that they want to get. And honestly, looking at the players here, I feel like for Na'Vi, they're looking very relaxed. I hope that's a good thing because, you know, sometimes when you're also too relaxed, just some things just escape your head.
So coach to coach, who do we think has more legacy? Well, I mean, I guess you would have to assume on the Vitality side. But who do you think is going to have the biggest impact here? Because we talk about the players so much, and rightly so, but the coaches also have a tremendous impact.
So I'll talk about King Salman. You can talk about Cassius here. King Salman, sometimes he does go for flexible picks in the first 3. In MWI, for some reason, he hasn't flexed it a lot. Like, he's one of those guys that will pick up the Akai, which you think will be jungle, but then all of a sudden will be a roam. I don't think he's going to do that here going up against Vitality. Looking at the body language, I feel like King Salman is letting them know, we're just going to do what works. I'm going to give heroes that you guys are really comfortable with, and then we're just going to play off of that. I think he's making the players play on instinct, and then he's just going to have the easiest path to victory using the Occam's Razor.
Sorry, are we getting a new map? Is that why?
Well, it's still like us.
So that would change the draft.
Yeah.
We talked one coach. What about the other?
Cassius has a lot of experience under his belt. He's been playing for MPL. He switched back as well to the Women's League. And he's been around with Vitality for the past 2 years, including this one. So he definitely understands the players. He's been with them for quite a while. And the thing about Cassius is that sometimes in the first few bans, I believe, in their particular games, we do see some of the heroes being let go. Like, they don't necessarily go straight for the throat. They don't necessarily go for the respect bans, because I think for me, they want to still test drive a little bit, figure out whether or not it's imperative or not. So we'll see if that actually does happen in game number 1, or they respect Na'Vi PH so much that they're going to actually start the respect bans straight up.
We move into Flying Cloud. The first draft is now officially underway. And the question remains, will we see Vival on that assassin? If not, can she win with her roster, irregardless of the assassin or non-assassin pick? And already, whoa, we're going quick. Holy.
Very quick, very decisive as well. And it was one of the keys to victory, I believe, earlier on. BTR by Vitality. There goes the Akai pick.
Okay, so this draft is going fast. So now I'm going to talk about the synergy here. Vitality, what I like is they bat out the box. Yeah, make sure that Keishi does not get that, one of the best heroes. And then looking at Na'Vi, betting out the Marcel as well as the Hirara. Now we got to talk here. Vitality, they want team fight. They got the Arlet, they got the Lilia as well as the Akai. Akai, Arlet, best combination. Lilia able to beat out that tank, which they know Na'Vi will probably get. Now let's talk about Na'Vi here. They pick up the Eve. S tier mage, Claude, S tier gold laner, and it's good because they counter each other. Now they're on the same team. It will be amazing. Alice, good counter towards the Arlet. Also, one of the best heroes so far in MWI.
And remember how much we highlighted the mid-trio rotations coming in from Na'Vi, if in case they want to try and pressure Vitality, especially in the early stages of the game, which is why the Yve pick here is very important to that. I wonder how they are going to help the Yve, especially now that we're going to the second phase. I want to know what kind of heroes that they're going to prioritize for their roamer in this regard.
And this is very interesting. I was thinking that King Salman won't be flexing his heroes around, but looks like Coach Cassius is thinking that he might, because he still sees the Alice, but he's considering this Alice might go in the jungle, considering that Keishi has used that yesterday. So instead, they're betting out the EXP laners. For now, Esmeralda as well as Paquito is out. Freya is still open, but looks like they're going to ban out the Phoveus just to make sure this Arlet has a very easy time. I wonder if King Salman here sees this and is like, you know what? We thought of the Alice going into the jungle, but maybe it's better to be in the EXP just to match with the Arlet. Because I got to tell you, Eternal, you got to respect Fumieko. If Fumieko is able to get out of lane for that first turtle, it's going to spell trouble for Na'Vi.
Definitely mid-game, late game. It's going to be very difficult to control there for Na'Vi. But obviously, there is still some room, but Glue gets picked out. It's looking like it's Alice jungle, and that's why they set up for the carry ban for Na'Vi. Intelligent, but it looks like VTR by Vitality have a Bruno on their side and the Bellaric. They know that there's dive coming in from the Claude and the Alice and the Glue. They pick up a lane bully of their own in the Bruno. But that last pick, Freya, might just change things.
Okay, very quickly, looks like Team Vitality, they want to win the lanes as well as trying to win the team fight. A lot of crowd control, a lot of burst damage. For Na'Vi, they're going to play with the team, but now Ayanami is going to have a solo mission to try and kill that Lilia.
Both teams have been champions before. Both teams want to be champion again. For Vitality, it's about protecting what is theirs. For Na'Vi, it's about regaining what they lost. It's the rematch of destiny. It's grand finals for the 2026 MWI. It's Na'Vi versus Vitality. Let's get grand finals started with Miracle and Gideon.
Here looking over the land of Dawn, history is about to be made here. Both of these competitors have been looking eye to eye since 2024. 2025, they missed up their chance, but here in 2026 for the Esports World Cup's our very own MWI Grand Finals, we have Vitality facing off Na'Vi. And of course, let the games begin.
It can't get better than this. A grand finals in MWI between the champions, at least 3 of them from the same roster of 2024 and the defending champions of 2025 in the home court of Vitality.
It's going to be tough because we can already hear that extremely loud crowd here.
I can't even hear you.
It's tough, I'm not going to lie. But these fans, they're happy to see Vitality already on the big stage. But the real question is how they're going to adapt. How have they learned so far? By first blood rate comparison, 64% expectation for Na'Vi to take it away.
Which is kind of crazy because then you'd think Na'Vi are the more aggressive teams. But if you look at the games of Na'Vi, it's because they play it so slow that first bloods come around for the first neutral objective.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case. Looking at the emblem set overall, we have a lot of wilderness blessings coming on for the mid laners as well as roamers. They want to be quick across the map. But other than that, really, this Bruno on this Master Assassin making sure that Shell can bully it out and might even find a 1v1 here that's in her favor.
She didn't win the trade necessarily, but she was able to get the wave in a very, very good spot for her to continue to bully Rian on the Claude. Down below as well, some rotation from Vival, and this is what we're talking about, man. Chell, as long as she's able to build those stacks, getting those crit, Rian, every time she walks up, she's got to be careful, but there you go. The Warrior Boots instantly for Rian to deal with Chell, and it'll certainly give her a lot more to play with in this lane.
It's so good to have in the lane. They got to protect themselves as much as they can. Now first turtle is about to come through as we see at least Mirai. I think this is going to be a bit of a problem. Like, how are they going to deal with this glue? I don't necessarily see the angle to stop him other than booming.
At this point, it's kind of like ignoring the Patrick. Vival's just going to have to go in for the red tree. 50-50 against Keishi. Ayanami doing a good job. Zoning Fumi Echo away from the spine. That's going to RWM drop down by Reynes. That's going to be City walking up with the glooms as well. Vivian and the rest of the team coming out as Keishi wins out the red tree battle. And now it's a big fight happening.
It's looking good. Heavy spin's even better. And now they want to get to the back when they've already found first blood. Vivian!
That's the first blood rate coming around. That's a slam 7 to pass off to City, who's going to get caught with no black shoes. Ayanami gets the double. Vivo's next in the chopping block. And it's a big triple for Ayanami.
And so far, Na'Vi more than happy with the way that they want to play their comp. They want to chase down their targets, get their resources out. And unfortunately, if the engagement is just a little too good, Vitality doesn't get that chance to retaliate. Not until Vivian hits level 4.
We mentioned it. The reason the first blood rate is so high for Na'Vi is because they're so objective. Usually when you hear objective and first blood, it doesn't go hand in hand, but for Vitality, they fell right into the trap of Na'Vi, again, setting up for that 5v5 and then taking it with this Freya. I cannot mention how important, I can't mention it enough, how important this Freya is in a draft team.
It really is, and that's why I'm so surprised during MWI. We didn't get to see as much priority on this Freya, on top of the fact that I guess everybody was trying to figure out the meta. Everybody was trying to figure out what was good. But let's keep in mind, the standards are there for a reason. And now we see that Vivian trying to open up this map. A lot of the motions coming in from Na'Vi needs to start leaning towards Rian's side. They want to unlock her from the lane, because so far, a bit of an EXP lead and now RWM.
Yep, the black shoes come around for Cine to escape, so it's an ult for ult. But Keishi seems like she wants to go for a bit more of a chase. And there you go. It's just both teams going back at it. Chell, though. Wow, starting to really dominate this laning phase against Rian.
Yeah, it's looking very, very nice here. If they can just maintain this for another 5 more minutes, it will net them some pretty good profits. Not to mention on the opposite side, let's not forget that not Ayanami is currently 3-0 and wants to snowball this lead. They want to kind of get her out so she can start dominating the jungle side as well.
So well played by Rian though. Right after getting bullied, knows that she has enough with the Festival of Blood in their kit to just sustain back up, and she builds up a freeze with the rotation earlier as well from Mirai. Gold Crab though still will be monopolized by the Bruno. It will be Vitality who will look to go for the second turtle, and now it's about that pin down, right? Can you pin Keishi out? The thing is, with the Throne of Ruin, you get that CC immunity to get past the heavy spin.
Oh, wait, hold on. First, they got to deal with not Ayanami, who's already been chucked down to 50%. Forced to use the ult early here. Now the contest is going to be hard.
They have to go for the fight with the timer on the Valkyrie Descent already. Bebop in the back line. That's going to be pure retry. Keishi wins it out again, despite the Wrath of the Dryad already used up the Throne of Ruin. Got her into safety. Fumi Echo able to escape. Slams him in the pass as she goes to the mount on Vivo. Now Vivian is caught in the midst of it all with the Revitalize.
Oh, they're trying to hold it down. They could look to wait for the final slash. They have it, and now they get it onto Keishi.
Final slash with the Vengeance. Now Ayanami going in straight under turret, picking up the mega kill. Not enough damage for Vitality as Mirai goes in for the dive. Under turret, taking a lot of those shots and still able to get away with the pass. Meanwhile, up top, is Shell going for the dive on Rian, but she gets away in time as in the bottom lane. Keishi continues the chase, cuts the wave so that they can go for tier 1 in the bottom lane.
They got to be tactical with this on all sides. In the middle of the war, what's happening in the side lane, JL finding a slight advantage here and should be able to unlock herself and start double waving. At this point, Na'Vi had really good ideas. Even initiating a potential dive on that bottom side could have net them even more. But for now, let's call it quits. It's still a solid 2.3k.
With the heavy spin, you guarantee the retry, but when Keishi just pops in CC immunity, both Wrath of the Dryad and Heavy Spin, they really got to start staggering it, maybe poking Keishi before the fight, but it's just so difficult because there's so many people to zone. It's not just Keishi, it's also not Ayanami.
Yep, I mean, let's not forget about Mirai, right? This glue is going to be frustrating, and they have no dedicated way to kind of melt down the frontline tanks. If they engage, it has to be an all-in type situation, if not a bait for some bigger spells from Navi's side. But as we see the game continue to progress, now that they've unlocked both sides at this stage, and unfortunately for Claude, they still need to get the tier 1 up top side before he's done here. Navi is putting a lot of emphasis towards this top side. 22 more seconds until the next turtle spawns.
Man, Vitality are playing a scaling game already this early on with Bruno and Lilia. Thing is, Navi scale really well into the late game too, and if they give them that big of a lead, not Ayanami capping Fumi Echo as of yet. 6 minutes in and 48 seconds, Fumi Echo with a gold crab to even things out a bit, but it's still a big 1k, so how do they even deal with just the Freya?
Look, they need to just change CC. Fumi Echo understands, hey, I'm not here to kill the Freya. All I'm here is to slow her down. I will need the rest of my team to kind of follow up to ensure this death. But with that Purify, it can be a little difficult, right? If played well and timed well, can get rid of the stacks and more importantly, the mark so that Fumi can't just dash around for free.
Vivian is going to try to go for the Wrath of the Dryad now, pops it in, but again, it's Keishi with the CC immunity. Vivian caught everywhere, all alone. Vivo's trying to peel with the back of the lines, but Vivian's just going to get shredded down by not Ayanami as the rest of the team will funnel into mid.
Oh, now Vitality, once again, they just move their way. They tried to pinch them on with Mirai as well, but Vitality made the right call. Having to back up here, not trying to interact with these fights. And even Keishi just showing up, just saying, hey, I just want to see what's going on in your jungle, sir.
Shell's got no damage to deal with that. Keishi can walk in the jungle, blink in, and take everything away from Vitality. Even Vivo's struggling right now against this glue. Mirai's going to try to go for the take. Luckily for Vivo, she's still able to secure it for herself. But look at the top lane falling as well. Now the structural advantage on top of the turtles.
Oh no.
Shell's just tickling Keishi, especially when she gets into these minion wave. Throwing a Ruin used, trying to bait them into a long fight for the cut for the rest of the team from Na'Vi. Mirai's going to go in with a dash now. Cyclone Eye. Vivian with the Wrath of the Dryad onto the back already as Mirai cannot go for the mount, but she actually does under turret. That's a big mistake as Chelsea able to flicker out the safety, and Mirai's going to go down. Now Cindy with the black shoes, caught in the RWM, and now the Blazing Duet.
It's all good. The backline's under attack with no RWM. They're now attacking the mid-tier 2. Fumi in the back off to Rian.
That's Fumi with the flank. Cindy able to survive. Now very low. well. Gonna get caught in the Void Blast as Fumieko looks to go for the vengeance. Is able to go for the resets right now as Keishi tanks up a storm on the turret. It's Fumieko targeted down by Ayanami, and Fumi will fall. Ayanami's godlike in this game.
Shell, don't get too close here, and especially with so many people in front. Belleric is also trying to get into this fight as well to try and clear up these waves. And finally, Na'Vi get to walk away from this fight. 20 more seconds until the first Lord spawn, but that is one hefty lead.
And it's because of the 2,000 almost gold lead between the XP. Ayanami 7-0-1. It truly isn't Ayanami. It's more like a Rihanna. It's more of a gold lane. It's more, heck, of a Rain mid lane performance from Ayanami.
It's pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. The fact that she's called not Ayanami makes this way funnier. It's like, no, I'm not the carry. Go look at Rihanna.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. But now with the Lord in play, I think Vitality can't afford to make any more mistakes at this point onwards, right? Everything is gonna be permanent from this point onwards.
The thing is, they can try not to make mistakes, but Na'Vi are going to constantly force those mistakes upon Vitality by going into the sideline, by pushing it in, and also just taking this Lord as bait for Vitality to walk out of their base. Because if you look at Vitality's composition right now, they have good clear, but that's about it.
Well, even when we're talking about clear, right, it doesn't come at, well, maybe Shell has got probably the easiest way to clear these waves. However, it's not AoE, and it's not exactly the fastest, especially once we get into the 20-minute zone. Ideally, we do get there for the sake of Shell, but at the same time, I don't think Na'Vi is going to allow that to happen. They're going to start sieging, and I have a sneaking suspicion that Mirai might just flicker in underneath inhibitors.
At least the Vitality fans haven't lost hope. It's game 1 out of a best of 7, and they need to also conserve some of that energy, unless the French are just built different, man, because, God, their energy is oozing back to stage as well.
Dude, the Vitality fans have been all around here at EWC, whether our stage or other stages, they are audible no matter where you go. And for now, Na'Vi really taking the time to deny resources, but I love the chump check that Na'Vi is doing. It's like, if you really want to engage, try us while we still have this 5k lead. We will stat check you every single time. As long as you don't kill not Ayanami, we can make it work.
They're defending the tier 1 in the mid lane really well. The Holy Shield down below has already been taken out, and that's a Melfic gun for Chell. Rian finally completing that 3-item power spike, the Swift Trinity. 11 minutes in. It's all about the dive. Valkyrie descent coming down right now as Vivian's able to pop in Wrath of the Dryad, and the CC immunity is already used up with a throw in a ruin. Now Vival tries to cut them back. Mirai's going to be caught under turret as Cine walks up as well, but Vival's going to get cut down by Nada Ayanami, and now it's Rain in the midst of it all, taking the damage from Cine with the black shoes as Keiichi sticks onto her.
It's too good, and now, whoa, Keiichi underneath, but manages to still get out. Fumi just needed to wait half a second there, but honestly, this is exactly what we wanted. We saw Mirai go for that flicker, we saw Keiichi make the attempt, but they still have yet to break the mid-tier 1.
They're too tanky. Mirai's just tanking these turrets like it's nothing. Vitality were able to keep their base turrets from getting taken out, but that was only just the first Lord, and they dealt that much damage. They didn't lose out on anything, no shutdowns given. This is just complete domination from Na'Vi in game 1.
Right now, Na'Vi has Panzer tanks roaming around. You cannot cut through that armor just yet. The endless battle already complete on top of everything else. If not Ayanami, I don't know how they're going to deal with it. Even for Vival, who's trying to pin down on Ayanami, is dying midway through.
And we can see why. Not Ayanami has picked up an endless battle as well. Rain already has a Divine Glaive. This is the reason why Viva on paper, crazy front lines that can take a beating and a half. Not against this composition with this much of a lead right now.
It's just too much to handle. 6.1k, but it feels like it's already at that 10k mark, but it's not entirely hopeless for Na'Vi just yet. Shell can still pull through. They just need to max out on their items. However, it will come at a huge investment as both sides contest for no man's land.
Again, Na'Vi just doing a brilliant job forcing errors on Vitality. Vival's going to try to go for the pin on Mirai, and it will work out. They will get Mirai, but now it's the Lord already taken for Na'Vi at the cost of just their roamer.
They don't mind this. Whoa, dangerous stuff from Rian. Able to respond in time with the BMI, but for now, with his 3 and 10 score, Vitality, trying to defend, and Rian making a play.
Oh God, right in the RWN, the Blazing Duet. Now it's the kite back for Vitality as Keishi pops in that skill 1, had already used the throw in a ruin. Double 0 and 9, setting up perfectly for the rest of the damage dealers of Na'Vi.
And the worst part is that now that Fumiko is gone, it's only just the Wrath of the Dryads that they have to worry about. The heavy spin was also used in the middle of that interaction, so now that Na'Vi sees all of these checkboxes being ticked, outer turrets will be destroyed, a guaranteed inhibitor on bot side. Can they convert this even more? Can they find that winning fight?
Yeah, Chell really wanted to clear this Lord before he got the charge, but it will be guaranteed in the end. Lord with the Trident charges into the bottom lane turret, giving Na'Vi the far lane advantage for the next Lord. Now in the tier 2 in the mid lane, it's Rain and Rian. The double R's working big together. It's all about defense again for Vitality, but we know from Na'Vi in the semifinals and the quarterfinals, after taking a loss to Galaxy Phoenix, they've learned it is just back to discipline, back to playing the textbook game after getting a big lead at the start.
You know, it's time to call Zipper and pull up the item list real quick. We need to see where Shell actually is currently in the game, because while you see 4 items already completed, and a Winds of Nature recently being purchased by Rian.
Love that.
Until we see a Winds of Nature on Shell's side, I don't think there's that guarantee, you know? Big auto attacks, but if you get hit by that fully stacked Blazing Duet, how do you protect yourself?
At this point, I don't even think she can go for the Wind of Nature. There's just so much damage to deal with. It's not just Rian, right? You go for the Wind of Nature, then what are you going to do against Mirai, Rain, and Keishi when they go in on you?
At least you can flicker out of those, right? The worst part, I think, has to be Mirai. I think that's like, if you get caught, there's nothing you can do. You're praying that you flicker out of the way, but at least the Winds of Nature can protect you from not Ayanami and Rian, which we're very used to seeing jumping into that back line.
Mieko with final slash ready on Rian. Gets away with a vengeance. Now it's even thrown a ruin. It's Mirai's even flagging the back line. Finding for Mieko and Vivian. Now goes to the straight to everybody else, but Vivo is able to push her away. Now Rian with the blazing duel!
And they touch him! They got him! Keishi just needs to get back out of there. 37 more seconds until the Lord, and this was the perfect angle. They found the pinch, they found the pull, but worse yet, they needed Vitality right into the corner.
You can flicker out of one. You choose which one, and now V throw all the other 4 abilities at you. Now with Cine, can they clear? Na'Vi are not going to go straight for the Lord, playing it here just to try to get a little bit more pressure before the Lord spawns. But in the end, Vitality still have good wave clear when there's no RWM and any of those zoning tools.
They're going to have to breathe for a moment, because this next contestant is going to be extremely difficult for Vitality. Na'Vi has got him in a little bit of a chokehold as that bottom wave needs to be dealt with at all times, and Na'Vi instantly rushing this down. The beauty of having a Freya on your side. Quick work of the Lord.
Quick with a Freya, a Claude, a Yves as well. It's just boom, insta gone, insta delete. The only one that can do it faster, maybe a Lunox and carry combo, right?
Those are good.
8,000 gold lead. Na'Vi knocking on the base turrets of Vitality earlier. Now they're charging at it. They're bringing in their catapults. They have their siege equipment. And we get to see the replay again. What went wrong here?
A lot of it just comes down to the formation just breaking in half, right? They had to decide whether to be on the left side or on the right side of the purple buff pit. And as soon as they got broken in half, that's where we started to see problems. I think that at least for Vitality, they need to recognize, yes, there are ideal fights, but there are some key problems that they can't deal with. Number one is Mirai. If they commit any ultimates to Mirai, it's not going to work out mathematically to deal with not Ayanami. And yet, here we are, Lord pressing in.
That's a big resource spent already, man. Now we were able to bait out the final slash. Now it's Mirai under turret, down below. It's the Lord already. Vitality trying to keep these base turrets alive for as long as they can. Are to be able to throw the ruin coming down, but it's only going to land on 2. But that's going to be Vivo with a heavy spin, pinning them down, and that's a good taunt onto Keishi. But it's Rian with a killing spree.
It's not over just yet. They want to get that mid inhibitor first. The Lord does go down, and Vitality might have to respond here and now.
They want to go for the brute force onto the base turret. They take it down, but Mirai so low as Chell is going to go down. Very low one. Now with the Rose Gold mid here, Rian gets her down, and it's a killing spree to Rain.
Revitalize is already through, and Vival trying their best, but the base is under attack.
Na'Vi say objective. They stick onto the crystal. They lock it down, and they don't give Vitality a chance to come back. It's game 1 secured in this best of 7.
Okay, lesson learned, lesson learned. Na'Vi, they've got something up their sleeves with their 2 side layers, and not to mention the access to the Freya. That's something that Vitality have got to remember for this upcoming matchup, because dear Lord, Fumiko, difficult after that first death, so difficult to recover.
Super difficult, and I just think it's an Arlet thing, right? It's always about snowballing early. If you don't get it, you're kind of chopped.
Well, we're just going to have to leave the panel to discuss about it. We're throwing it back to the studio right after these messages to break it down for all of y'all.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Grand Finals is already off to an exciting start as Na'Vi get the job done, winning map 1 in our best of 7. Vitality forced to answer back. And this is reminiscent of, honestly, Vitality's run, not only in semifinals, but even before that, dropping map number 1 only to come back even stronger in the next. But can they? It's Grand Finals time and anything can happen. Hey, welcome back to our desk. Map number 1, Na'Vi. Was it you, Lavelle, that said, look, if it goes 1-0, it's over with, and Na'Vi's dominating 2-0.
2-0.
Everyone calm down.
Here's the thing.
Calm down.
I know. Let me just say, Ayanami, you can't fool us anymore. You are Ayanami. You definitely are. Because let's talk about is winning the lane. All right, that's cool. But then winning the turtle fight, all right, that's cool too. But then you win everything 8-0-1. You didn't die the entire game. What's going on?
Which is why in the drafts, when I saw the Freya last pick in for Na'Vi, I was like, this is a game changer.
Yeah.
This is going to change the course of the game, because if the Freya gets rolling early, you better bet that snowball is going to hurt.
Well, for our commentators, the first blood was very exciting. We had a chance to see the reaction live.
50-50 against Keishi. Ayanami doing a good job zoning Fumi Echo away from this fight. That's going to be the RWM dropped down by Reynes. That's going to be Cindy walking up with the Glooms as well. Vivian and the rest of the team coming out as Keishi wins out the red tree battle, and now it's a big fight happening.
It's looking good. Heavy spin's even better, and now they want to get to the back, but they've already fought first blood. Vivian!
That's the first blood raid coming around. That's a slam 7, a pass out to Cindy, who's going to get caught with no black shoes. Ayanami gets the double. Vivo's next in the chopping block, and it's a big triple for Ayanami.
You can't say that they're not giving it their all, and rightly so. It's Grand Finals. They're going to be calling the action throughout this entire best of 7. We talk stamina for the players, stamina for the casters.
I mean, like father-son combination, man. You just can't fight it.
You can't.
Just open.
They got that bond, you know. It's a long story. We'll tell you one day.
Okay, one day after this broadcast, hopefully.
Yes.
And, hey, check it out. We got some more moments, though, taking place in that map number 1. And we'll take a look at our first action of the game. And there's going to be a massive fight around one of these turrets. We're now 8 minutes in.
At this point, after the initial reaction earlier on, this is what we were talking about, right? The insta snowball coming in from not Ayanami, and not to mention, because of that, she created so much space for the rest of her team, and unfortunately so, Team Vitality have been taking these team fights in the real world manipulation, and you can feel Rain just really pop off here, not Ayanami even going under turret as well, and we mentioned as well that Fumi Echo is a pivotal person in how these team fights usually go. So if Fumi Echo can't tank the damage, the initial brunt of that damage from the real world manipulation, from everyone else on the team, she doesn't have time to set up. And so the team fights just look so bad.
If I can describe not Ayanami on that Freya with one word, well, 2 words, it's no mercy.
Yeah.
One word, it's relentless. Because here's the thing, it's one thing to be like, hey, I'm coming in, I'm gonna kill you. But then she's like, all right, I'm backing up. I'm kidding, I'm going in again. She doesn't stop.
It's the mind games.
It is, and let's take a look at our second action of game number 1 and see how it ended up unfolding. I'm sure we're going to be towards the tail end, 17 minutes in, and the base, it's under attack.
And again, this is what we're showing that Na'Vi, they're relentless. This is one of the safest places for Vitality. And then they just go in because they're like, you got 2 turrets, you still got your base, we don't care, we're going in. At this point, the damage coming in from Na'Vi is just a bit too much. See, they go back and you know what, never mind, going back in again. They don't stop. The moment you feel like you're gonna get some breathing room, they just say, nah, fam, we're kidding. we're going back in.
And you can tell Rian is so comfortable as well on the cloud because after all that opening coming in from not Ayanami, you would think that, okay, the initial brunt of the damage is done. She's the core, but then you completely forget about Rian on the cloud and she just goes in ham. Wind of Nature, blazing duet into the back line, and Shell has nothing to offer in that situation.
Tough break for sure. What is chat saying? Let's take a look at some of the comments after that map number 1. We got some spicy picks. That glue.
Yeah, glue. No, I'm just kidding. No, honestly, there's nothing that you can do against that glue, bro. You don't have the right kind of damage to take that glue down. So how do you take a glue down? You kill him before he jumps on you. But that's so difficult without something like a carry, without a Vexana. With the Lilia, you can kind of do it, but you kind of want to kill the jungler Keishi, but then I don't know, man. That was a rough game 1, I gotta say.
Well, what do we think about this? That Eve combo with Alice jungle is just too good. Wow.
It's the boxes. It's the boxes. They're playing within the boxes. We saw it in multiple highlights that we saw earlier as well, right? Real world manipulation comes in, or the Thorn of Ruin comes in first, but then just the layering of both of those skills are enough for the front lines of Team Vitality to really suffer because like we saw earlier on, they went Vival Akai. What is she supposed to do in that box?
Emotional moments, obviously, from our players out there on the stage, and rightly so. I mean, there are so many emotions between these two rosters, Na'Vi and Vitality. They've got a long history, and as we take a look at some of them, obviously, the pride out there for Vitality is intense. However, Na'Vi ignores the noise. They come in with a mission and they take map number 1. After all, during the interview, they did say pressure is normal. But is Vitality truly feeling the pressure now?
I mean, first of all, hey, shout out to the headphones, man. Helps out with the noise.
It does. But that's one thing that I really want to mention now, especially after that first game loss that unfortunately Vitality had to go through, is that after they won last year, MWI 2025, a lot of people out there have made both statements that said the only reason that they won that year was because they never even met Na'Vi in the grand finals. So this is their time to prove. And obviously the pressure is definitely there. You can even see,
That's Shy, by the way. Shout out to
passion.
Shy. If we interview you, I'm going to take off my earphones, but shout outs to Shy.
Shout outs to Shy. Shout outs to the player in Na'Vi celebrating the moment. They finally took down Vitality in that map number 1. Phenomenal job coming out from the ladies on the very stage. They'll continue to battle, however, got to win 4 games. It's a best of 7 after all, so still a long way to go. We're talking 3. We go to the dugout. This was just before they took the stage, celebrating once again, getting together, and hugs are needed, especially in tough moments like these.
Explain
No, it's nothing. I don't want to be professor in body language again.
I can teach you after
Okay.
We take a look at Rain and her stats, and remember, she's got one of the highest KDAs in the entire tournament.
92%. And again, honestly, if you look at the items, after she got that Ice Queen 1, it's basically over. Because for Team Vitality, they have a lot of front lines. And then if you're stuck in the real world manipulation, that's basically GG's.
Yeah.
And then Divine Glaive, and then Wishing Lantern. Imagine being a frontliner.
It's a nightmare.
It's
I'll
over.
tell you what is not a nightmare, but a blessing is our Level Up series. And it covers everything Esports World Cup. This series is truly special. You need to check it out.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
There. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Level Up series, you guys got to check it out. Fun fact, I was in episode 1 of the original Level Up series. Now season 2 coming out. The cool thing about it, it's on Prime, and they go through the entirety of the Esports World Cup, and they tell the story like no other, bringing in players, focusing on interviews, of course, with org owners. They focus on everything EWC related, and it truly is remarkable how much coverage that they get. Esports World Cup, I think we could all agree, revolutionized what esports truly is. And now with this being year 3, they continue to do the same. So Level Up series, check that out. Back on the stage, though, here we are. And you notice top right, the current match, Na'Vi is leading 1-0 over Vitality, forced to come back. So talking about shortcomings, where did Vitality drop the ball, map 1?
First of all, Taylor, you're cool too. I love you, man. You've been amazing all throughout MWI.
I feel like I'm about to get roasted.
Shouts out to you. No, honestly, let's talk about what Na'Vi did that Vitality is not comfortable with. Na'Vi brought fire against fire because Vitality is supposed to be the aggressors, right? But then Na'Vi with the Alice, with the Freya, with the Eve, it's like they're the ones always having forward momentum. And I kind of feel like Vitality is also not being comfortable. It's like, wait, why are you the one rushing against us? The script is supposed to be upside down. So I hope this time Vitality gets a draft where they have forward momentum instead of trying to kite back. Because kiting back doesn't feel super Vitality, you know?
I agree for sure. I think the pressure now in game number 2 is more on Coach Casius than anything else, because when it comes down to execution, I feel like 60% of that is signified from the drafts. So Na'Vi now are on blue side, and obviously Na'Vi earlier won on red side. So let's see if Vitality has something to say on red side this time around, their more favorable side of this draft. You can see Akai being banned out very quickly, Atlas and the Hirara. On the other side, the Bakse and the Chip. Last time we saw the early Akai pick for Vival. Can we expect an assassin this time around to help facilitate what you mentioned, which was the early aggressive tempo that we usually see from Team Vitality?
Honestly, hopefully, because Akai as well as the Baxia is out right now. The tank junglers that are left is not really great. They are A tier at best. Something that I will keep track of is Vitality banning out this Chip. The Chip creates a lot of pressure onto the side lane and in the jungle, but I don't know if it's super necessary here going up against Na'Vi. I think this is a bit of a risk, but again, it's only game number 2. We'll see whether this works out or not. Right now, Marcel has been banned out for Na'Vi. Quite a few heroes are still open, notably the Freya, the Esmeralda, as well as the Paquito. So there is a lot of EXP laners open. So I think that's part of the strategy here that both teams are saying, hey, just now the Freya was a little bit too much. We're going to leave some of the counters open just in case.
So what would be crazy if Na'Vi go first pick Freya here? Like they just double down on how they found success in game number 1, but they go for Esmeralda actually. So technically it is quite similar. They both are very dominant in that lane. Obviously the Freya has an additional, spice to it because they can still flex her. Esmeralda though has been very, very impressive as well in the lane and very just pressure heavy in the lane too.
I would say specific for this meta right now, Esmeralda has a winning matchup against everyone, even against the Freya. Of course, it's still a skill matchup, but after Aya Nami's performance, I feel like she's got it on the wraps. Right now for Vitality, seeing that the Esmeralda is there, I wonder if they still want to get the Paquito because they've used that sometimes against the Esmeralda, but on paper, the Paquito should not be winning, so they pick up the Alice instead as well as the Claude, and I like it just because this Alice is an absolute power pick for MWI. In fact, Muntan, if you're hearing, get her an MWI skin, man.
That would be cool.
She deserves it.
She definitely does.
She's a bad person, but other than that, she's cool.
Kimmy, I wasn't expecting this Kimmy pick. I thought they would go for the Yves. If they wanted early rotations, faster at that, I would have expected them to go for, the Yi, but they go for the Kimmy instead. The Harith does show up, and they do have the ability to do so because they are the ones that have picked up the Esmeralda first. Harith, Claude matchup finally.
I mean, is JK rolling in the building? Why are we building a Harry Potter composition here? It's all magic damage coming in from Na'Vi. So the front lines of Team Vitality should not have any problems building up an early read in armor and then start winning the fights. I gotta say, Na'Vi, this is pretty high risk, high reward. If they win the first 3 minutes, hey, that's it, GG, right? You can get all the turrets basically for free. But if you don't, it's gonna feel pretty bad very, very soon.
So let's see the last pick in for Team Vitality here. Are they the ones to commit to the Yves? They go for the Belleric. They do see that there is dive coming through from the Esmeralda and the Harith. It is going to deter the Harith by just a bit, but they do still have to have an answer towards the Kimmy. And that's why maybe we do see the Alice first in by Vitality.
Yeah, I'm still thinking this is going to be Fumi Eiko's Heroes. I don't know whether Vival has a chance to play with that.
Let's not.
Yeah, I feel like Na'Vi, they should be a bit threatened. Like maybe ban out the Eve and then one jungler here, because I'm really not entirely sure. But having a Harith, having a Kimmy, for now, it feels like it's not a bad game for a Red 5 Ling. I mean, we'll see how the draft turns out. If there's not a lot of crowd control, I'm looking at Ling, I'm looking at Hayabusa, I'm even looking at the Nolan here. So I feel like Vitality is having a good start on making sure Vival gets a good matchup.
Which is why I think if that's the case, they do need to set it up for her, right? They need to go into the bans for her. But interestingly enough, it's the Balman ban instead. If they wanted to set up for something like an assassin, I would have expected, you know, like the Hylos or maybe the Cho ban come through for Na'Vi. But the fact that they ban out the Balman, what is this signifying here?
I think they're really trying to make sure that there's no tank jungle for Na'Vi here. If they ban out the Barats, it kind of forces Na'Vi to be a little bit more creative, no, in the jungle.
And the fact of the matter is, Keishi hasn't done so well
outside
on the
of
assassins.
Yeah.
So I feel like this is a interesting, you know, loophole to it. I want to know if it works.
Yeah, honestly, with the Kimmy as well as the Harith, it would be nice if you have a tank. They even banned the Fredrin, so they're kind of forcing, if you want something, it has to be a Barats. Matilda is still there, so they can go for Barats Matilda, but that's 5 magic damage. There's basically no physical outside of the Barats Stomp. So I don't know if they want to go that heavy onto the magic damage, because 2 defense items is kind of enough to shut your composition down.
They're definitely putting them in the spot. Now, Na'Vi, if they want to nail them down by just a bit, I would expect maybe the Lilia being banned out alongside the Yves. If they want to have more control in the mid lane, that's definitely an angle that I would expect. Going back to the jungle pick for Keishi, is there room for a Kyoe signature pick? Is there a room for like an Aulus or even like an X-Borg or...
Do you want to see that, considering she hasn't tried it yet?
Hey, who knows? Maybe they've scrimmed with it.
I mean, like,
right?
I feel like it's safe Suyo. No, Suyo's not safe. There's so much magic damage. Honestly, I have no idea. I think a Hayabusa might still be okay-ish. I really don't know what is going on, especially because Na'Vi has put so much egg in the magic basket here. So I feel like it's better just to pick up your mid. And then after the last 2 picks of Na'Vi, I would feel a bit more confident picking up whatever they're already planning in the jungle.
Well, I mean, Ling's banned, so they're not allowed to pick that up here in this second game.
They still pick up Nolan, no?
They go early Nolan, so no surprise factor whatsoever for that jungle matchup. It's actually the mid lane that we're still waiting on. Do you think it could be like a Selena last pick in for Cine?
I feel like they kind of have to, because even the Valentina won't be all that great unless whatever roamer or mid they pick up makes it super valuable. Yeah, I'm thinking it might be the Selena. It's very risky though, going up against a Kimi. If they have a very good roamer like a Hylos, I gotta say it's gonna be very difficult for that Selena. So I don't know what about Vitality's draft for now. I'm very iffy about it.
We're waiting, and it looks like the players are also thinking about it. Wow. I did not expect a Hanzo pick here. I think the Hanzo's sitting at a 0% win rate. We saw it picked up once by Falcon's ID. I don't know if you saw it on Stream B.
Yeah, Stream B has, so there's a total of 2 picks for the Hanzo for now. Both have not won.
Okay.
It will look okay in the first, I don't know, 6 minutes of the game, but then afterwards, you kill the Hanekage so fast that it loses its value. Right now for mid pick, I think this lineup is screaming, let's try to end latest by 14. And Vitality, they do go for that Selena. So right now the problem is, once Vitality loses that mid prio Eterna, looking like a 2-0 for Na'Vi.
Let's see if it will be. Vitality, where you at? You gotta step it up. You're down 1-0 in the series. I know it's early, but you can fall behind in the blink of an eye before you know it. For Na'Vi, however, they're off to a stellar start, and they look poised and ready to potentially go up 2-0. However, it's up to them to decide. It's Na'Vi versus Vitality, the rematch of destiny here at the grand finals of MWI. Let's get map number 2 started with Mirko and Gideon.
Everybody's been waiting for this match. Nobody would have expected the drafts to look like this, but if you're wanting to be the best, you got to show that you can play at your best. As we head on in to the land of Dawn, I want to see how this magic damage is going to be applied. Both sides have interesting ways of applying it, but Vitality, they need to accelerate. They need to close the game off with a snowball. I don't see any other way. And LaFell broke it down real nicely. Their scaling isn't as good, but at the same time, it's all magic from Na'Vi.
I agree. I mean, they do have the Hanzo, right? So if they do make it to the late game, yes, scaling is on their side, but also they'll also have much more to play with, not just pure Harry Potter. Is that what he called it? Harry Potter draft. All right. Bargain Hunter on both mid and gold. Rain and Rian. Again, even though they're scaling, they want to try to make it a bit quicker, you know, trying to get those very pricey items quick. But you got to be very, very careful. Because you go for that, now you're losing a little bit of that combat stats, those combat stats that you would usually have.
Yeah, especially in the laning phase as well, right? I feel like if any big mistakes do happen, naturally, I think that Na'Vi is going to either lean into it, and the same can be said about Vitality as well. They do have some early vision thanks to these Abyssal traps, but at the same time, you never really know. Where is Cine going to come from? Where is she going to attack? And if Rain is going to specifically get hit by an Abyssal arrow.
Hey, Chow in the lane against Rian. Oh, she actually takes it. The BMI. Vivo's gonna walk up now, trying to go for the damage. Oh, the Purify out, the Fracture as well. Vivo's gonna get taken very low. No punish right now. It's just the Purify out. A bait on the battle spell.
And now, secondary attack. Cine looking for an angle on the opposite side. The Abyssal Arrow does not connect, but they're holding each other hostage here, and yet nobody wants to truly fully commit.
Oh, that could have been really good. They already got the Purify out, but Rian's a bit too aware for that, knows that this mid lane's been missing for a bit too long, and that means it's full prio for Na'Vi. Rain and Keishi on the turtle already, now with Vitality trying to look for an entrance into this turtle pit.
And look at Mirai, ever vigilant, making sure that this Nolan has to go hard. Fumiko not at level 4 as they're about to begin this fight.
Great taunt right now as Keishi jumps in with the Pinnacle Ninja. It's going to be the all-in. Oh! Goes in, but Fumieko's the one to take it as Vivo gets away. AOG already as Vivian is able to escape, but not Ayanami picks up first blood. So it's a turtle traded for a kill, and both XPs are the ones on the board. That's a good taunt right now onto Fumieko and immobilization as well that forces the Throne of Ruin.
It's already out now. Ooh, Zini unfortunately does not connect with the Abyssal Arrow as they go back to neutral states. Really surprised that out of everybody, it was Fumieko who actually gets it, and now a dive on the bottom side.
A cancel straight up on the Blazing Duet. Not going to be a kill, Cine. Just a bit of poke onto Mirai, and we're back to level. But Na'Vi are in the lead for now. Look at Vivo. Spawns up, goes straight, booking it into enemy purple buff. That's Grand Theft Purple, Leo.
Oh yeah, they've gotten it. They've gotten it successfully. They've got the stars for it. As not to mention, they go back to where they need to be. And I love this from the side of Vitality. They are making sure they are covering and not wasting too much time taking camps that they don't need to. They gotta be proactive because that's what their composition needs to do.
So now it's back to the slow game. Keishi just trying to read out Cine. Has a good read on her. But remember, damage. Oh my god, Cine gets an Abyssal Arrow on Rain. Forces the flicker. And it's also an aggressive flicker from Cine. My god.
Honestly, was pretty close. I think, you know, if that second half of the leap connected in a single auto attack, I think that should have been more than enough. But they still get it again. They've got the battle spells, and with that 100-second cooldown, they can look to maybe try and connect another arrow, ideally. But even for looking at the other people who actually needs that snowball, Vival in particular has yet to find that one kill to accelerate her in this game.
Oh, good take by Rian there. Takes it away. And yeah, if it's not just the arrow, right? If you already have Flicker burnt out, now it's that dash skill of yours. Once you use that jetpack, it's Vivo's turn and Fumieko to hold you down for a Wrath of the Dryad combo. You got major AoE skills here with a Flicker.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on this for now, as both sides are looking to go. Flicker is about to come back up for Vivol as they proxy that bottom side and even force out the Salmon Force.
Yeah, they just burst it straight out right now as Keishi jumps in onto Vivol. That's going to be the AOG to follow it up, but Vivol's going to be able to escape right now as Mirai is caught with no AOG and pops in her Revitalize Vivian. Same predicament. It's both the roamers just falling here. Vivol picks up the kill and onto the side. I believe it was Rian.
This was an interesting sequence because both sides had two separate ideas. The arrow connects to Thorn of Ruin.
That's what we're talking about. The Flicker as well. Not even like close to... Wait a second. Bottom lane. Shell's gonna go for the Blazing West straight up onto Rihanna. Vivol's waiting in the bush right now. Rihanna actually reading it with the Synchro Fission. Crazy amounts of awareness now as Cine is able to bait out Keishi from that spot, but she has to get away now. The Falling Star move for the chase as Fumi got away earlier.
Oh my goodness, when are we going to go back to neutral states? I don't think we're not even done.
We'll never do that. We'll never go back to neutral.
we're still in the scrimmage here. Keishi. They are still fighting each other.
Whoa, Fumieko wants to stick on Keishi with no Pinnacle Ninja.
Okay, very bold, but now proxying the wave knowing that Keishi is there. God. Hey, are they not doing anything about this? Okay, I mean,
can't.
Fumieko is just like, try me, fight me. Both of you at the same time if you have to, ideally.
You know what? I think I agree with LaFell, man. I think the Alice needs not just the skin, but needs like one of those MSC Farsa skins. Or sorry, was it Atlas? The Atlas skin that you need to roll for. It has to be exclusive.
It's got to be exclusive. Or maybe something even further. But that's only assuming that they win this entire tournament. Let's see, 30 seconds from now, Turtle is going to spawn, and I'm expecting Vitality, now that they've already, may even consider trying to go for a dive on towards bot side, but no. Purify is already up. Vivian still doesn't have her Flicker up just yet. 22 more seconds.
Rian just jumped in with a Chrono Dash. I believe Mirai spotted Vivo in the bush. Maybe not. It's an all-in with a Fracture as well, Rian. Good reactions, just Chrono Dashes out of it. No battle spell baited just yet, and it's a Fracture down for, I believe, 20 seconds.
Cool, calm, and collected. They understand, hey, maybe the first initial attack, I can't really dodge it, but that ult, I gotta make sure I'm not getting hit by all three of those points. Now, however, that mid lane, you can see immediately, quick punish on towards Cine, keep her out of here. But that's the thing, right? I would have expected Beleric to show up in the mid lane more, just to be able to say, you know what? Concussive Blast it, clear that wave, we get first move.
And look at how slow both of them are playing. This is what happens when you have two assassins, right? It's all about that bait and switch, but Vitality, they have a Selena together with a Nolan, which means they can blitz this Turtle. It's a Selena with a Seasoned Hunter, and that means 3 neutral objectives to Vitality, but only 2 to Vivo. Wait, it's actually only 1, because I believe Cine got the last one, and Fumi got the first.
Yep, and now looking towards that bottom side, Mirai, they see what's going on here. Rian, she's already defended herself, and I've got to give it to Na'Vi. Their defense has been impeccable. They've done their due diligence to keep Vitality in check.
Yep, they're gonna all in onto Vivian, the traction pulse as well, but Vivian just walks out of it. All right, back to the neutral game. Now it's so much slower. Both XPs have already gone for a cut. Seems like setup for a big fight down below.
I mean, all because of these scrimmages. Oh wait, the trap, the combo, it's good, but it's not going to kill just yet. I don't think she has enough items to go for the full one-shot, but it will force a recall, which is kind of good. This would mean that, as you can see, Vivian instantly already trying to man mark, looking for Keishi. Where are you? What's your status? And most importantly, where are you going to show up on the map?
They got that map pressure. Vidball goes in. First passive strike, that's the second there. That doesn't land on Ayanami. Yeah, Ayanami is just going to be able to tank this up all day. No chance for them to burst her down. Maybe if she waited for that Melfic Roar first, she would deal 10 more damage.
Just a little bit more. I mean, let's pull up the item list to really see whether or not it would have been the difference maker. Because if there is a lot of armor, oh, actually, right? Honestly, that would have been it. That could have been it. But overall, it's still a dangerous game. Radiant armor already completed by Fumieko. Every single person who has radiant armor, it's going to be way harder to deal with.
That was crazy. Right there, an attempt. Vivian on it as well, trying to siege this tier 1 down as Fumieko tries to cut under tier 2. Rain, big pickup, Sky Piercer. We have to look at this fight. If it's an explosive fight where Rain can thrive and get a few of those kills in, that's going to be big coming into the 10th minute of the game.
Well, talking about big, they're about to crack open mid-tier 1, which is so good. So good for Vitality. People not too worried about not Ayanami, who's they're waiting really. just to be able to reposition. As the rest of the team looking bot side, they're trying to make this gang happen, and City in trouble.
Zaman Force already, City with the flicker out to the Unbreakable of Mirai. Zaman Force already baited out, but it's for the flicker. Now it's Vitality waiting for Vival to get onto the purple buff first.
Don't have a naturally pushing wave here, and I think Vitality recognizes this too. Purple buff just obtained by Vival. I don't know if this is the position they want to fight in yet, but at the same time, they can't afford Na'Vi to actually hold on to first position.
Wave mid is shoved in though, and Vivian wants to take an aggressive route into this Lord Pit. They're going to try to get that advantage on the side lane as well.
Yeah.
Sending Fumi Echo to cut under tier 2 up top.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful macro coming up from the side of Vitality. The only way you're going to get Na'Vi to forcefully move is if you start taking some prime positions. Yeah, sure, take the Lord, but if we're shoving out mid, what are you going to do? You can't afford to get flanked. And that's the Falling Star Moon, if I saw correctly.
It was onto Cine. The rest of the team now coming at Ayanami. Wave up top is going to take the tier 1 down. So Vitality, take any structures, just the macro control as Na'Vi have to just group up. This is the nature of their composition. It's built to team fight, and it is not good at splitting up to deal with these split waves.
Oh, it's looking really difficult. As soon as Keishi shows her face, I think that's when Vitality are going to start attempting the Lord. And then it's that consistent back and forth. And I think even for Rain, right, there's just no more camps to actually maintain those stacks overall to get the maximum range from her auto attacks. So at this point, Vitality have all the advantages and really maintains control and tempo over the game.
And Fumi is just going to stay up top. No Zaman Force means that Fumi Echo can stay here a bit longer. Goes for the cut again, this time with a bit of backup though. So Rian, she decides to walk up. It's going to be very scary. Vival, what a bush to hold right here. Trying to go for that cut. Not on the minions though. On a player, Rian.
She's selling it.
Might just fall into it. So in a room going to be used up, and now it's going to be the fracture as well. Zaman Force comes in, but Vival pops her there. City going to fall as well. Keishi can be very low. Fumi Echo with a flicker in onto Keishi. Now it's Chum the Blazing Duet. The Wrath of the Dryad taunts Mirai. And now she's going to get double taunted. Not able to get the AOG in time.
They're dancing around now. Ayanami must peel, and Rain is telling them to stay back, demons. Go to the Lord where you belong, and Vitality is more than happy to oblige.
Impeccable macro from Vitality. They play up top, they push it in, they bait out these resources slowly but surely, and they build upon those small wins.
It's so good. And I love the fact that you don't even get to see this very often with some of the professional teams in the regular leagues. Vitality is so good at pushing and pulling, but also taking advantage of the space. You plant people when you take the space.
It's just ridiculous how good they are able to execute this very difficult to execute composition. The Abyssal Arrow really lands.
We gotta breathe, we gotta breathe. And even a Zaman Force coming out from Rian here. I don't know if Na'Vi is losing composure, but you can also tell that Vitality, they're not slowing down with a 6K lead.
Oh god, good taunt there. I don't think they're gonna lose on composure just yet. They have a very good composition to bring it to the late game, but the Abyssal Arrow lands again, and the Wrath of the Dryad is just barely missing out on the front line. Vivian with the Blazing Duet, or sorry, rather, escaping away. The Blazing Duet comes in from Chell, and they burst Rian down through the Zaman Force. Keishi with the jump. Vival able to escape right now, but Keishi chops her down and gets a shot. It's Cine running away as Keishi continues, but she ran out of time as Chell goes into mid, takes the base turret down, and it will be just one base turret with the First Lord.
Honestly, all things considered, pretty good from Vitality. They get an inhibitor, they put both of them really, really low. They got a kill onto Rian, which is even more impressive. And not to mention, all they had to sacrifice it was Vival, who was already doing significantly better than Keishi all throughout this game.
I know that Chell was ahead, but I didn't know it was by that much. I know Vival was ahead, but I didn't know it was by that much as well. It's a 2,000 gold lead for the jungle and gold, and that's why they were able to just pop Rian straight up on the Harith.
Well, let's also not forget about the supports here. We got to show some love over to Vivian. She's been playing a really strong game. I mean, so far, the fact that she already has like a 1.5k lead against another support is good enough because the stats that are coming out of her, it's just, what do? Half the time, Vivian can just stand in your face and absorb that damage for free, and it feels like you're hurting yourself more than anything else.
We still got a composition to play in the late game. Vivian going to be caught now. Pops in the Wrath of the Dryad, finds everybody, but there's no throw in a ruin. The Alice is in the bottom lane, and it is a punish from Na'Vi over on Vital Chell.
Oh, damn. They got to be a little careful here. They can't just take the free shots coming in from Chell. That corrosive side will build up. And eventually you won't be able to escape from this Claude. At this point in time, at least 30 seconds left on the clock before the next Lord actually spawns. And I would say that from Navi's POV, they're a little bit off from getting those full items. Do they notice though?
Uh-oh, City's gonna run. The arrow slows Keishi down enough, but look, yes, it's Vival. Maybe Vival gonna be caught now. Mirai goes in with the conceal. Too many dashes for the Nolan with the purple buff. She gets away. It was a risky move. She was waiting for the real body of Keishi to come back there.
Hey, let's not forget that even Na'Vi had a sneaking suspicion of, hey, we don't see where this Nolan is. Yeah. Now we need to make sure we cover our backs.
Look at that burst.
My goodness.
It's all up to Keishi though.
Whoa.
Ninja. She hasn't entered the AOG as well. Vival's gonna have to go for the steal right now. The 50-50 goes to Vival. Blazing Duet in the winning crown already as Mariah's already used the AOG, and now it's a Throne of Ruin, only locking down one. It's a blinking forward again as Vival tries to stop from the side.
They're trying to chase them all the way through. Ayanami falling star move. Vival gets right past them, and we're finally done with the chase. One singular wall keeps them separated.
The arrow lands on terrain. There's no one there right now, but Zaman Force has already been baited out as the Lord spawns in mid. And Keishi's back up. She's gonna try to go for a little bit more poke, but she just gets caught. Almost a good read on that body.
I don't know, because right now, if Vitality want to take advantage of the fact that Rian doesn't have that Sandman Force, they need to start pushing this wave right now. It's low, it has a low cooldown. It's going to come back in time. And it looks like Vitality want this synchronized wave. Sandman Force already out.
Fantastic pull by Na'Vi onto the Lord, into the bottom lane, but the Lord will already take down that base turret together with Vival. And now as she goes on to Ayanami with the helmet shell, tearing through that health bar. It's the Abyssal Arrow again. That doesn't land. Vival's already down. Throwing a Ruin, lands on two right now as Shell pops in blazing went onto Ayanami. And she's going to get bursted out by Vival. But the rest of the team now clumping down onto City. Chell will be taken out by Keishi.
This is Rian's moment. She can turn this all around. They've cleared the wave. They've cleared the problems. And now they hold strong. A near clean wipeout as Mirai just made sure, you know what? At least we know for a fact that Fumieko, she's out of there.
3 base turrets, but Na'Vi show more than signs of life. They got signs of winning this thing with a comeback. It's the scaling that we were talking about from the start, Gideon, that is now really showing. Rian's doing ridiculous damage. Rain as well, and especially with the help of the crystal. They're bursting through Fumieko!
They can do it.
Forcing the winner crown. Marai's right there, but Fumieko has to burn the flick, which means she can't use it aggressively for the next 120 seconds.
Oh man, the Lord is going to spawn, and Fumieko is still not going to have her flicker back up. Damai's repurchased here. What can you really do about this? They gotta breathe for a second, because as we see this game progress, I'm thinking of bad habits that they can exploit. And so far, I think that Vitality has really wrung out all the tricks in the book. I don't see any other mistakes being made by Na'Vi, and their defense has been immaculate now that they've figured out the lines of attacks that we see consistently from Vitality.
Divine Glaive pickup for, I don't know if it was Rian or Rain, but I saw Divine Glaive, and either way, that'll really help this Harry Potter composition. The magic damage, it only is a problem in the early parts and when your opponents snowball. Once you get into those crucial penetration items, don't matter how many defenses you got. Radiant plus Athena, they'll shred through it all.
Yep, they just gotta make sure that they can survive. Biggest damage so far, and not to mention that at least a quarter of it is gonna be true damage on top of it all, thanks to that Starlium Scythe. It's going to be difficult to play, but at the same time, it's really risky to open up the map, unfortunately, for Na'Vi. They kind of have to wait for Vitality to make that first move, but if they don't probe, nothing happens anyways, and they lose free objectives.
Vitality still have the advantage, though, because of that base turret down below, right? It's going to be auto-slow pushing, which means they can continuously just reset the Lord and play it slow. The mid-wave as well is going to be crashing down, and they find the Abyssal Arrow on Mirai. Fumieko doing a good job zoning. Now Keishi pops in Pinnacle Ninjas. Fumieko's going to be caught, but has the blink away from the untargetable. But look at Vival.
Already hiding back in the spot. I'm pretty sure they saw at least the dash, and yes, they check it open. Winter Ground's already used, and they go in further.
They split them up, and now Mirai with no AOG is going to be caught, but still, with the fracture! They deal with immortality. Fumieko, in the midst of it all right now, has the Throne of Ruin, pops in with a crown. Keishi has to go away, but Vival's going to be going in for the chase. City! Finds an Abyssal Arrow, lands it on Rain. Vival's right there to capitalize.
The base is exposed, and Ayanami cannot deal with this. They're going to have to leave Kenshi by himself. Start proxying that mid-wave. Kenshi, can they do it?
Keishi's gonna try to clear out these waves. There's just too many members on her. She gets the unstoppable, but she's returned to her body, and we are at 1-1 in this best of 7 grand finals.
You wanted to see one hell of a match. We gave you one hell of a match. Game 2 going over to Team Vitality, and this is what we wanted. The consistent tug of war. And I'm not gonna lie, I was really thinking that this composition would eventually fall off, but they just kept on pressing. And I think the nail was there once those inhibitors were down. They could not recover from that point onwards on neutral objective takes. At least Team Vitality, they understand how to load the gun.
The macro, the forced errors, the split. We get to see it again in that final skirmish. Vivo taking a crazy angle back. We get a replay of the final defense, but man, what Vitality did there with this composition was just phenomenal.
Really great stuff overall. I really hope we get to see more of this, right? Is Na'Vi going to still play that more scaling, comprehensive, tight style? And now we've seen so many of the bans. I think, you know, our panel is going to give us a better explanation. Let's throw it over to them right after these messages.
After a relatively long game, Vitality ties up the series 1-1. We've got a series in front of us, and it could, in fact, go the distance. It's a best of 7. Do we get 7 maps? Let's find out together. Hey, welcome in. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Eterna as well as LaFell. Good to see you guys once again. Hey, what was one of the win conditions we talked about? What put Vitality in home court for you, LaFell? It was Vivel on Assassin. What does Vivel do? Goes from tank to assassin. Hey, they get a win.
Finally on the Nolan. You want to say something?
No, all good. I want to hear you talk.
You can talk right now if you want.
I love your voice. Go ahead.
Thank you. Anyway,
oh, she's blushing.
We finally get the Nolan. And remember, it is one of her comfort heroes. I wouldn't even say comfort at this point. I think it was one of her power heroes being able to get that Savage on, and it really changed the tempo of the game. But of course, one of the main focuses was how they were able to facilitate the Nolan. And why LaFell was so adamant with the Harry Potter opening when he saw the first 3 picks from Na'Vi.
Na'Vi! Hey, can they come back? That's the question. The casters have been pouring their heart into each and every moment. And there was one moment that took us all by surprise, including Na'Vi. It was Vivel hiding in the bushes, and the casters give their reaction.
And
she's selling it.
Might just fall into it. So Aruma going to be used up, and Nas going to be the fracture as well. So Force comes in, but Vivel pops her there. City going to fall as well. Keishi going to be very low. Fumieko with a flicker in onto Keishi. Now it's Chow the Blazing Duet. The Wrath of the Dryad taunts Mirai. And now she's going to get double taunted. Not able to get the AOG in time.
They're dancing around now. Ayanami must peel and rain. Is telling them to stay back, demons. Go to the Lord where you belong. And Vitality is more than happy to oblige.
Impeccable macro from Vitality.
Vivel must have been hiding in that bush, LaFell, for the longest time. I think it was at least probably 30, 45 seconds, but once the trap was sprung, she made the most of it.
I mean, like, here's the thing. You got to wait for your opportunity, and Vivel was able to do that. Part of the reason is because they were able to control the map so much that every bush is going to be very, very dangerous. By that time, she already had about 4 items, meaning that she can burst just about anyone, maybe except Mirai. So that also made it so that there's opportunity anywhere. She just had to wait. And then even if the initiation was kind of botched, the damage too much, she has so much dashes, there's nothing that Na'Vi could do to stop Vivel.
But around the 14-minute mark, there was a chance for Na'Vi to get back into the fight. We take a look at that moment, and Eterna, this was the moment I really thought, honestly, for a second, Na'Vi was going to be able to flip the script and maybe come back.
There was a possibility, maybe, had they not allowed this to go so far into the later stages of the game, because you can see here they're trying their best to go for the defense, but it really was difficult. There was a really great opening, by the way, here by Fumieko, and I think, was this the moment where Vivel kind of overstepped?
Yeah, this is also one of those moments where, yes, they have a lot of magic resist, but Keishi is the one that's dealing physical damage.
Yes.
Made it so that her damage was not lowered at all. So part of the good and bad is that when you're over-investing in magic defense, your physical defense is going to be low, and Keishi took advantage of that.
So what could have happened for Na'Vi in that situation? Let's say a perfect world, they protect their base. How could they have made that moment into a game-winning moment?
Well, technically, it really depended on the item, right? Because we saw that there was no damage until we started seeing more Divine Glaives. And I think that was like one of the pivotal moments of how the damage really went through. Divine Glaive for Kimmy, I think, was a game changer in that respect. So I think as long as they were able to hold down their fort, wait for those Divine Glaives to come through, there was a possibility because we started to see cracks in Team Vitality, especially when they went in for that particular engage. That was a big overstep by them.
But the crack Na'Vi was waiting for was Vival, because I feel like they were waiting for Vival to come in, and then Mirai on that Gato Kacha taunt her so that they can catch her. But Vival has been so good on this Nolan, it made it impossible for Na'Vi to catch her, right? Basically, they did not have any answers for Vival on that Nolan, and that's part of the reason why we were so surprised. Game number 1, why did she go for that tank? You see how good she is with that assassin. Don't change the formula. It works. Keep doing that. I'm upset, Taylor. I'm sorry, man.
I'm mad, and I want to
I don't know why game 1 Vitality did something wrong, and then now game number 2, Na'Vi, why you... What?
Ooh, now he perks. Interesting. You know, you got so many emotions, LaFell.
I do.
I'm still learning who you are, but it's fun because it's like a Pandora's box. Hey,
I have 2 therapists.
Rose is out there, and she's been covering everything, including the Wild fans out there who have been going nuts for this grand finals.
Shira and Funi. Girls, it is getting crazy. It's a 1-1, and the Vitality fans are going crazy. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Great, guys! Really? Great. You guys just lost game 2. Shira, what's happening?
We will have a comeback.
Come back. Okay.
For it.
How do we feel about the atmosphere in the grand finals?
The supporters here are crazy, guys. Finally.
Yes, home ground for Team Vitality. Now, as we enter game 3, what do you girls think will happen in the Land of Dawn?
Of course, Na'Vi BH will win!
Finally, will only give 1 point to the enemies, and the rest of the game they will show who the queens really are.
Wow. Funi, are you saying it's gonna be a 4-1 grand finals?
Yeah.
How did you say so?
Because it has always been finalists' place to be the winner.
But there is always a comeback.
No, they will only give you 1 point.
We still don't know. There's still a lot of time that they will prove that Pinas lang ang malakas.
Wow. Shira, we can feel your passion for the Filipinas on stage. And you know what? It's not just on stage that the fire is fueling, but also between these 2 girls. So girls, is there any words of encouragement that you'd like to give the girls on stage? Maybe we can start with Funi.
Me. Good luck, guys. Just take it easy because finally is the strongest team and the MWI. You just need to play like usual and you will win anyway.
Ooh, confident. Shira, anything you want to say to the Na'Vi girls?
Well, she is really confident that they will win this game, but we all know that way back 2024, we got the title, and this is going to be the comeback. So watch and learn and listen, and let's do this, guys! Pinas lang ang malakas!
Oh my goodness, Shira, the energy is through the roof. Thank you very much, girlies. May the best region win. That's it from us. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right.
I'm loving the energy. I really am. We need more of those interviews, especially with those two, because you got both orgs representing Na'Vi, Vitality. Rose, you got to get back with them, okay? We need an update a little bit later on. Hey, we also need a club championship update. Trav, what do we got?
We're into the grand finals of MWI, and it's looking likely that Na'Vi are going to go back-to-back at the Allianz Vault, but I've slipped away. I've made my way over to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and Chris is here to update us on everything Dota.
Yeah, club championship-wise, there's really not a great deal to touch on from what happened yesterday with Falcons, obviously, in that surprise loss going out in the quarterfinals. That was a real shock to a lot of people's systems, especially considering they could have picked up some valuable points to catch up to some of those squads. There was no other real contender for the club championship sitting in and around Dota. You've got BB team right now who are on stage. They could go, if they can go on to win, they can compete in it, but they're only within like 2 or 3 games, so they're not necessarily going to be over towards the top side. BB, though, are currently, slamming Vici Gaming, who did beat Falcons and upset them yesterday. So kind of showing Falcons may well have struggled even if they got through today, but those extra club championship points would have probably went a really long way.
Yeah, well, it sounds like we're going to have a few shake-ups here and there when it comes to the club championship leaderboard at the end of this week, but we'll see how things progress. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Trav and Ton, for the update. Ton sounds pretty good. Hey, he's been my good friend for about a decade, and I got to say, man, he's a great talent. Thank you for the club championship update. We'll be keeping you up to date as much as we possibly can, including here with Na'Vi and Vitality. Series score 1-1. Na'Vi won game number 1, but Vitality answered back. And now the series becomes that much more serious. Now, as far as the series go, Vitality, they have been known, at least in our tournament over the past couple of days, to drop map number 1, but be flawless after. LaFell, is this one of those moments?
Here's the thing. I gotta say, Taylor, they gotta stop building PCs with just graphic cards, man. They need everything else. The thing that I didn't like in game number 2 coming in from Na'Vi is that they're just drafting the same thing over and over again, meaning like magic damage and then magic damage and then magic damage and then just one physical damage. There's no balance, right? Thanos himself said balance is needed all across the globe, and Na'Vi didn't listen, and that's why they lost. So this time, you know, balance.
I think they can deserve the risk, right?
They deserve the risk?
No, like they can.
All right.
They can afford it.
They can afford
Remember, it's a best of 7, it's not a best of 5, it's not a best of 3, it's not a best of 1. So they tried a certain strategy, it didn't work out for them in the very end. And the fact that they're once again on first pick on blue side gives them more of an opportunity to start dictating how the drafts are gonna go. So just a quick reset, go to game 3.
Yeah, but I gotta say, Freya is like pretty cool. You know, she's a Valkyrie with swords and wings, a lot of life steal, a lot of damage, got longer range than usual. So I don't know, I kind of feel like that worked really well game number 1. I would like to see it in game number 2. Crazy suggestion, I know, but hey, sometimes just hear me out here, because in terms of the bans, it has not changed so far. We still see Akai, the Atlas, as well as the Hirara ban coming in from Na'Vi for Vitality, but they got a chip still, as well as the Boxia. So we saw Na'Vi in game number 2. They picked up the Esmeralda. I still think Esmeralda is pretty strong, but maybe just pick up something in the jungle that can help you out, because I also feel that's something that happened, right? All the junglers were banned, and there's nothing else for Keishi.
And by the way, update on Hanzo, now we're up to a 100% loss rate out of the 3 times we've seen it. So avoid Hanzo if you're Na'Vi at all cost.
And another one, she has not won with the Assassin.
Yeah, still at a 0% win rate with her Assassins. Maybe she can flip the script here. And obviously, if they wanted to go, if they wanted to go for a Freya first, they could have looked for a ban early, I think, for like the Esmeralda, if they wanted to set it up. But it looks like they're still focusing in a certain direction. Obviously, now we do see that the Claude gets picked up by Na'Vi. They're indicating that they do want to have a strong gold laner. But of course, there's so many other things that they can respond to here. Team Vitality.
I like his reaction when he saw the Claude. He's like, huh, first picking the Claude. I did not see that one coming. So now, for Vitality, after seeing the Claude, there's still quite a lot of marksmen still open, notably the carry. And knowing that Na'Vi might eventually pick up a tank in the jungle. Let's see here. Akai as well as Boxia is not there anymore. I'm not so sure what they're going to go for. In fact, maybe the Guinevere might also be a pickup that they could consider if they want to go pick off anyone from Team Vitality. Right now, the Freya is open. I don't know whether they want to pick it or not. They pick up the carry first just to make sure that they have a lot of space to flex the other roles, but they pick up the Eve. I'm liking the opening of Vitality, even though the Claude can counter the Eve. You cross that bridge when you get there. You know?
I was just about to say, it's, I think, an act or a statement of confidence. By the way, this POV is pretty cool.
Yeah, Coach Cam, right? Super unique. And he's going back and forth. What are we doing? What's the game plan? Coach's perspective, you get a little bit of it. And like I said, I've really never seen this in an esports production. Yeah, it's brand new.
I wish we could see their notes. Well, I guess they're not the type of people to bring notes. But if there were notes, that would be kind of interesting. I'd love to see what they have on their notes. But back to this, carry Valentina very early here, as well as the Bellaric. So they already have a strong laner there with the Claude, and obviously they do want to have some more to play with, especially if they want to go strong side Claude. Obviously it's really difficult because you are up against the carry, but the Valentina will be able to utilize her creativity. I think the clear is still lacking as compared to the Eve. And the Bellaric, what do you think about the clear from Bellaric?
Honestly, right now, I feel like at least there's balance. You got crowd control coming in from the Bellaric. You have utility bursts as well as some crowd control coming in from the Valentina, and the Claude is just a strong pick and probably a deny just to make sure that Shell doesn't get it. I agree with you. I think that's going to be a big problem right now. They don't have a lot of clear. And if they're going to go for a tank jungler, I think the clear there is not going to be good. So we really got to see what does Na'Vi get for not Ayanami. I'm thinking sometimes in this kind of situation, they will default to something like a Benedetta, which I think might be able to work, but only when we see the roamer.
Benedetta for?
Not Ayanami.
Okay.
Yeah, so for now, looks like the Paquito has been locked by Vitality. So mid, Gold, as well as EXP has been showed by Vitality, so not a lot of flex anymore for their lineup. Pretty honest, but I think it's still very, very strong. For Na'Vi, their options are still open, which is good and bad, because the bad, they don't really have an identity just yet.
I'd love to say, going back to your point about the Benedetta, that it shows for Na'Vi, but against the Paquito, I don't think it's the best of ideas. I think now, with the Paquito shown so early, they go for a Freya ban, which is exactly what they do, and perhaps they want to eliminate the Esmeralda here. Because if they want the Paquito to be strong side for Fumi Echo, which we have seen them set up for, this hero really needs a little bit of help with the drafts.
Well, if they want to default to something like an Alice, they still can, but that does mean there's a high likelihood that Keishi will be using some damage dealer inside of the jungle. The good thing is, looking at both draft here, I feel like a Ling is definitely possible for either side of the drafts here, so, you know, it could be something that they want to consider.
Okay. Ling, an option on the table for both teams. Guinevere eliminated, so you mentioned the Guinevere earlier on. The Guinevere does get sniped out here for Na'Vi. BTR though, I really do think, there you go, Esmeralda being banned out. Na'Vi, so Alice? Is Alice what we're thinking about for the EXP laner? Do they go Arlet here?
Part of the reason why I'm thinking of the Alice, because we're playing Expanding Rivers. Expanding Rivers, just make it say that there's going to be a lot of fight around the turtle. So whoever has more AoE, CC, as well as damage, they're going to be looking pretty good in this lineup, which, by the way, Vitality with that Eve, personally for me, automatically wins the first two turtles. Having the Paquito really helps out because they're able to deal a lot of damage onto the jungler, making it non-contest. So that's part of the reason why I'm liking Vitality's draft. In Expanding Rivers, when you have a draft like this, gives you good control over the first two turtles, and that's going to help you quite a lot to set your tempo all throughout the game.
And that's why it's already nerve-wracking for Na'Vi at this stage, because we don't even know what the Mother of Tanks is going to utilize. And Na'Vi, they smell this, they understand this. I think Gwyn, other than of course being a ban against Vival, which technically we haven't seen Vival on the Gwyn. Oh wait, we have once, but only once on the Gwyn. I think it's more so as well respecting that potential. If they already have a strong Yve in the mid lane, if they have another roamer that is also very strong, what is the winning condition for Na'Vi?
I kind of feel like that Gwyn ban also signifies that they really don't want to use Purified or prefer to go for a Flicker here. So now for Vitality, knowing that they probably don't want to run Purify, if they get a roamer that can engage fast, that's going to be great. They pick up the Bellman here. I don't know how to feel about this.
Yeah.
We just talk about how great she is on the Assassin. At least Bellman has damage. If she goes for War Axe first item, then hey, maybe it can still work out.
We don't know what the EXP laner of Na'Vi is. So the fact that they went Bauman already, and we don't know what the EXP laner is from Na'Vi, Bauman could just as easily walk into death traps of crowd control and just completely be irrelevant in the game.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. If they have like one other source of crowd control, which I feel like they most probably will have, they pick up the Yuzong here as well as the Nolan. For now, again, Na'Vi does not have a good track record just yet using Assassins. We'll see whether this time they flip the script.
And what if they do? I think that would be a huge statement for Keishi. I love that. I love that storyline. Vitality last pick. We get the show of the mother of tanks.
Hey.
This is oppressive.
Here's the thing. You ban out the Gwyn. It shows that you don't want to use Purify, and that's why the show is valuable here.
At first, it was Na'Vi who struck and said, "This is our series." But then Vitality answered back, tying the series up 1-1. And now we go into Game 3. Who will once again take the lead? Will it be Vitality for the first time, or will Na'Vi take it back for themselves? It's time for Game number 3 of the MWI 2026 Finals. Mirko, get in, take it away.
Thanks, Reflections. We're already here to cover game number 3, and we're already excited to see how this is going to start playing out, because when you look at compositions of this caliber, the question is who can perform better in lane? Mid trios, so important this time around, but with a Bauman, there's just so much more you can do. How long you could stay on the map, so much sustain.
We gotta figure it out, man. It's not just the sustain, it's also the classic Leo. Shove it! The ultimate lethal counter. You go for that insta-retry on the neutral objective. So Na'Vi, the advantage that they were coming in to game number 1 with, the fact that they have CC immunity and a 50-50 clean, they won't have it here. Plus, obviously, that mid-prio. And then we also have to talk about the physical defense shred that has been moved from first skill to second skill. So Chell and Vivian, with technically Vivian also has a physical shred. So this is just going to be Fumi Echo wreaking havoc, especially because she went lethal ignition.
Yep, it's just a lot of damage. However, they have to coordinate it well. They got to mark their targets as soon as they can. And not to mention the fact that they already have lethal ignition just goes to show, hey, I don't mind just touching you for a little bit, but you will get bursted down. And speaking of bursting down, Shell already doing a very good job getting a lead in the lane.
Yeah, not the best of lanes there in terms of matchups for the Claude against the carry. That's why they were so comfortable picking up the carry with the Yve, knowing full well that if you want to try to counter the Yve, you're going to have to go Claude, but that means the lane will be given over to Vitality as Fumi Echo tries to bait not Ayanami in. Vivian with a walk-up as well. Concussive blast onto Ayanami, putting a lot of damage on her, but Fumi Echo's going to get caught. Mirai, great backup, Vivian. Escaping with the Shunpu, and it's Na'Vi who strike first.
Beautifully played, and this is right after Ayanami actively took a trade against Fumihiko. So again, just trying to drag out and wait for those cooldowns to come back. Rian, unfortunately, taking so much damage. All of this just to try and get somewhere close to the wave.
And that's a big one for not Ayanami. Now Na'Vi have proper setup to actually stun Vival down for the first neutral objective as Keishi starts it, and the dragon is up. Black Dragon Front gonna be used up straight up into trying to zone Vival out of this turtle pit. Vival's trying to escape right now, but he's gonna be caught by the damage again. Lethal counter in the rectory. Vival still gets it despite it all, and the jungle falls as well. Now it's Mirai caught under the RWM as Vivian walks up, but now she's caught in the RWM. Immobilized in that zone. Fumi Echo with City dropping down bombs.
Again.
Oh, up top.
Whoa, Rian ends up dying for it. A solo kill for Chell.
Sokolil. Vitality strike, and in one fell swoop, despite the small wins from Na'Vi in the laning phase, they couldn't convert onto the big objective.
But do you hear that? Do you hear the Vitality fans? They're really taking this momentum from that game number 2 and bringing that same energy here in game number 3. And it's only more proactive that we are seeing Vitality move across this map. Because once again, Vivian double checking whether or not the purple buff is open to give information to Fumihiko. Hey, if Keishi doesn't see you, you can go for that big one shot we were talking about. You have so much damage in the early game.
And that's why you have to respect the Bauman. They were doing all they can to respect it, to be fair. But once she got into the vicinity of the turtle, lethal counter retry is guaranteed. There's no way for a Nolan to out-retry that unless it's just miscalculated by Vival.
Yep, it's unlosable in a lot of scenarios, like the old Suyo, but still relevant. As Ayanami taking his full fire, Fumiko tries, Black Dragon form getting called here.
Vival has the lethal counter. If she drops down just a bit, oh my god, she might be taken out from the skies. Gets away just in time, but she stays.
No.
Ayanami with a petrified Furious Dive. They're gonna go in onto Fumiko. The way the dragon comes around with a lethal counter. Shove it. Vival picks up the kill up top. It's Cine. Caught in the 1v3. Can she escape? She flickers out to safety past the RWM.
Oh man, that was a game of Dance Dance Revolution for sure. Able to sidestep basically everything and still maintaining a good amount of health. However, Shell needs to get back into this lane, and Na'Vi is denying them that space. Vitality need to make some choices. They still have to deal with the turtle down on bot side, so they cannot commit everything to alleviate space on top.
It's free. Maybe Rain can deal with it with a splash of damage. Vival with the retry. Vivian still trying to buy as much time as possible, just being an absolute nuisance to Keishi in the jungle.
Just gotta show that. Just gotta show that presence, and I think that's the beautiful thing here, right? Khalid, show all of the...
My god, Vivian!
Wait, potential dive here. Renee, gotta hold on to that BMI. You can't show exactly where it is. As long as you don't show it, Vivian ain't gonna engage on you for free.
Oh, Fumi. Oh, what is that damage, my guy? Right through the XP crab as she gets it, and she bursts Ayanami down.
Hey, gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. They've got a pretty significant... Hey, a one-level lead in EXP is a lot for a lot of these laners. And not to mention, with that lethal ignition, it's a lot harder for not Ayanami to win this out.
Uh-oh. Mirai with a walk-up. Great read on the dash by Mirai. Baits out the flicker. Mirai tries to go for a little bit more now, but look at the backup from the rest of the team. Cine and Vival has already rotated towards the top lane. Na'Vi not able to get that trade in structures.
Finally, Vitality said, you know what, they're putting so much pressure on you, just take the mid wave. Cine is going to swap lanes with you and maintain that. Mirai should be, oh no.
Wait, the Dragon lethal counter, they're gonna try to feed it over. Mirai gets a massive taunt. Oh, it's a cancel, the Blazing Duet! Straight into the knockout striker Fumiko.
Can they get anything off of this? No, they call it off. And Vivian getting disrespectful. Ayanami's thinking about it. They know they don't have the way of the Dragon, but the RWM is still in play.
This is going to be a Nolan with no purple buff at 5 minutes. Up top, it's the carry, Chell. Taking a structure down below, it's Fumiko. These side laners working double time.
Again, this is what we were expecting in the Balmond versus Assassin matchup, especially when an Assassin needs purple buff. We've seen it happen many times already. Oh my god. No way they're going to commit even further than this, right? I mean, Fumiko's barely taking any damage, but even so, that's really because Not Ayanami just doesn't have the items yet.
I want to see what items Fumiko is on right now.
Oh, no wonder.
Hunter Strike and a Legion Sword already. That has... I think it's a Sea Halberd.
Yeah, I think it's going to build into the Sea Halberd as well. There is an argument that maybe could lean into it later on and look for something else. I honestly kind of feel like Fumiko can even go for a Malefic Roar if she wanted to, but I think it's the smarter option is for the anti-heal. Even Keishi is having a little bit of troubles here as Cine now joining Vivian in this Roman expedition.
And, oh, Vival. Into the bottom lane, they just burst her down even through the Petrify! And the Furious Dive, the lethal counter didn't even land. No, they try to go for compensation on Vivian. That's Sajid Kundo. She runs out of the Wrath of the Dryad and baits out the RWM. Chell with the punish. Now they all punish. Chell, it's an all-in, but Fumiko goes in the back line, and Vival's just waiting in that tier 2. Vivian getting the way of the dragon on Keishi.
The awareness is just crazy from Vitality. That was a planned play from literally top all the way down to the bottom to corral the sheep right into the mid lane. They are capturing Na'Vi right now. And I think that Na'Vi, they gotta be proactive. I think, unfortunately, the choice of ultimates here needs to be maybe not just the RW, or maybe even arguably a Way of the Dragon if necessary.
Vivian, she was the one who baited everything out. RWM, the Wrath of the Dryad, and Chell flickered forward. That's how comfortable she was. Now they're going to go in for the dive in the bottom lane again. Rian hasn't had the best of games so far. Fumiko just waiting for the double dash. Knockout strike. Oh, lethal counter from Vival. Now it's the retaliation. Now it's the punish. You did that to our goal laner. Now you must pay. RWM will save from Cine.
is ridiculous. Vitality.
What?
With the... Oh no, they canceled out the recalls, but at least nothing is punishable at this point. But Vitality, they're starting to mess. They've kind of downloaded a little bit of the tactics that Na'Vi has. They're recognizing some bad habits and some... Well, I have noticed a couple of pathways when they're on autopilot. Their pathing is becoming a little linear now.
In normal situations like that, Gideon, you're 5-12, you get a kill on the Paquito, it should be a good trade. But the fact that it's a gold laner and there was no shutdown, there was no bounty on Fumieko, that means Rian's gonna have it even more delayed. That item power spike that they're desperately waiting for.
I think it's gonna be 11 minutes or maybe even 12 arguably if it keeps up like this before the Trinity is even complete. Fumieko now looking on the side, sees not Ayanami as well as Mirai, but at the same time, this is what Vitality like to do. If you want to go to the bottom side, sure, let's push out mid. We could potentially flank you, and Na'Vi has no choice but to back up because bottom and mid tier 1s are non-existent.
Oh, that top wave is looking good right now. Maybe jumps to Jikundo. Oh, a big miss, a big whip from Cine. And that's the punish from Ayanami straight onto Vivian. Fumieko with a jump, but she's only 1 against 4 right now. Mirai getting a massive taunt. And another big kill on the Paquito, this time on the hands of Keishi.
Okay. They end up losing 2 here, but is Na'Vi going to force the scenario? Because again, that top wave is still pushing, so Vitality can hang around here for as long as they want. If they are able to tax the health enough, maybe they can get Na'Vi off of this.
Whoa. Ayanami's gonna walk up again. Gets caught with the lethal counter. A straight Kumar moment. She knew the Batman was there. Blazing went onto Cine and Vivel right now, but she's able to sustain for a bit. Xiao Zhou into the back line, and Keishi won't be able to get the retry. It's Rian who steals it away and saves it for Na'Vi. But Chen with the flickering forward, trying to go for a bit more kills. Mirai doesn't have the Wrath of the Dryad. Vivel walks back up right now as the chase continues, and Vivian is trying to go for the Jikundo, but she will save that flicker for later. Na'Vi, great hit and run.
Oh boy. And that's how they just have to play the game, unfortunately. They gotta stay on their toes. Looking at the item list as well. War Axe already done 2 tank items on top of the Cursed Helm, speed up the clear, and also apply real damage towards Navi's side. They can't deal with these longer fights. Maybe Yuzong, but Yuzong can only deal with so many people at once.
And now it's how Na'Vi convert on this. They see Chell. They know she doesn't have a flicker. They bait out the ultimate, and that's about it. Now Na'Vi build again with the Lord. Down below, though, the Holy Shield's gonna go down to the minions.
And Fumieko, if nobody responds to this, there's a possibility they might be able to just clear out that wave. They don't need her right now, as we see that Na'Vi is slowly taking pressure up mid.
Somebody's trying to go for a flank right now. Just walk straight up, and Rian has her physical defense shredded just a bit by Vivel up top as well. It's going to be good for Na'Vi to try to get this tier 2 down. Vitality have done a good job dealing with the mid wave and now the bottom wave, but up top is where they should look at next. This could possibly be a siege into the base turret. Black Dragon form as well. They want to commit.
Oh, they're going to try here. Prolific Aurora has been purchased by Fumieko, and as soon as she reveals herself, the rest of Na'Vi call off the attack.
It's because of Fumieko down below. They know they have the Lord, they need to convert, but it's not worth if they go and lose their own base turret because it's the far lane down below that Fumieko was threatening.
This is difficult. This is a difficult position to be in. With no holy shieldings, a single mistake could net Vitality an inhibitor. And at this point, I would imagine with Kichi's item power spike, it should be more than enough. But in terms of damage dealt, Cine is the one who's sitting right at the top. Vival at second here in terms of damage dealt.
Whoa, Mirai? Jumps in all alone, has to flicker out of there. And that's why once Cine used the RWM, once she whiffs it, Na'Vi pounced on Vitality. And also, it should be a lesson for Vitality, learning after that big mistake. If Cine whiffs or if their backliners can't reach them, they have to just call it off.
That's the important thing. But hey, they have a lot of faith in each other, right? They will learn from this mistake. And I think from Navi's side, the question is how good of a play does it need to be to ensure themselves a victory? Or at least a 3 for 4, 2 for 3, as long as they're positive.
This is the problem, though. Na'Vi, with this kind of composition, you would usually think they can play in the side lane. Hold on. They're trying to catch Fumieko down below. Won't be able to find it, but the Claude cannot match the Paquito right now. Rian cannot deal with Fumieko, and that's why they're going to have to stick together. I wonder if Rian's already hit those item power spikes, though. I think that's a big one. Try to have a look at the items to see if Rian has it.
Zipper, let's pull up the item list right here, right now. Thank you so much, Zipper. big ups.
There we
3
go.
items already complete. Looking to get a Winds of Nature as well. In comparison to the
Oh
opposite
god,
side.
Fumieko.
Oh, can they do this? No, they've already triggered it. Yeah. Vitality, they set up the chokehold once again. No choice. They were going to lose an inhibitor for it.
And they have to make a decision whether to back off or to go for the fight. They go for the fight, but it's only 4v4 right now. Bounty in at the bottom lane. They're going to go for the commitment right now as Vivian jumps in. The Wrath of the Giant is able to connect the back line, but Vivian's going to go for the chase on Keishi. Finds the way of the dragon.
They got the kick. Lethal counter takes it. They got the Lord of Chell. Deals Ayanami.
Who's here is Fumieko. Punishing with the help of the RWM. Look at Keishi running through the hills, but it is onto the bush, and Chell's going to try to go for the read, and she cancels the recall. Keishi jumps in, but Chell has the win of nature. Fumieko will be sacrificed for it.
At least they got the RWM out of Rain, and at this point with the Lord coming in, as long as Cine maintains her distance, Rain will not be able to steal back a real war manipulation from her. Chell, finally, full item build. The Malefic Gun, we've been waiting for so long for it. With the Malefic Gun, she'll be able to maintain her distance against the majority of the heroes, as Vitality could be looking for the end, but Mirai's coming back up.
I think the safe place to go for the guaranteed base turrets right now. Wave bot will guarantee the base turret bot. There's no wave up top. Na'Vi have done a good job. Now it's up to Vitality to try to play with this Lord. Keishi's up in 1. No chance.
They're going to back away. They're going to breathe. They're going to say, you know what? There's just too much risk. Not enough reward. We want to close out this game, but we want to guarantee. And we've seen Vitality do this. They like ending their games closer to the 17th minute if necessary, because mistakes are costly at this stage of the tournament.
And that's why Rain is crucial in these skirmishes. For the Lord, if they wanted to go for the gamble on the Lord, they need some more CC, some peel. Not for their backliner, for Keishi on the red tree. Because the team did such a good job. Mirai already got the Wrath of the Dryad, not Ayanami as well, sticking onto Vival. But Vivian was doing the same on Keishi.
But that's the thing, I really think it should be not Ayanami going to deal with these waves rather than Rain in these scenarios, because at least you have the Black Dragon form to kind of just run through. But Na'Vi understand, hey, the Black Dragon form is going to force Vitality to back away, or maybe that's what it's supposed to do, but with the guarantees on this Balmon, like, the collateral is so little, there's so little risk. It's a difficult scenario to be in.
Very difficult.
I'm literally trying to figure out a way for them to catch, like, something off. Like, unless Mirai can flicker in with a Raptor or Dryad to catch Chell alongside Fumi. But the problem is Vitality purposefully make sure that they are split apart. And with no War Axe, there's no reason for Fumieko to ever peel for Chell. Just play to kill.
There's too much they have in their arsenal right now, especially with the 5,000 gold lead. And the Lord is spawning up top again, so that wave in the bottom lane, it will already be a threat just having a Paquito on the other side. Now that it's a base turret taken out, that's free push onto bot. Fumieko could just wait in bush, and it will already be a mind game for Na'Vi. They're constantly going to be thinking, is the Paquito gonna punish us bot if we move towards Lord? Or is the Paquito sticking and using that?
I mean, they got to start doing their protocols right now. It takes about roughly 12 to 13 seconds to get right from your spawn point all the way down to the end of the lane. So they need to start clearing out these bushes down bot side around that timer just to make sure that Fumieko moves away. And once she's done, then slowly start clearing up to the Lord side.
Because of the expanding rivers as well, it just gives Fumieko so much to play with. He's a race car, bro.
Just flying through, flying through. The queen is here. And now we wait. Wait, do they know? Oh my god. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, right through it, lethal counter. No way, she tried to be at my forward to go for the poke on City as she overextended, but it was just a bait. Now it's a free Lord. And with Rian down, I believe Vitality are just going to go for the straight push. Lord's going to be up in 4 seconds.
That has got to hurt. That's got to hurt.
It's not just hurt, it's a tilter, Gideon.
I mean, yes, it is a tilter, but at the same time, what can you really do? Oh!
Vivian.
Another attempt here.
Wrath of the Dryad, though, locks him down. The RWM is melting Mirai. Thank God for that flicker, because the lethal counter would have found another victim.
It's not over just yet here. No big ultimate from Cine, at least. Can Rain steal it? And yes, they got the RWM back.
But she's getting poked down now. It's going to be the RWM to lock Cine down. Has the flicker out. Not Ayanami with the Petrify and Fierce side, but it's sure that gets deleted by Chell. Last baser up top going to be taken down as Mirai tries to move up forward for Rian to clear.
They're not willing to die for this. They're not willing to die for this base just yet. There's enough minions, and honestly, they could have forced it down, but Keishi finally in a position where eventually she does some real damage. Rian as well, she's scaled up to the max items, and if the Art of Thievery is maxed out with the Golden Staff, I don't think Vitality can hold it out, especially without some Winds of Natures around, which they use very early on in that fight.
I'm just scratching my head right now, trying to think of a way for Na'Vi to come back against Vitality, who've scaled up. Because even if we talk about scaling, this is a carry and a Yve.
Exactly, and I think the worst part about it is that the fact that they have guarantees on this Lord, I think they need to kill Vival at some point. The question is what timer is good. I would say around 30 seconds is pretty good, arguably even 20, but Vival just refuses to die and is always so close to her team.
The only time she died was when she brute forced Turtle 1, and even then she died with the Turtle after securing a big objective for the team. Rian has the Wind Talker, right? No more boots. She's bootless. She is full damage with a Wind of Nature, but she still gotta respect that lethal counter, man. That big bonk.
Na'Vi, at this point, is just waiting for Vitality to make the mistake. This game is not in their control. It's not in their hands. It's an uncomfortable feeling to be in, but at the same time, you kind of have no choice. There is no out at this point, and I think that much is clear. Vitality, they're going to slowly choke them out. But truly, who can maintain this game, right? We're already going in close to the 20th minute. Eventually, somebody will fall.
Na'Vi have to try to either gamble it around the Lord or just bank on a defense. Because at this point, they're trying to do both. They're trying to set up top to clear the wave after it's been slow pushed. Then they try to go over on Lord. This is a good idea.
Could they sell this? How could they sell this? Did they make Yuzong just walk into Tribrush or something?
I think they sell it by just waiting for someone to walk up right now. And, they clear it out. They know the timer is up right there for the Lord. So they reveal themselves. And it's still going to be a slow push again. They haven't cleared it enough.
Yeah, this is inevitable. This feels inevitable, and Vitality have played this so very well.
They've got to gamble.
They've got to gamble. They got a 50-50, and Fumi already on the top side.
I don't think they can gamble when Rain is in the base defending, and she doesn't even have good clear against these super minions. Oh, Fumi.
We need to see the super play here. Vival gonna open up the map.
Shell just holding it as well. Look at the poke from Cine on not Ayanami. That's the main initiator out of the fight. Half HP as Fumi Echo again waits in the bush. Try to go for it. Oh my god, wait, the dragon and the full pounds! That's Wind of Nature. Fumi Echo able to survive right now as that's gonna be the Lord taken down as Chell gets the kill on Keishi. Vivian gets away as well and gets the chastised Pauldron. No Purify and no Wind of Nature on Rian.
However, at least they were able to trade 1-for-1 here, and Cine ends up going down. I wanna see whether Rain already stole the RWM. If she hasn't stolen the RWM, it's gonna be a little awkward once the Lord starts pushing in. But even so, really nicely done from both sides.
This is defendable. 30 seconds on Cine. They're going to have time to build up. Now, the question is for Vitality, do they want to bank on a 4v4 instead of waiting for Cine, right? Because if they wait for Cine, this Lord is as good as gone.
Yep. And I mean, big issue is that Cine won't be able to participate in the fight like fast enough. And
no chance.
Unless Vitality just starts slowing, they can't slow their own Lord down. And Na'Vi, they don't mind it coming in quick.
Yep, 10 seconds on Keishi, so it is going to be the gamble. If they can go for a fight before Keishi spawns, and Fumi Echo jumps in. Knockout strike is off. When a crown already used up as Rian goes for the damage again. Damage reduction coming out. Fumi Echo is able to survive, but now it's Vivian caught on the taunt. Still able to get away with Jikundo, and the Black Dragon form comes around as Vivian is going to get taken very low, but it is Na'Vi staying in this game.
There's still the second wave that we have to worry about. This is where Cine now comes into play with the RWM. They might be able to do something here with it, and they still have the Way of the Dragon. No IMU from Rain, no Wrath of the Dryads coming in from Mirai.
Oh, wait a second, you're right.
Second wave, here we go.
Already down, and they still have Cine on the Eve. With the damage, with the poke, coming down with the Wishing Lantern. Oh, Ayanami finds Beerus down to Petrify, but she gets baited in, and now it's the RWM to take Ayanami down.
Didn't get max value, but that should be good enough. 2 siege minions there, and Na'Vi, with the Vitality, has to tax him every single time. Oh my goodness, the damage coming in from Yan. Good enough to chunk down Fumiko past 60%.
And they defend again, even with Ayanami down. They have enough firepower with Rian in the late game, having full items, even the bootless with no boots, just a Wind Talker. That's why she's dealing 1 billion damage.
Oh, This is a really tough game. It's clear that both our ladies here up on stage, they don't want to drop this game. And Vitality, what looked to be some huge momentum, has kind of halted. It's starting to stall out. And Na'Vi, they feel it, but at the same time, it's still not in their control because they're missing all the inhibitors.
I've seen these games before, you know, Gideon. A game that was dominant to one side, but a team just holding out all this time. It was also a yellow team against a sort of orange-yellow team, so it's kind of similar. Very, very similar. It happened in M5. Oh, it's an all-in over from the Echo. Keishi finds a pick together with Mirai. Wrath of the Dryad is what they use to get Fumieko, but look at the rest of the team right now as Keishi gets zoned away. It's a free Lord. Rian with the BMI forward. Trying to go for the chase right now with the Black Dragon form as well, but she might just be too far ahead.
Yeah, but again, trying to force out a fight that they don't exactly have the perfect position on just isn't worth it. But they've already staggered the team of Vitality. They are currently 4v5. Now that the Lord, similar scenario, but at least they have City on their side.
It's all up to Rian, 1-5 and 4, but the KDA doesn't matter when you've managed to make it to the 24th minute of the game. You have all your items. This is the time for Rian to find that redemption. But Vitality have an Evolved Lord. 4v5, but you have damage reduction. Now it's Rain, who has stolen the RWM. That's the right ultimate to take.
All right, can they play this? Vitality, do they want to force Wrath of Dry? And RWM already out!
City just took it like a champ right there with the help of the damage reduction from the Evolved Lord. Now with the RWM comes down as well.
It's good!
It's Vivian who loses Immortality. Mirai's right there. Rian gets bursted down. Shell pops it. Oh, Rain! With a shutdown of the Flicker. It's 1-4-1. Both gold laners gonna fall. City trying to run away right now. Has the Flicker. Gets away in time as Ayanami goes for the dive and Keishi lands the fracture. But City gets the slow on Keishi. Now it's Vivian with the walk up again. It's Vivo with the lethal counter. It doesn't land too much onto the members. It's Vivo trying to clear.
Fumi is already here and now they have an opportunity, but they don't have a wave to actually work with just yet. They could try and collaborate with the rest of the wave to clear and try it one more time, but it's just too late. And Vitality, despite everything they've thrown at Na'Vi, this impeccable wall holds with no inhibitor as they chase them down the map.
What a defense.
Oh my God.
Through how many Lords? 4 Lords defended. Yes, they are down to just their crystal. But it just shows how tenacious they are. They get back up every single time they get put down.
This is a really, really tough game. Both sides understand the pressure, but both sides want to end this clean. Na'Vi now is starting to adapt, realizing, you know what, despite our inhibitors, as long as we make sure the timing is good and we time our tempo to sync up with Vitality's, there is a chance, because they are prone to mistakes too.
Now it's back to the build-up. We take a look at the equipment now. Immortality for Cine. Immortality down for Vivian. We have to take into account some of these immortalities that have already been popping the fight. Hold on, Vivian! With no immortality, opening up those bushes now seem a lot more scary.
They're still pretty tanky overall. The raw burst damage from Na'Vi's side isn't that high, especially against these thicker boys, but that's just show for you. In the meantime, at least for Rian, plenty of damage here. How did they wait? Vivian in a really awkward spot to get a reaction out of Keishi. And I like this, the fact that they're trying to get all the information and they find it. The taunt, land, oh God.
It's a double taunt on Vivian, with the dragon there! And it's a big pick at the 26-minute mark. No Wrath of the Dryad though, the rest of Vitality, think about it. With these resources down, do we go for it is the question, but look at the timers right now. Vivian's gonna be down for, I think, a solid minute.
Oh no, this is not exactly the greatest look, but at the same time, at least Vitality immediately say, we need to take control of this. We need to pull the Lord to our side. We need to reset it. Now, Fumi,
what is that damage?
The push.
City gets caught in the RWM, has the Flicker out of the way. Fumi Echo to the bottom lane, they go for the crazy 50-50. Vivo the lethal counter, resurrection!
He gets it! Wait, they need to cancel the recall. Fumi is already immediately going back, and luckily not Ayanami already expecting and anticipating the motion.
That's the problem against the Bauman. You still need to zone, even if you have the man advantage. No one checked the bushes. They went straight for the Lord, and they paid for it. Now it's time for Vivian to get back up. They're gonna have 5 members pushing in unless, no, the mini waves are still okay. Vivian's not up just yet. That just goes to show how long of the death timers are.
They're trying to synchronize it, and they're going to push all at the same time. However, this time, it's not staggered, and they're looking for a little bit more. City, you cannot afford to die here.
They have to play it very safe. Just go for the poke constantly now. It's blazing duet from Rian. Onto Pumieko, who's able to flicker out the safety now. Mirai trying to go for the rapid drive, but gets bogged down.
Whoa!
Find the lethal counter.
Nobody was expecting that much damage, but okay, it works out. Vitality now looking for the end.
Minion's already there. Vivian goes over to the dragon, but it's actually off. Into the RWM they go. Keishi gets away from mid in time. Now it's a dragon to the skies. They go straight for the crystal. Vitality are up 2-1. The lead in this grand finals.
Oh man, I think Vitality, if we were talking about working out the stage nerves, working out all the plays that are going through, and having the tenacity to deal with that, an exhausting game that's past 20 minutes? Holy!
What's frustrating is if you're Keishi, you're thinking, I'm losing these red trees, but in reality,
that's
a Bauman.
Yeah!
Just through a Bauman, you need the team to zone, and nobody opened up for Keishi.
It's just, you can't, there's nothing you can do about it. There really is nothing much you can do about it. But let's look at this one more time, because Mirai, down to a literal third of her health, instantly dying to the lethal counter. It's so ridiculous. But I think they now figure it out. Hey, maybe it's not just us. Maybe it's the draft as well. We got to really make it happen. But with that being said, though, what an absolute banger of a game. We're going to be throwing it over back to the panel right after these messages. Stick around, Mobile Legends action.
If you weren't entertained before then, you should be at least entertained now. An unbelievable round, the longest round we have had yet for the MWI in 2026, going nearly 30 minutes. Back and forth, Na'Vi refusing to budge until the very last seconds of the round number 3. I am blown away. MLBB has been incredible, and I have loved watching it over the past 5 days, but that has to be the best map we have seen yet.
It turned out
so close.
Do we have no idea what we're talking about?
Absolutely none.
What?
Absolutely none.
We were talking about how Vitality wanted to go fast, and now they're the one scaling, and then like we said that, you know, Na'Vi wanted to scale, not go fast, but then they had very fast game one. What's going on?
Absolutely no idea. I thought the game was going in a certain direction, and then it went another way as well. There's just so many things to talk about, honestly, in that almost, what was it, 27-minute game?
Like 20, 27, 28. Let's look at the stats. I believe we're going to compare a couple of different players here after this map number 1. And yes, we will have our star-studded players. It was 28 minutes and 10 seconds. Unbelievable. But what are we looking at when it comes to our star players?
Well, first of all, we got to talk about Sini, man. She's the carry as well as the best wingman, always being there when we're talking about fights. Over 6,000 damage per minute. That's amazing considering it's 28 minutes of the game. Sini on that Eve, unstoppable.
But I do have to, give my flowers over to Rian here. Being able to get the rich guy. We were looking at her laning phase earlier on, and she wasn't having that great of a time up against Shell. But the fact that she was able to, get to the power spike, be able to stay relevant within the game despite her being so far behind, I think that's very impressive.
We see now the players going back. Oh, we even have some dancing action. We have some dancing inside of their vaults as they get ready to set up for map number 4. But just seriously, I'm absolutely blown away. Obviously on the bottom there, you have Vitality. They're feeling comfortable. They're feeling good. Granted, it was tense. I felt like there were moments Vitality absolutely could have closed it out if they played perfectly. But Na'Vi also in their base defenses were out of this world. And I believe we're going to take a look at a couple of them anyways, especially the first base defense. And really was a shock to see Na'Vi defend as well as they did. I mean, it had to have been 3 or 4 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and honestly, we talk about this backstage as well, where this is such a long game. This is going to be the turning point for this best of 7, because let's put this into perspective. This is 28 minutes, and this is only the 3rd game in this best of 7. Before we start, Taylor, even you talk about stamina. Their stamina has been depleted quite a lot in just this one game.
Dude, it's incredible. This is like literally 2 games, 3 games rolled into one from like quarterfinals. Obviously, going back to group play, rounds were like 11 minutes. So it just absolute insanity. We take a look at our second base defense. Na'Vi holding on tight. An unbelievable set of circumstances they had to go through. We're talking the Lord coming in, Vitality with a full frontal assault. But Eterna, they held on tight.
They did. They held on real tight. And this was one of these exceptional moments, I believe, that was made by Rain. The fact that she was able to get 2 people down here, really just making the team fight unorthodox, I would say. Like, not the way that obviously Team Vitality were planning. And they went like this over and over and over again.
Yep.
The splash damage and the taunt as well that goes through from the Valentina was very surprising for me. And in the later stage of the game, it turns out it came out really clutch.
And I want to say that was just 2 of them, right? But we had like 3 or 4 of those moments throughout the 28 minutes. And one of the critical moments of the game was the final Lord fight. And Vitality ended up stealing it for themselves. And the commentators were going absolutely insane.
Crazy 50-50. Fibble the lethal counter on the retro!
He gets it! Wait, they need to cancel the recall. Fumi is already immediately going back, and luckily not Ayanami already expecting and anticipating the motion.
That's the problem against the Bauman. You still need to zone, even if you have the man advantage. No one checked the bushes. They went straight for the Lord, and they paid for it.
Seeing Gideon just sitting there and then going absolutely ballistic. I love when we get the chance to see the commentators who are providing the voice to this grand finals. Hey, this tournament has been insane and the competitors are playing for a lot of money. However, you out there at home, guess what? My champions pick is now live. 2 champions, 1 game. From July 27th, submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021 through 2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under at MLBB Esports post for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. Hey, you can win at home even if you're not up there on the main stage. It's now, 2-1 in favor of Vitality. For the first time, they take the lead. We go to the stage to look at the emotions from that last round, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty moments, 28 minutes of it, right, of heartbreak and elation. And for the side of Na'Vi to go that long. Now, do they take away hope from this map? Yes, they lose. But LaFell, they were losing for a large majority of that map, but they held on tight. I think there's a lot of positives to take away.
Yeah, here's the thing. I feel like looking at how the pick and bans have been going through, I feel like they need to risk it by not banning the Akai. Because so far, we've seen Vitality banning out the Baxia and then Na'Vi banning out the Akai. Those are basically the only real relevant tank junglers now. So I kind of feel like they're setting themselves up for failure, that they don't have a lot of different opportunities, because Keishi in that game using the Nolan, you saw how Rian had the most gold. And that kind of just shows me as well that unfortunately Keishi was not able to farm that much. So I feel for game number 2, you don't want to give match point, try to get a tank.
I agree. I think the tanks have been working so much better for Na'Vi, and surprisingly so. If they do still want to go for Assassin Jungle, if they still want to play with that flare, at least help the Nolan out. Because if you give a pick over to this person that you're looking at right now, again,
that's right,
the mother of tanks, something like the Cho, despite her kind of, falling behind in that 2v2 in the mid lane in the early game, she did still have the opportunity to dive into the enemy jungle, pressure the Nolan so much in the early game that Keishi really didn't have a chance to look for her star openings, to farm the way that she would want to farm and eventually get, the power spike that she wanted. So yeah, do they just resort back to jungle?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, Vival, there's been a lot of questions about whether or not Vival should run Assassin. Should she go tank? Well, she went the opposite direction this time. It ended up working out. Now check this out. The dynasty of Team Vitality. Next target MWI at EWC26, LaFell. All those trophies lined up, but there's one spot missing, and it's MWI 2026, and now they officially have the lead.
I gotta say, Vitality made our designer's job a bit difficult because they could only fit 20 there. They could only fit 20. They wanted to put 30, 40, but it's like, okay, we gotta put this out, this out, this out. We're just gonna put like what? That's like 3 to 4 years worth of trophies.
Right.
And yeah, honestly, at this point, they don't need any more, but hey, that'd be nice.
We're back to the stage where we just left off, a 28-minute game. So much back and forth. Great base defenses from Na'Vi, but the relentlessness of Vitality ended up paying off in the end. They now lead 2-1. Now, LaFell, I'm going to go to you real quick, and the reason why, because you were making some spicy predictions before the series started. Now, you said if it was 0-2 in favor of the side of Na'Vi, series was done with. Now it's 2-1. What do you have to say?
Honestly, with this kind of momentum, Vitality could take it because Na'Vi, for some reason, game number 2, game number 3, they look a little bit lost. It looked like they're not entirely sure on what they're supposed to do. And maybe that's why, again, we don't really like them using the Assassins. It's not an individual thing, it's a team thing. Speaking of team, shout outs to Gideon as well as Mirko, doing a great job so far in the 3rd place and now grand finals. Looks like it's going to be a long one.
Hopefully
it's a
long one. Hopefully. But I have to agree with LaFell, you know, more so than just the gameplay alone. I think going so close to winning that previous game and falling short, I feel like the mental blow is definitely for Na'Vi this time around. And remember, they're fielding in some new players as well. The experience that Team Vitality have definitely will bring them even further come this next game.
Now, a lot of attention has been put on Vivol, and she's kind of flip-flopped back and forth over the 3 games that we've seen. But she's shown versatility, and now she's had success on 2 different hero picks. What do we expect going in to match number 4?
By the way, just before we begin this, I just want to say that the person or the team that has gotten red side has won. So back-to-back Vitality were on red side, and now Na'Vi are the ones back on red side. Hopefully, this means that we're going to another game.
Yeah, honestly, that first 2 picks is super viable to the point where I kind of feel like first pick now might be one of the best is actually just to take that Eve away because in the previous game, Vitality was able to get the carry as well as the Eve so quickly, making it so that they're looking very strong as they move forward. And now the carry gets banned out, so Vitality might even consider first picking the Claude and opting just to fight against that Eve because without that carry, the Claude isn't really all that scared to move forward and actually use the Blazing Duet.
That or they might be setting up for another Akai pick. Like something of that sort, you know, like a tank jungle because Boxy is open, Akai's open as well. Hopefully we don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
I know.
I feel like Na'Vi should be the one using Akai. The Eve gets banned though, so I think Vitality, Claude would be great, but if they want something like a Paquito and Esmeralda, I can accept that. Because right now, in terms of the power picks, there's a lot open, so I feel like no matter what, Na'Vi will have the advantage anyways. And that's probably one of the reasons why Red Side has been doing so well, because a lot of power picks are open, and like I said, they're going to pick up the Claude here, and without the carry, what's next on the table?
Maybe the Esmeralda would be okay. I think Paquito's a little bit too risky here come first phase, unless they save that for second phase.
Freya, I mean, like, you won game number 1. It was an MVP performance, and never again? Nani?
I like the Freya. I like the Freya. You know, going so far into the series in this best of 7, I think going back to what works is definitely a possibility.
Freya Akai? Kind of sounds good.
You want to go Akai here? Okay.
Oh, Alice. So this might be an Alice jungle, and they pick up the Lilia.
Well, since the Eve is banned out, second best, I think, in terms of wave clear would be the Lilia. I think the Lilia still does trump the Valentina if they are relying on mid-rotation, which they did rely on mid-rotation, but in reflection to the earlier game that we saw, I really do want to think about the side lanes.
Oh.
Like side lane match priority.
Yeah, so for now, we've seen in game number 1, in terms of the side lanes, was 100% won by not Ayanami. I would say the previous one, the Paquito coming in from Fumiko, did die early on, but then redeemed herself, come to the Turtle. So I agree with you, the side lane is going to be pretty important, but I do have to say, for all 3 games, the gold laners, they haven't been super pivotal in the match. For now, Esmeralda as well as Atlas has been picked up. So now both side laners for Vitality has been shown alongside with the Atlas. Na'Vi might be able to ban out a few mid laners just to make sure that his Lilia has an amazing time. Now I kind of feel like picking up a roam early would be good, because the Belleric is still open, and I think it's not bad going up against what Vitality has already shown.
Yeah, Esmeralda, it's great against the Claude as well. There's an argument to be made there. But they go for a Moskov here. So we don't get the Harith matchup here against the Claude. We get the Moskov instead. And just in case, let's say, Team Vitality want to pivot into a assassin jungler for Vival, they do have some answers towards it, considering they also still have yet to pick up the roamer. So there's more layers of defense for Na'Vi here in this game against that.
Yeah, right now we got to consider that this Atlas is most probably going inside the jungle here. So I think for Team Vitality, maybe ban out some of those strong EXP laners. Again, like the Freya, maybe even respect a Paquito. And then honestly, I feel like Vitality already has won the draft. Like, as long as this Esmeralda is not disrupted, this is looking good for Vitality.
Could be. I think it depends again on Cini's pick. And Na'Vi understand this. The Kimi does get banned away. When I had a look at the Atlas pick, third in for Team Vitality, I expected that they would go for something of Burst. See, I don't know what Cini would like to play. Does she want to go for something real heavy into Burst? Like the Kagura? Farsa does work, but the Kagura was the hero that we did see her really play on in this MWI.
Another hero, if she's feeling frisky, she could actually pick up the Gourd. The Gourd might be able to do quite well against this lineup coming in from Na'Vi. The burst coming in from the Farsa could honestly win you so hard for the first two turtles, because you can deal with Lilia to the point where she might not even have time to use her black shoes, and then she's out of the way. Kimi as well as Valentina has been banned out here. The Belleric has been banned, so it looks like Vitality, they're trying to make sure that Mirai doesn't have any heroes. But in this situation, I can see a world where she might pick up the glue.
Glue is an option. If Vitality seem to be leaning more towards Assassin, we might see a Kaja pick. That is something that she has picked up as well for MWI. Another is Gatot Kacha if they want to play a little bit more, what do you call it? Counter engage against the Atlas.
The Revitalize is good as well, making sure you stay in the fight for a very, very long time. Yeah. So yeah, 20 seconds in, I kind of feel like between Gatot as well as Glue would be a pretty good ban here, just to make sure that they don't have that in the bag. And in terms of the EXP, okay, it looks like they're banning out the Gatot.
Yeah.
Na'Vi, I think if they want to set up for Glue, just pick up a very strong EXP and then see if it's glueable, and then it should be good.
So we're still sure that this Alice is going jungle?
Well, game number one, they did win with that. Okay, they show up the Glue now.
It still could be a roamer.
What, the Glue?
The Glue.
I think it's 100% a roamer. I think this is Mirai's hero.
Alice jungle.
Yes, I think Alice jungle and Glue is going into the roam. So
pattern-wise, I agree, but there is still a possibility.
Okay, let's see here. For Vitality, I'm looking at the jungle here. The Nolan is still open if they want to try for that again. And honestly, Ling is not bad because there's a lot of squishies here that she should be able to kill off very, very fast. Especially when you have the Esmeralda and the Claude. It does make it so that you don't have to worry about your side in, and that's why they have the Ling. So now Na'Vi, in terms of the EXP, I think they need just a bit of crowd control, so the Paquito wouldn't be bad. Just try to avoid the Esmeralda and you're good. The other option would be an Arlet, but the problem is Arlet loses so hard against Esmeralda.
I like the Paquito. Like, just in case this goes to, you know, the later stage of the game, like we saw in the previous game, the Paquito is still the king of the far lane, especially if the Paquito is not falling too far behind of the Ling. The Paquito should be able to control the far lane.
Yeah, I'm looking at Paquito or Freya. Both should be serviceable here because Na'Vi looks like they're going back to something that's comfortable for them. And now Vitality, they're just drafting for any kind of weaknesses that Na'Vi has showed. So I'm liking Vitality's draft. It looks sound and it looks like they should be able to do it quite well. Instead, they go for the Balman, which I think is good because going back to the tanks might be the way to get the win.
That's the flex. That's the flex.
The teams have gone back and forth. It's Na'Vi and Vitality both going for a championship. But the reality is Na'Vi needs to shut Vitality down now. Get rid of their momentum. If they don't do so, Vitality will be one round away after this to a championship. It is essential Na'Vi ties this series up 2-2, but if they can't, they will be in trouble. This map means so much to both rosters, but who's finally going to get it? It's Na'Vi, it's Vitality in Grand Finals. Mirko, Gideon, let's get map 4 started.
Thank you, Reflections. Dear Lord, we've been waiting for this. Already our defending champions are one step away from putting their key into the totem pole, unless Na'Vi can do something about it. Just so close, yet so far, and at the same time, at least now they don't have to worry about neutral objectives. They got the Bauman for themselves.
Unless she gets CC chain, right? That's the thing. The Bauman will win out in 50-50s, and I think Na'Vi, they just always went for 50-50s instead of trying to zone the Bauman to make it a little bit more equal. I think right now Vitality have enough damage, they have enough burst as well to blitz it, plus they got the CC from the Atlas. Again, last game, Atlas was banned by Na'Vi, so they couldn't take it to counter the Bauman. This time around, it's on the hands of Vivian, who already had a fantastic game on Cho.
And they want to do even better this time around. Not to mention that at least looking from Rain, looks like they pull yourself together to make sure that Purify comes up a little more often. Little Wander will fall into Keishi's hands, and at this point, you're thinking, hey, with the upcoming Turtle, what would be the worst possible outcome? I think it's really if Vivian ends up dying early, or maybe they catch out Cine. It shouldn't be ideal, but at the same time, I would imagine that, like, hey, if they are able to contest or break apart that mid trio, they've got some work cut out for them.
You have to look at the pattern, though, Mr. Gideon. So far in the knockout stage, Vitality have always dropped a map, a game. Against Falcons ID, they dropped the game. They were able to take the entire series 2-1. Then we continued on to just yesterday in the semifinals where they dropped the game again against Geltech Cyber Team. But overall, we're able to take the series, and every game got more dominant than the previous ones.
Well, I mean, yes, that is true. But what happens? What if we're looking at this narrative wrong? What if they take this game away and Na'Vi turns it 2-2? Does that still apply, or does this only apply to best of 5s? What about best of 7s here?
Ooh.
Does Vitality have what it takes, especially when it comes down to these marathon runs?
That's a good one. That's a good one. It's been best of 3s. That was the first one. By the way, shout out to B right there. Smug little B. I love that guy.
Smug little B.
Smug little B. Best of 5s, it also was 3-1. So we'll see. Again, after getting this game, though, if they get this game, just as Reflection says, it's momentum. It's ridiculous momentum. Home turf as well. We just saw, in other titles, how home turf really plays a big role.
Yeah, it definitely helps when you got your fans literally shaking the stage with their chants.
Through the other stages as well, by the way. We hear the echoes and the shockwaves of these other titles.
It's vicious. It's really, really vicious. But at the same time, does that mean that if Vitality end up, completing history, getting that title run, that next year we're going to get best of 10s at that point? It's like, at some point, they can't just keep on winning.
They can't keep getting away with this.
They can try, but at the same time, I'm looking at Na'Vi and I'm thinking, like, what is the mental game coming into this, right? Because it's not a matter of, did we get out macroed here? It's like, no, it's just bad starts at the game, and unfortunately, certain holes in our draft, and somehow they keep on getting underneath the skin.
Yeah. It's just these little things, I think the experience as well. Obviously, Na'Vi coming into this, 2 new members from the previous lineup that we saw from last year and even from 2024 when they won with Smart Omega Empresses. So it's entirely different. You have these members who are less experienced, who are finally now understanding how it feels to go up against seasoned veterans in Vitality who've been through it all, won the very first MWI, and then after EWC lost it, but then reclaimed their throne just last year.
At least from what I see from game to game, we're seeing more efficiency with their abilities. They need certain guarantees, and it's good that they have target priority. It's like, okay, we got to make sure that at least Vivian is going to go down when we commit. And they use 4 ultimates. All right, following game, 3 ultimates. Hopefully we get somewhere close to 1 or 2, ideally to make sure that it gets a little bit more evened out. But by then, Team Vitality are already at high heat. So at this stage, now that we're already thinking about it, maybe they could look to punish a different angle. Maybe, even better, they start flipping the draft on them to make sure that their adaptations is always 1 step behind.
Honestly, if we're just looking at the drafts, game 2, I really thought it was going to be Navi's win.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought the exact same thing.
And looking at this composition, I honestly see how Navi can win. I would give the advantage a little bit over to Navi in this game, just because there's no one to assassinate. This Ling, I expected to come out game 2. Game 4, they pull it up here against a Lilia who has black shoes, against a Moskov who should be able to just jump out of the Tempest of Blades and also pinning her down. A Glue, Bauman, Alice, those are self-explanatory.
Yeah, and I mean, both of them, and they even went with Purify. Not even Flicker, Purify, just in case they get hit by the Tempest of Blades for whatever reason, or even better, get hit by, well, Atlas as well. I mean, the Fatal Lynx is going to be really deadly and something that they have to keep in mind. But I'm curious, who's Mirai's target at this point? Obviously, you want to go for Ling if you can, but at the same time, it doesn't sound like a bad idea actually getting on to someone like Esmeralda and completely pulling her away from the fight.
And I think in this game particularly, this Glue is going to have to atomize a little bit more defensive, because if you go for the classic Cursed Helmet into Glowing Water, heck, Glowing Wand first, there's a ton of damage that will obliterate you before you can even go for the mount.
They got to keep a lot of things in mind here. Thank God for the Vitality fans maintaining the energy in here, making sure that nobody is gonna get a little sleepy or getting bored in that audience, especially with a chant like that.
These French fans, man, these Vitality fans, they are something, certainly. Their energy throughout the day, they've been like this all the way from the morning.
It's consistent, and I love that so much. We're from Southeast Asia, and even then, some people, they got to start cycling out the super fans. Look at that trophy.
I'm just...
You're taking it all in.
Taking in the atmosphere, that trophy with the crowd all chanting. I want to learn some of those chants, man.
By the end of today, we gotta at least get one chant down. I don't even know what exactly the chant is. I'm trying to figure it out.
It's in French.
It's in French?
It's in French.
Oh, no wonder. Oh, no wonder. But even so, I love the energy. Let's look at some of the tournament stats here so far, especially for Vival. One of the big standouts here for her performance with a KDA 5.38, 25 total Lords, and 27 total Turtles with a 666 GPM. I think that's so far the most impressive hero pool that we've seen.
I think it's very impressive if we take into account the fact that she's been playing on utility jungle for the most part. Only a handful of Assassin games and we're back in the Land of Dawn.
Okay, here we go. It looks like the game state hasn't changed too much. No major advantages and no first bloods. Once again, keep in mind that Cindy, every single time that I say, hey, Selena, if you don't hit those arrows, it's going to be useless, Cindy somehow is able to make it collide to the right target. It's almost magnetically.
Yep. Just hold on to my mid lane. Got that abyssal arrow landing constantly, man. It almost feels like a target skill when she's on it. So weird.
It's strange. Maybe the hitboxes just double up. I don't know. But at this point, here we go. We haven't seen a first blood, and we're expecting at least something here on the first turtle take.
Yeah, Vivian's on there as well. They're trying to delay this for as long as they can because they know I don't think... Oh, what? Fumieko with the steal, no retry! Oh, a disaster at the start of the game. They're able to pick up some kills at the end of the day right now, but the turtle didn't go to Na'Vi. Fumieko gets another on top of the turtle, and now it's Rain. Who's next for Fumieko? How? What happened?
Oh my God. I think if we pull up the replay, I'm fairly certain Keishi got hit by the falling star move. Vival got in quickly and retreat, and it was just the auto attack.
We need a replay of that if we can, you know.
Oh, thank you, Zipper. Thank you. Here we go. Keep your eyes open, okay? Hits.
Oh, it's the abyssal arrow!
No way! Every single time you count out this Selena, somehow squeezes out the perfect amount of value.
Oh my God, it's a target lock ability when it's on her, man. How does she find that? Literally threading the needle!
In the middle of...
Oh my God.
People literally weaved it through. I don't know. I got no explanation for it, but great play. No matter what, they still nail... Oh boy.
That's the thing, right? On the glue, when you're up against a Ling, just Tempest of Blades and oh my God, Fumieko, you stole a turtle already. Calm down. Calm down now. We don't want an orange buff take.
Oh, they're going to be trying to try and get as much as they possibly can at this stage, but I'm more worried about Rian here, because again, going to be thinking about the cross-map plays. That's the beauty of this Moskov. Obviously, you're able to kind of pin that lane down, but at the same time, if you're not causing that cross-map play, how are you going to do it? Or they can even set it up as a bait to maybe cause Vival to go down and commit to something.
And that's what we were talking about for the Bauman earlier in game number 3. We're like, if you can CC her at the right time, then the lethal counter shouldn't be an insta-win on the red tree. And that's exactly what Vitality do. Though I really thought it was going to be more on Turtle 2 when Atlas gets the Fatal Links. Turns out, nope. With the Abyssal Arrow, it's pretty good. Mirai goes in on Vivian. Don't think it's going to be a mount. It's just a bit of poke onto Vivian with the rest of the team as they go and contest for Turtle 2.
Yep, they just got to slap him up here. And look at this. I just love the fact that Navi's already prepared on that purple buff.
Yeah, Falling Star Moon in the backline now onto Keishi, forcing Rihanna away. Again, it's going to be the red tree from Vivo. They zone her perfectly now. The top of the blaze lands. 3-man knock with immobilization lands with the slams on the pass, and Vivo won't be able to get on Rain. It's a 1-for-1 with the turtle on the hands of Vitality. Now Asini goes up to try to help Vivo.
Dangerous game here for both sides. Keishi, unfortunately, that lethal counter was just a little short. Couldn't get it past it as Vivian pulled her away in the middle of that fight. Vitality's already looking in pretty good shape here, but now this 1.3k lead, we should know what to expect at this point. We've already seen it happen 2 games in a row now.
And you can't even blame Keishi. You got a Falling Star Moon that you got to dodge. You got Vivian who's constantly on you, and the rest of the team, they were trying to peel too. It's just they don't have the resources to peel. This is kind of a composition made to dive, made to look for damage, especially Ayanami. It's just tough because Vivo can just pop in Tempest Ablaze, Orange buff, there you go. It's a take with a lethal counter.
That's what you want to see. But unfortunately for Bauman into the Ling matchup, it starts to become a lot harder once Vival is in a position where she's 2 levels ahead of Keishi. Every single time you want to take a buff, as long as I can force you to use your ult on your buff, you ain't touching mine.
And look at the shove from Chell. Double lane for Rian, trying to get closer. Finding a way to close the gap on goal. Chell, though. Oh, this is a greedy move. She gets it and the VMI back despite the Spear of Misery.
Nicely done, nicely done. It's all these small little wins that are just going to start stacking up. Hopefully it's not going to cause that mental damage again, which Vitality they know how to apply, especially with the way that they play the game in the late stages, how they chokehold their enemies. But now, I would imagine that Vitality, ideally, they need to start getting this lead back. And so far, we do see that Rain getting zoned out by Fumieko pretty early on into this bout, as there's only 10 seconds left until the next turtle.
Ayanami, oh man, Sini's just so aware. Spots her instantly with a trap. Ayanami forced out of the bush. Lethal take already earlier for Vitality. That gives a little bit more vision to the rest of the team. Navi got tempo in the mid lane.
They're going to have to dance around for a little bit. They didn't set enough abyssal traps. Asini is going to hold on to it for now. They don't want to have the perfect position around this lurk because there's no reason to be around this turtle at this point of time. And wait, hold on, bottom side. Looks like Rian, you're taking a good chunk of that blazing duet.
Asini, it's going to be dirty if you land it. The SOD lands, but whoa, Rian goes for a Bibble. Sees the angle. Oh no, Rian in the bottom lane. 3 members coming around, and it's Cini who picks up the kill. Na'Vi weren't even on the turtle, so it gives Vitality a way to still respond to this.
They have hope. They got to clear this out really, really quick. No Finch points as well.
Fatal Lane stocks her up. Again, this time it's Keishi who still secures it. Gets a double on the whack as well.
All right. At least Navi was able to get something off this. Yes, it did come at the cost of a little bit of scaling time, but it's not the end of the world. And Cini just trying her best to get away from the scenario that Rain is trying to force upon her.
No flicker. Uh-oh. The trap lands. Cini gets an arrow as well. Now it's Vivo with a walk up too. He's going to go on to Rian. Tempest Ablaze ready. Rian just spawns. She just got back in lane. And she is dead. Cini gets traded over. But I think for now, Vitality will think that was already a lost cause on the Selena. So we get one on top of it.
Outplayed. And I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Cini, just great awareness overall. Set it up perfectly for Vivo. And that's exactly what you want to see. Especially when you know, hey, I'm playing Selena. My usage isn't to be consistent damage. I'm a little bit of burst. And I don't scale very well in the late game. But you will love these stuns.
Rian doesn't like it. I don't think Na'Vi likes those stuns, man.
I mean, Rian could have purified out of it, so...
She's got to hold it, man.
She's got to hold it still. If it's Abyssal Arrow, don't use it. If it's Fatal Links, that's when you use it.
Yes. Because if
it's Falling Star Moon,
there's just too many layers.
There's too much. Ideally, it all comes down at once, and hopefully you don't die, but like, you're praying at that point.
Oh, God. I mean, at this point, even attempts to blaze, you can have to purify out of, right? Like, the knockup itself might kill you, and if the arrow doesn't land, but it's zoned Ayanami away, just enough for Chell to pick up a turret up top. And you have to take a look at this. Rian, the 2 deaths have set her behind so much. 2-level lead earlier. Rian finally gets to level 10, but that means, oh my god, these arrows are point click.
Yeah, they are point and click. Let's pull up the eye. Whoa, hold up. What is going on here?
Vivian's just having a bit of fun on the Atlas, you know?
Trying to open up the map through the mid too. I mean, like, you're trying for a lot here. Navi has seen that 3 games in a row. I don't think they're going to let it happen 4 times.
Well, at least, you know, in the perfect match, you get a damage reduction as well. On the show earlier, she got bursted down in the late game. Yeah, I'd love to see the items as well. I agree. I want to see Rian and Chell. Specifically, it's a 1,000 gold lead between the two.
Thank you, Zipper. Really appreciate it. 2 items to 2 here. At least the house call is already done. Starlium Scythe finished already for Cine. But generally speaking, pretty even overall.
Oh, about to be a 1-item advantage for Vivo. Already on the way to the endless battle. So these boys up front. I have breath there. Won't be too beefy anymore with the endless battle. That's true damage that Vivo's going to be able to do.
Once again, the dancing begins. And this is where it's going to get really, really difficult because Chell, once the Trinity is already complete, will be able to kind of just soul. They can just hold it hostage for as long as they want. While as you can see, on the opposite end. They have to respond to this. Last time Navi lost all their inhibitors, they dragged it out about 30 minutes, and even then still couldn't get back into this game. So it's better to save the early mid before we get to that point.
And it's just going to be the constant dash over from Vitality, dancing away with the Lord, utilizing Cine to clear down below with the Season Hunter, I guess, bro.
I guess.
Anything works.
They gotta make it happen, but it's not enough of a threat for Navi to care about it. And it looks like, honestly, this is getting under the radar. Rian's in a position holding mid and still being able to clear that bot side. But let's see if it does start to force whether this SOD connects.
What did Vitality do? Did he pull the trigger on a fight, on a skirmish? Vivo's losing a ton of HP already. Vivian, perfect match onto it.
And also
the back line. Oh, wait, Vivian just goes for the knockout. That's going to be the Lord secured already. The SOD lands, but you shouldn't take it. Vivo already got it. Great zoning by Vivian as she survived.
Yes. Oh wait, Rian did eventually take it for some reason and decided, you know what, I don't want to push down on that bot side. I got to go save that top side instead.
I thought it would be better to get a tier 1 in the bottom lane instead of SODing into a 4v5, but now Vitality, they, well, should be happy with that. No trades at all. Navi don't get any gold in their pockets from that.
And they also got the battle spells out of the most important targets, the main engagers for the side of Navi, and I think that's why Vitality is a little like, oh boy, we gotta be a little careful, right? If their engage is too strong or hits too many of us, it's already over, so if it only hits one of us, we can counter-engage.
So now with the Lord bottom lane, Vivian's gonna walk up on Ayanami. Just opening up the map, the Ling's up top. Vivo's doing such a fantastic job. They're gonna siege in mid. Mirai can't defend it. There you go. I thought she was going to walk up there.
I thought she was going to walk up there too. But at this point, at least now that the Lord has already been taken care of, they now need to worry about that second wave that's about to collapse here. Okay, forcing the fight.
Don't ruin the SOD lands as well. Vivian goes in for the big fatal links. The Abyssal Arrow doesn't land, but now it's going to be the re-engage from Fumieko. Oh, good Spear of Misery onto Vivo. She's going to be zoned away by Rian right now as that's the chase onto Fumieko, who's still able to escape. The Abyssal Arrow landed earlier. Vivo now caught in the bad spot. Tempest of Blades dodging away from the lethal counter.
Nicely done by Navi. A successful defense, and we know they've been put in these positions many times before, but the gold lead is honestly negligible at this point. 3.5k as we're about to get into the later stages of the game. Once you're past 42,000, that means all of your core should have the correct amount of core items to start brawling out with everybody else. The major leads that we've seen in Fumieko, crazy amount of damage dealt already. More than Chell, more than Rain.
3.5k gold lead for Vitality, but it feels like a 10k gold lead. They're holding every single position on the map. Navi are just stuck under this tier 2. Mirai's doing a good job at least, you know, but it's kind of like the roamer's job now for Vitality. It's just freezing up the waves.
Okay. Immortality down, and Vivian's dead.
Do we just say classic Vivian or what? This has happened twice.
I think it has to be classic Vivian. Don't worry. But honestly, it comes at almost little to no loss. It's not like it was a fat shutdown anyways.
G flicker.
Yeah, and
which is pretty big.
Well, that is true. I can't. Ooh. Is that unforgivable? I'll forgive it in like 96 seconds.
Lord's going to be up in 15 though. Vivo's doing a good job again, just shoving in bottom lane. stopping Na'Vi from getting any capitalization, any conversion on the objective. And Vivo, whoa, this is greedy from Vivo. Wait a second.
It's okay. It's okay. Tempest of Blades will get her
she
out.
still got it with a retreat.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the funniest part, because now that the lethal counter is out, all there's left is Keishi's Retribution, so they just have to wait it out.
20 seconds, Keishi's trying to burst it down. The Abyssal Arrow lands Cine. Go for a bit more poke now as Na'Vi go for the gamble straight up on the Lord, but Pumieko's gonna do a good job. Falling Star Moon to the back line right now, zoning them in the back, forcing the slams down to pass, and now Cine walks up with the Abyssal Arrow. 8 seconds for the Retribution on Vivo. Ayanami would walk up again. Vivian doing a good job zoning. Perfect match. Keishi walking up again. That's a concealed Chell. Pops in a Purify. Oh, that's a lethal counter already used. Big resources now as Vivo goes over the Tempest of Blades. Cine making it awkward again. Going up against him and throwing a Ruin and Chell. Pops in the Blaze into wet. That's Pumieco shut down. Chell goes down as well.
Vivo.
Triple kill for Keishi.
Oh, the SOD does not connect. Luckily, gets canceled out at the right time. Finally, Na'Vi get a fight in their favor. Oh, man. Imagine a world. Abyssal Arrow takes it away compared to a lethal counter Retribution. That would sting.
That would sting for sure, but Na'Vi play it well in that skirmish. Rian just in the back, utilizing the Spear of Misery for when Vitality jump, when they pounce on Na'Vi, and I think that's the right way. I think all this time Na'Vi have been trying to just jump in where they should be kiting back with this composition.
Well, I mean, jumping in and kiting back, it really depends on the angles, right? Because they're trying to push them into Ayanami, but at the same time still maintain presence with Mirai. So really, what do they want to get achieved? They need to make decisive choices as they crack open the mid-tier 2.
Oh man, they're still walking up right now. Tier 2 in the mid lane gonna fall. Na'Vi able to crack open this tier 2 in the mid. Tier 2 up top as well. They're gonna shove it in with the Lord. Chell, ooh, risky move without Purify. Conceal coming down from Na'Vi. Slash down the fast pass in the back. Fatal Links only landing on one. Now the throwing a Ruin. Catching them, immobilization. Pumieco bursted down by Rian. Chell's dealing with the wave right now. Cine walks up as well. That's Chell with the Blazing Duet onto the wave. Lord gonna be taken down right now. Vivian taken low.
Yep, they're still going for it now. The Tempest of Blades now hits onto 4, and they still can't seem to push them out. To the waves, there's just nothing left to give. And Na'Vi say, you know what? Even if the second waves comes in, it's just too much pressure. We're gonna have to back up here.
800 gold lead now for Na'Vi. That lead that Vitality have been building up, that 3,000, completely gone. And I gotta say, 90 seconds have passed. I still don't forgive Vivian.
Would have been nice to have. Would have really been nice to have that flicker. No matter what, it just goes to show that every little resource makes the difference. No flicker on Vivian, but not Ayanami able to flicker to close and get right on top of Shell after a Purify. There's just so many different layers that we have to keep account for. And I think even for Na'Vi and as well as Vitality, it's basically an info dump on all sides.
I think one of the biggest wins though for Na'Vi wasn't just cracking open a base turret up top, but it was the purple buff mainly, taking it away from Vivo. Now takes her out of the equation, at least with dealing with the waves and the sides. Now it's Rian free on the sides, piercing through that turret onto Cine, throwing a Ruin onto Vivian. CC me with perfect match now, Fatal Links, oh my god! With all the Blazing Wind and the Wind of Nature as well. That's the all-in right now, as Pumieco walks up, Rian with the dash and forward, gets caught by Chell a bit. Pumieco still there, and now she gets hurt.
Okay.
Vivo.
Oh, they want more player. The Tempest coming down.
Oh my god, Vivo. So, Ray with the shutdown. And a good flicker out from Mirai. Wind of Nature saves the day. Vivo is down, and it's 17 seconds for the Lord to spawn for Na'Vi.
Dude, I get it. It's like a slightly awkward fight. Like everybody is flickering just a little bit earlier than they probably should, and abilities are coming out just a little bit later than they need to be. It's a battle of margins at this point, and they're all trying to think, hey, I gotta predict when you are gonna use that dash more than reacting to it.
Vitality is still trying to go for it. Vivian walks up. They've dealt with the wave in the bottom lane. Vivian's gonna go for the lockdown on Keishi. It's the Frozen, but no Fatal Links. Now they go on Ayanami. Lethal counter on entry, SOD lands, throwing a Ruin. Locks Vivian down, and now it's a flicker out again. A conceal now. Ayanami doesn't want to give up on the chase. The Abyssal Arrow doesn't land. Oh my god, Vivian gets away with a sliver of health.
Literally 1 HP, and Vitality in a position that's not exactly in their favor anymore. Na'Vi, in a while we've seen in these past couple of games. After taking so much punishment, this is the closest they're going to go to try and get a second game to equalize it against Vitality. And that should stop the momentum.
And they got the evolved Lord. Vitality already struggled clearing out the Lord earlier, and it was with this kind of composition. Again, the Selena not great at clear, the Ling as well. Throne of Ruin, only landing into the front, but now, oh my god, the lethal counter spear victory!
It connects, and now they're gonna go for the end game!
Big CC! Abyssal Arrow landing in the back line, now Chell popping blazing to an and Win Nature. Win Nature responded over by Rihanna's balls. The Black Shoes gets used up by Ray, but Cine is able to crack open Immortality. Now the Abyssal Arrow again. Chell jumps back to the BMIs. The Lord is gonna still be on the base. It is Na'Vi that equalized the lead.
Wow, the patience, the amount of damage that these ladies can take, the continuous momentum on top of that crowd from Vitality. Despite all of that, Na'Vi take this next game. We got a real series here. Maybe, I don't know about you, maybe we need round robins and continuous best of sevens. It's the only way to bring out the peak of their mechanics.
Add in a double elimination for that one, brother.
Oh!
A lower bracket and we are set.
So good, so very, very good. There's a lot to talk about in these games, but again, I feel like both teams are falling back into uncomfortable zones, and I think starting to get comfortable with how much pressure each other are applying. Like some threats, just once you recognize it's not a habit, it's not a problem. But we're going to be throwing it over the panel to double confirm these suspicions with the help of Reflections, Eterna, and as well as LaFell right after these messages.
Oh, there it is. I said it, Na'Vi. They needed to answer back, shut down the momentum of Vitality. And well, they just did it. It's now tied up 2-2. Mistakes on mistakes, but you know what? For Na'Vi, they'll take it. Live look at the vaults here for the competitors. We do see a couple of members from Na'Vi, but for the Vitality roster, they're now there, and they've got a lot to talk about.
I gotta tell you, Taylor, this grand finals is definitely something special because this is a different level of MLBB that I'm not used to. I'm not so sure how reliable our analysis is gonna be. But trust me, me and Eterna, we will try our very best to make sense of what happens, because here's the thing. Some of their plays just defy logic. They just figure out ways to make sure it's not supposed to be possible, but they made it happen.
Well, I know for Mirko and Gideon, they've been losing their minds, and rightly so. We have an incredible series. Let's see how they were reacting to some critical moments.
Double up, I don't know. But at this point, here we go. We haven't seen a first blood, and we're expecting at least something here on the first turtle take.
Yeah, Vivian's on there as well. They're trying to delay this for as long as they can because they know, I don't think... Oh, what? Kubienko with the steal, no retry! Oh, a disaster at the start of the game. They're able to pick up some kills at the end of the day right now, but the turtle didn't go to Na'Vi. Kubienko gets another on top of the turtle, and now it's Rain.
First blood fight, the commentators going nuts and breaking it down as they should. That's where it started. First blood, Na'Vi already looking good.
That was great, but they didn't get the turtle. Right? That was kind of shocking because they are playing with Keishi on the Balman. So I would have expected that, you know, Turtle 1, Turtle 2, Turtle 3 even would have been more in favor of Keishi with the lethal counter. Now, the unique thing about Turtle 1 was the fact that Cine was there, and luckily we had that replay, and even the casters were like really shocked because it was actually the trap, the Abyssal Arrow that hit onto Keishi that disallowed that first turtle take, and at the very end of it, it was actually Fumi who got that first turtle. So initially it looked really good for Vitality. It looked like Na'Vi were making more mistakes, but as the game went on, it felt like it was swapped. It felt like Na'Vi understood the mistakes that they were making. They adapted, and then it was Team Vitality that were faltering. So that was very interesting to see.
You mentioned later on big adjustments. Turner, let's go a little bit deeper with our next action clip of game number 4. We're now at the 14-minute mark. This is going to be the fight for the Lord, LaFell.
And honestly, for this one, there's a lot of things that Vitality did that were like, what is going on here? I don't know why Vivian is using the Atlas in this kind of fashion where she just overextends with no backup from Cini or Shell or anyone that exposes herself to free damage from Na'Vi. Taylor, to explain it very simply,
please do for me.
Vitality went in 1v5 5 times. It makes no sense.
Well, hold up. Let's take a step back to the beginning of our show, beginning of this series. You mentioned the aggressiveness from this region. You mentioned the aggressiveness from Vitality. And one of the keys to win was to take advantage of that. And I feel like Na'Vi is doing exactly that.
Hey, that's right.
But the thing was, like from the games that they were winning,
don't crash out.
I'm trying my best not to crash out. I'm trying my best not to crash out. But it's usually calculated aggression. It's usually still aggression with a certain motive in mind. Either they want to, trade for objective or trade for just something else on the map, structure, anything. But here was so weird. Like Vivian got caught out so many times. I even heard Gideon mentioning Vivian just doing Vivian things, and that's not a good thing.
Very interesting stuff happening here on the main stage. I don't know. I really can't call it either which way. I'm telling you the truth, I thought it was going to be 3-1 in favor of Vitality, but all of a sudden, here they come. Na'Vi back into the conversation, and the series score is 2-2. Let's take a look at some of our stats from that map number 4.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Right, let's start breaking it down and seeing how this story ended up unfolding. There was quite a few that ended up taking place, right? Moments in general. Obviously, we talked about the Turtles as well, but in the end, it was Na'Vi who got the victory. LaFell, again, you got to stop her from crashing out.
And no. Honestly, she has been doing amazing. She's been doing great. Speaking of doing great, let's look at Rianne. Oh my goodness, her on that Moskov. 94,000 damage. Look at how many times she stunned Team Vitality to the wall. That was nothing that they could have done. And unfortunately, Viva only 44,000 damage dealt. We didn't see the items, but she did not have a Malefic Roar. I don't know why she opted with no penetration in her build.
I think she underestimated.
I think so too.
She started to underestimate Na'Vi, and it really hurt her at the very end. And going back to the Rian point,
oh my goodness,
she learned resource usage and when to use it. Right? There were times in the early game where she was very pressured, but she finally realized that she has Purify. And then she saved most of her kit to make sure that the counter engage can still happen from them.
Now, on this very stage in week number 6, we're going to have a special title, and it's called Chess. I'm sure you've heard of it. Rose had an opportunity to sit down with a very special guest, French chess grandmaster Maxime Bashir-Lagrave. Rose, come on, what did we have to say?
Hey guys, we have a special guest here at MWI. This is MVL. He is a chess grandmaster for Team Vitality. How are you?
I'm good. I'm having a blast here.
You're having a blast. How do you feel watching MWI so far?
Yes, I watched the semifinals yesterday.
Oh.
And I'm watching today, and also, with the team as well. So it's really nice to see the BTS of what's happening, and it's a big fight, so I hope we prevail.
Yes, now, MVL, I gotta ask you, do you play any other games aside from chess?
A few, like I played a bit of FIFA mostly. I tried Rocket League, but not so too difficult.
It's not for everyone, I understand. So, you know what, I gotta ask you, what do you think about, MWI and all women's league? How do you feel about it?
I think it's great. In chess, we have a lot of tournaments also only reserved for women. So, but hopefully it happens at the EWC in the next few years, but it's not up to me.
Okay, that's interesting. I never knew that there was a lot of female-only tournament for chess.
Yeah.
You know what? I love the women empowerment. So, I want to ask you, is there anything you want to say to the girls from Team Vitality who are playing in this grand final stage?
Oh, I mean, I believe in them for sure. I see they win almost every match. They're big favorites, and I can see they play well, and it's a big fight. And I think we will prevail.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, MVL, for dropping by our stadium.
Thank
you. Good luck on your match when it comes. I wish you the very best of luck. That's it from us, guys. Throwing it back to you guys.
The beautiful thing about the Esports World Cup, you never know who you're going to run into. That was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Vitality player and French chess grandmaster, who will be taking that stage in week number 6. Thank you so much, Rose. Na'Vi, we just had a look at them in their vault, getting ready, getting prepared. Seems like they're still in good spirits, as they should be. I mean, they just tied up the series 2-2.
Actually, the most impressive thing I think about Na'Vi, it almost feels like that's just a recording, because the way that they do it every single time is even at the same spot. Like, talk about consistency.
Because they're locked in.
They're so locked in. They get everything perfect every single time.
All right, let me ask this. Chad, I'm talking directly to you now. It's 2-2. Now, I saw earlier in our comments popping up on our screen that you were thinking it was going to be a blowout one way or the other. Now it's 2-2. I'm going to dare you. Post your prediction in chat. Who's taking this? Is it going to be Vitality or Na'Vi? Because at this point, Eterna, I have no idea.
Neither do I.
Same here, man.
50-50 all the way.
We're here for the ride. You know, we're just going to enjoy ourselves as fans.
That's right.
Because here's the thing, I really feel like we got to expect the unexpected. We cannot count the chickens before they hatch.
Exactly. And what I do want to say here right now is I think this has got to be the closest grand finals that we've had in a while, especially for MWI. So
100%.
Yeah.
Everyone else is getting to the same level,
yeah,
and I love it.
Because last year was a 3-0. The year before that was also a 3-0.
Yeah.
So yeah, we haven't had a 2-2 or even a map 1 from one of the other rosters. It's always been a complete blowout. So this is the most competitive year, which again goes back to the communities getting involved, the scene getting better. The ladies are improving each and every year, and I'm here for it. As we go into the pick and bans, this is a serious map. And the reason why, we're tied up 2-2. This is a best of 7. You need to win 4 out of the 7 to be a champion. Whoever wins this next map is going to be on match point, series point, championship point, LaFell.
I mean, like, it's insane, Taylor. I got to say, you got to get me a longer chair because I'm already at the edge of my seat. I feel like I need more room here.
We'll get you two.
Eve as the first pick here, which I really respect because, again, the first pick, Eve, definitely the best mage right now with range, with damage, with control. She does everything plus more. And now, I think they're trying to force Vitality just to pick up that Claw because Rian with that Moskov, she showed up. She know when and when not to use that Purify. She's always in control all the time.
I was about to say that maybe they picked up the Eve to deny that Claude pick, right? Put them in a position where they're like, hey, this is a situation where I pick one for another setup to the Claude. So Na'Vi now have the potential to pick up the Claude, and if we had to compare the performance coming in from Rian compared to the Moskov, I think she's way more comfortable on the Claude. So really good setup there by Na'Vi. Balman, though, very quick pick in. And Cici. So Esmeralda, I think earlier on was a menace. Wildcards, she was also a huge menace, and it got us thinking, you know, what are the counters towards this Esmeralda? And it turns out, finally, we get to see the Cici show up, and we see that the Esmeralda can struggle against the Cici.
Eterna, I think what Na'Vi is seeing is some cracks from Vitality. Right now, the way that they're drafting looks like they want to force fights. I think they're starting to see Vitality's mental stamina starting to go down a little bit, so they're trying to force that. Look at how easy the heroes of Na'Vi is right now. Right, Babel, you press the second skill, you move around. Cici, you press the first skill, you move around. And then Eve, you just, you know, poke with your first skill. So right now, Vitality's showing up with the lane, the Esmeralda, as well as the carry. I gotta say, it's not the hardest hero or hardest draft to use, but I feel like Na'Vi, they're self-aware that they might have some fatigue, and they're trying to force that onto Vitality. This is, I would say, a very good read by King Salman.
So what you're saying, force the fatigue, aka speed things up, keep getting in their face, keep getting aggressive?
Perfectly, that's perfectly described, yeah.
Which is why the Balman comes in clutch here. It's very simple. Neutral objective takes should be easy as well. And seeing how difficult it was for Vitality to close out the game despite them winning early, Na'Vi, I think, has definite chance here in this particular game. Harith gets eliminated there, though. So Claude is still available. Do they want to also take away the Claude?
I do have one concern. Vitality feeling the pressure now. Do they turtle up, go with maybe some comfort picks, or maybe slow things down a little bit too much?
If you want to slow things down, whatever your mid laner is going to be has to be able to clear the minions long enough. Because I feel like Esmeralda's a front line, great. You have carry for their shred. You already have the Ling to execute whoever is in the back line. Whatever their mid lane is going to be, it should be a pick that helps them turtle up so that eventually if something goes bad, right? Their early game is bad, their mid game is bad. Give enough time for the carry and the Ling and the Esme and it will work out. Because my word here, Eterna, all three of Vitality's picks needs farm. They need the items. This is looking like Vitality hoping we go over 20 minutes.
But I'm worried if they do that their composition is too short range.
Yeah.
Because I could see Na'Vi going Beleric here. Imagine the dive, right?
Yeah.
Ling needs to dive. Carry needs to be in vicinity. Esme dives as well. If they go for something like the Valentina, which obviously can hold her own, I'm just worried that they're way too short range and their composition can be countered.
So going back to yesterday, I remember there was a pick and ban process between two different teams, and you mentioned this is either going to be a 9-minute round or a 30-minute round. Is this one of those cases?
100%. I feel like as long as Vitality doesn't pick up something like the Selena, we should be okay. Because Selena has horrible wave clear here. And yeah, if they wrong pick a mid laner here, this is 100% gonna end latest at 12 minutes.
So what are the options?
Honestly, Lilia is not bad. Because again, it's short range. It's not like the best option you would want. If you're courageous, you can go for something like a Farsa, because no matter what, you need early burst. You need someone that don't need no items and clears waves. Right now, they only have a few seconds left.
Yeah.
If they want, just pick up a tank now. Pick up a tank, and they pick up the Minotaur. Okay, so not the best pick at slowing down the game. Let me just say that. Like once Minotaur has Flask of the Oasis +1, they can team fight. That will look great. But right now it doesn't look that great.
They have a little bit more leeway, I think, in the early game because of the fact that the Minotaur can go revitalize. So there is a little bit more versatility in the lane. But again, this mid lane is going to be really important. Do they want to pair this Minotaur up with someone that is strong in the back line? Like, do they want to go burst, like something like Gord and so on and so forth? Because if they go Farsa here, I feel like the Farsa is super vulnerable to both the range up against the Yve and as well as the CC that can go into the back line. And now they have to think about the Kalea on top of that as well.
So right now it's like, oh, you guys got an advantage with heals. Now we also have a heal in the form of Kalea, and this time it's going to be easier for them to catch the Ling, the carry, as well as the Esmeralda. So this is one of those cases, maybe if you pick up a Valentina, it will still be okay, because one of the advantages for the Minotaur is that jump, it does quite a bit of damage, and then a Valentina should be able to burst them out.
And the important thing is the counter engage setup.
Yeah.
I do understand that the Gatot is banned here, and Vitality have already forced in the Minotaur. Luckily, there is no Gatot for the Kalea, but I do still see a layer of counter engage setup that can happen if Vivian is patient enough with her Minotaur.
And now the Lilia does get picked up. I think because of that, Lilia, the draft is still okay for Vitality, but there's a clear sign you gotta wait for like 14 minutes to get your items.
There's been many firsts throughout this MWI. Regions excelling more so than they ever have. Players joining the stage and making history. And in this case for Grand Finals, we are all tied up 2-2. But the reality is that this map means the world. This map puts either Na'Vi or Vitality on match point, championship point, playing for the trophy, playing for $150,000. It's Na'Vi and Vitality heading in to map number 5. Mirko, Gideon, continue to tell the story.
Big money is on the line for whichever one of these teams is able to close it out. Initially, I thought maybe we're getting one step closer to that door, but Vitality, unfortunately, they missed and failed, allowing Na'Vi to now sit eye to eye. We get into this game, and Mirko, I mean, the draft, that second half, a little funky here.
Yeah, we were talking about it. The Gotham Kachaban really looked like it was a setup for the Kalea pick. It would have been great as well, right? I mean, the CC, Bauman, those two, really. Very vulnerable to a single target lockdown, especially when you have a carry already. So they picked the Minotaur instead. I am guessing just more on pure neutral objective control.
I mean, a lot can be said about it because, like, they could have pivoted a couple of times. They could have gotten rid of this Moskov because they already had shown the Ling. So this is why I think that second half, that first half was okay, but that second half was a little strange. But now that we're already in this, notice that Ling already taking marksman emblems, fighter emblems traditionally for that Balmon. But on that bottom side, both fighter emblems, they do not want to give up this space often. And even Rianne, this is still a tough matchup despite having making sure that she has the Master Assassin.
Even the Esmeralda pick, you know, they already saw the CC picking it into the CC. Now you really see why she had to go Vitality and Festival of Blood for the emblem choices. Really just needs to survive in the lane. Chell, though, doing as Chell does so far in the series, bullying Rianne. But this time around, Rianne's got the Flying Clouds, so she can get back up to lane very quickly.
Currently, -1 in the minions as of yet. Hopefully, she's able to pick up the rest of it because Shell's going to zone her out as much as they can. Down by bot side, though, nothing much is going to happen. Fumieko definitely 100% understands that this is not a winning matchup, but also just not giving the stacks on over. Don't let Ayanami hold on to it for as long as they can.
Keishi's already on it here. Vivian doesn't have ultimate just yet. No Minion's Fury. Mid lane already going to be cleared out by both the teams. Vitality want to go for the fight now. City gets spoke just a bit. They want to go all in on Keishi. Even with the knock-up as well. Keishi very low. Possibly the counter about. City is bringing the black shoes away. Tap is ablaze now with the Rectory Pimple. Snatches it.
Oh, they're still going to go for a little bit more here. Vivels has plenty of energy. Gets the Finch Poise out of there. I'm lucky. Not Ayanami tried their best. Really tried to hold them down with the curtain call, but the iframes just a little too good.
And it's Vitality who... Oh, I thought it was going to be a take by Rianne there. No, it's still Chell.
I thought so too, but at this point, I'm waiting for the time Na'Vi is actually going to be able to kind of break out of this and start attacking that purple buff. For now, Cine taking a little too much here. One more Void Blast should put her out of her misery, but Rain can't get the distance just yet. A forced recall early on.
There you go. Lethal pickup for Keishi. It's all about going in on Keishi, man. And on the Bauman, you're not that tanky. I mean, you are pretty tanky, but when everybody goes on you like that with no retaliation, it gets really tough, and that's why they gotta pick their fights a little bit better. Vidval this time really abusing that retry that has already been used by Keishi on the lethal to snatch away some picks. Now Ayanami in the bottom lane. They know there's no vengeance. Fumieko gonna dive in as well. Ayanami taken out by Fumieko.
Unable to get it, unable to get it. Really nicely played by Vitality as well. Trying to get the curtain call down onto 2 targets. Luckily able to create enough distance, separated and scattered before it latched onto anybody else. So really just nicely done by Vitality all the way through from execution to planning. Let's see Na'Vi though. Now this is their turn to take the initiative here. However, they're not making the call fast enough, and Vitality are already in position to actually retaliate if they do commence the dive.
They can't let this gold lead steamroll out of control. It was the same case though for Na'Vi earlier in game number 4. It was Vitality who looked like they were running away with the lead, but Na'Vi just stayed cool. It was a big lead for the Ling against the Bauman early on. But then they grouped up, they played the box, they won, and everything collapsed for Vitality.
We need to see how this is going to play out, because I feel like as much as Na'Vi want to have first position, Vitality, if Vivian has that flicker, the counter Minnow and Fury could be disastrous. But for now, as long as we see Mirai topping up Rain, and they have that RWM ready, Vitality still has to be a little careful, and Vival definitely doesn't want to show up first.
Rian picks up the gold crab, taken away from Chell. Mirai's looking for the angle now. Keishi with the help of Mirai, picking up Fumieko. Just a bit, now poke from Rain on Cine. Falling Star Moon, locking Keishi down. The RBM comes around as well as Vivian. He's gonna try to zone them in the back as Rain needs to respect this damage, has to flicker out Fumieko. With a dive tempest ablaze under. Spear of Misery locks her down for a bit. Good lethal counter and even a Tsunami Slam to get rid of Vival.
Okay. Now the War Axe is already done onto Keishi's side, and all they lost for it was just Vival, which is rather surprising. Whoa. Rain ended up dying anyways. Mirai should be... Oh, it's getting close!
Minuan's Fury knocking up 2. Now another knock up on Rian with the reset, and Fumieko.
Wow!
He's dancing around, no flicker. Rian gets away. Now the whole team collapsing onto Fumieko. Keishi's right there. No lethal counter, but she's gonna spin. Fumi condiments of it all. Get the healing! Oh, the photo! It was bought right in time. No way!
That was nuts. That was a nuts outplay. That is crazy. Keeping not only Fumieko alive, but still maintaining and now commencing a dive underneath the turret. Not Ayanami. You gotta get out of there.
That was dirty. What was that timing, my guy?
She sat there waiting for it as well. I bet her finger was hovering over the item the entire time.
Bro, that was just so unlucky.
Hey, you don't get to see that very often. Only here in MWI do these moments actually occur.
And it's crazy how much trust Fumieko put on the fact that Vivian could heal.
Or maybe just she was just ready to die for it. She was like, okay, yeah, EXP things, you know?
Oh my God.
That was nasty. I still can't get the image out of my mind. Is so much faith, or was it just blind faith? Either ways, it worked out perfectly for Vitality, because now they've checked all the boxes. 3.7k lead at 6 minutes against Na'Vi, and they have full neutral objective controls.
And Mirai needs to just respect this damage. Look at that poke from Fumieko, then Cine right after. Turret down below, gonna fall for sure. Ayanami caught in the bad spot, doesn't have the dash for now. Ninja's Fury and the flicker in. Whole team comes clashing. Vivian taking a big shot. Vival already made a Spear of Misery, now goes down with a Tempest Ablaze, assassinates Rian. The falling Star Moon as Vival takes a few more shots. Fumieko now caught in the Tsunami Slam with a Purify! And the double on their turret!
This is the comfort. This is the Vitality comfort. If we're talking about a lead and running away with it, this is their moment that Vitality has been waiting for from what has been seemingly cursed. They give up 1 game, but now they've given up 2. Vitality, they are looking for revenge. They want to close this out quick.
Chell clearing out that tier 2. Vival respecting the Moskov, going back at it, learning from the mistakes of game number 4. Not really wanting to replicate that. Now they go on to the XP Crab. It's all about building these small leads again.
All these small leads eventually build up, and to be specific, it's about a 5.8k lead, which is honestly pretty good. A lot of their cores are 1 full component ahead of their opponents. Not a full item, a full component. And that makes the difference here for the stats. Overall, when we are...
What?
Oh my God.
What?
That... What? Zipper, you know what to do. Whip up the replay on that one.
Oh God,
but first,
baby.
the fight.
Was that a flicker? It was a flicker, burnt out already. Vivian on the Minotaur. Now we know why they went for the Minotaur instead of the Kalea.
I'm rather surprised that they got away with it. Wait,
same.
There's still an opportunity here. We'll get the replay in just a little bit, but that's really unfortunate. I wouldn't have imagined the Kalea would have gone down as quickly as they did.
Exactly, that's why I'm like wondering, that was just Chell alone, right? There was no one else.
Yeah, so I guess just didn't notice it until it was too late, maybe, or maybe Chell's already at 3 items at this point. I mean, it's a 7.3k at 27, and no, not even 3. Not even 3 items. It's just Radiant Armor just isn't enough.
Equipment already. Into the bottom lane they go to take this turret down. Chell gonna caught with SOD. Fumieko doing a good job zoning right now as they get caught with the RWM, and the Black Juice comes around for Cine, and Vivian's right there to provide heals over to the rest of the girls. Tier 2 falling in the bottom lane. Now just 1 more tier 2. Oh, They actually keep it alive. Minions was cleared out.
Okay, that's still fine because that means Na'Vi has to commit somebody here to actually deal with the wave if they really want to save it. And in that case, Vitality has time to kind of do other things. And in this case, for Ling, it's going up to that top side for Vitality. Oh, we just saw the Retribution come out. Okay, not bad. That means purple buff should be pretty free for Vival later on once she pushes this wave.
There you go. Wave bot dealt with as well by Ayanami. Seems like Vitality really wanted to take that orange buff, and that's why they didn't want to go for just that one hit on the turret. Vival, though, does she know the retry is off?
I think they saw it for sure. It would be really cruel if the rest of Vitality didn't tell Vival that the retry is down. Oh my god.
Oh, with a flicker as well. Now the follow-up. Boom, Tempest ablaze. And all the blaze for Vival. Holy shield gets around, and it's a Finch poise.
You can't tell me that wasn't beautifully done. You can't tell me that wasn't beautifully executed, knowing that even if she took and lost 90% of her HP, once that Holy Shielding breaks, they go out. RWM's already in. Falling Star move for me Echo, but this shouldn't net to anything.
She's gonna walk out of there. Real quick on the Esmeralda. Walking out of it. Na'Vi still have good clear. We have to talk about that, right? It's Yves and a Moskov. But that's a 10,000 gold lead in 10 minutes.
That's the GG angle we always talk about. They are getting, oh yeah, thank you. Thanks, Zipper. A crazy gold difference like this is really hard to come back from. It's a full item, not just a component anymore. If you were already struggling with dealing with a component, full items are just ridiculous to deal with overall. Look at how fat that lead is for Vival.
3,000 gold lead. I believe that's a BOD. If they want to play it normal, it's a Melfic Roar. But with a 10,000 gold lead, I'd lean more into a BOD.
I mean, might as well at this point, right? They just don't have the items for it, and I don't think anybody has dedicated armor items as well.
Dude, it's 11,000. Vitality don't want to just beat Na'Vi in this game. They want to beat the clock. RWM onto Cindy. Black Shoe's going to be used up again. Minus Fury knocking up too. Okay, she's going to be very low. Again, Tsunami's time to peel in the backline. But Echo's going to be locked down under turret. Shut down as well. Yes, Odie Patel stays on to the Crystal 11 minutes. And they take match point.
Crazy. Crazy stuff, and Vitality have one thing to say. They get to cheer even louder for Team Vitality taking their third map win. With that being said, though, it's match point, baby. This is all or nothing. The big money is on the line. Na'Vi have got to figure out how exactly they want to play this next draft.
The Golden Hornets are chill, and it is up to Na'Vi to figure things out right now. Like you said, what do they do to try to decipher this? Because it almost seems like they were prepared up against the first 4 games of Vitality. They had answers to that, but here with the Minotaur, they were left confused.
Even I'm left confused with what else they can do if even skipping out on the Gaton netted them the win. We'll throw it over to our panel. Reflections, please help us break this down. This game is just too much for the casting desk.
Absolutely unreal. Vitality now on championship point. 1 map away from taking this series, going back-to-back in MWIs, and once again making history. We take a look at the dugout of Na'Vi for the first time sitting in their vault, and they do not look happy.
I mean, like, here's the thing, man. Vivian really redeemed herself. Like, in the previous game with the Atlas, there's many times she dove, but then nothing happened. This time, Vitality played like a team. Whenever Vivian using the Minotaur goes in, everyone follows. It's like, you know what? Even if we die, we just fight properly, and they did.
And with that being said, I think it was very wishful thinking of Team Na'Vi to not bring Purify. Because I think most of them went for Flicker, and then of course the jungler brings Retribution. But because of the lack of Purifies, there was no way to get out of those engages coming in from Vivian.
And speaking of engagements, I thought for sure, based off the hero selection, it was going to be the aggressors of Na'Vi fighting early game and winning early game. However, I'm looking at Turtle after Turtle after Turtle get taken from the side of Vitality. Before I knew it, there's a 10K gold lead. This was our fastest map so far in our grand finals.
Oh yeah, for sure. Part of the reason why the aggression was not there is it's supposed to be Mirai, the roamer, to start things off, but there was never an opportunity where she could go in. And honestly, even I'm not so sure what happened, because there were moments where she just randomly died as she's patrolling the map. And then we're like, wait, hold on, what's going on? You're supposed to be one starting the fight. Why are you dying randomly?
Randomly indeed, and you can't have that, especially this late. When you win the hero pick, it should be your round. Unfortunately, it wasn't. I'm hoping for a Game 7, but you cannot deny that Vitality just got that much better. And the momentum is definitely in their favor. Eternal, let's take a look at our last action here from that game, which ended blazingly fast. We're now towards the end. The base is being pushed, and the vice grip is being closed.
It was all in favor. Wait a second.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
we're just you know, like reminiscing about what happened before.
Yeah.
Sanjika
I love Galaxy, by the way.
Yeah,
that's okay. Hey,
I love Galaxy.
I love Galaxy. Back to grand finals we come. All right, it's going to be Na'Vi and Vitality, of course. Again, the reality is, though, that it ended incredibly quickly, and I think we do, in fact, have it ready to go. That final action, of course, from that final map that we just witnessed. I need to take a deep breath, man. I really do.
I believe in curses now.
Well, hold on a second. Let's take a look at the emotions from the players, okay? Before we start talking curses, because caster curses are real. And I actually was backstage just a second ago. I ran into one of the heads of Vitality. I said, hey, congratulations, man. He says, for what? I said, I'm sorry. Let me take a step back. Let me not speak too soon. We see the emotions. I swear, every single time that we tune in and see the perspective of Vitality, they just see cool, calm, and collect. That's just the experience they have.
You want to comment on that?
No, I want to talk about curses.
All right, well then I'll comment on it. The thing that we have to look out for is actually when Vival is having fun.
Okay.
That's when you know everyone is doing their job well. Because Vival wants to go in for those kills. She's hoping for her teammates to set it up, and they set it up beautifully in that game.
Well, let's take a look at that final action from that last map. And man, that was map number 5. And it is, in fact, going to be, once again, Vitality pushing into the base. This will be the final fight. The Lord is also mid lane, starting to come through. Na'Vi, in one of the previous maps, was able to base defend at least 2 or 3 times. But Eterna, not this time.
The knockups from Vivian on the Minotaur was really game-changing. You know, we've been highlighting so much about the rivalry between Ashley and Vivian, and if there's anything in this particular game, we do see that she learned something from Ashley, picking up one of her signature heroes, the Minotaur.
Well, Vival has been on fire, of course. We take a look at her statistics. And she's looking great. She really is. I mean, we're talking a total kill of 18 kills in the 5 maps that we have seen so far. But honestly, sometimes the kills are one thing, but the assists, 20 assists, she's putting in work for her team.
The one thing that I really want to highlight about Vival is even in a losing condition, especially when she's on an assassin like the Ling, so back-to-back Ling games we saw, she's always, 2-3 levels ahead of the enemy jungler. And I find that so impressive, even in a losing condition. So she's so effective, she's so great when it comes down to farming, that she can be the sole winning condition of how things can turn around in favor for her own team.
Honestly, that's amazing, because here's the thing, you're going up against a tank in the jungle. The tank is going to take some time to clear. So yes, I like Vival just pathing vertically. I'm just going to go into your jungle and take some for myself.
Moonton has done a phenomenal job with MWI, but that's not the only event happening here at the Esports World Cup.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa tuktok ang pinakamahirap. Ang corona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been named, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Bulan atau tidak,
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
no one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bukan ako kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
It's nothing but MLBB for weeks on end here at the Esports World Cup in Paris. We take another look at the Allianz Vault where the players are currently at, sitting in their dugouts, getting ready to take that stage, and they officially have for what could be the final time, depending on what Vitality has up their sleeves. After that win, I feel like this is where Vitality becomes at their strongest. They've already won grand finals. They've already been champions. And now that they're 1 map away, you can't argue that they know how to close out series.
Yeah, especially when they have a huge lead, because in that previous game, it's at the 2nd turtle. That is relatively fast for you to have a lot of wins whenever you go for a fight. I thought it was going to go bad when Vival died early, but then they just keep on continuing to fight. That Minotaur really paid dividends because able to get that Flash of the Oasis quite early and made it so that they can basically fight forever.
Eterna, Navi's going to have to dig deep. This is where they truly become a champion by forcing a Game 7. But look at that smile. Like I said, Vitality is feeling confident. They're feeling comfortable. Can Navi pull off another win to stay alive and force a Game 7?
I know they can do it. I know they can come back to this. And it starts with the drafts. If you're talking about digging deep, I feel like they kind of did. Kalea debut pick in the grand finals, that was definitely something that I did not expect. And I feel like that last pick really killed them in the end.
Yeah, I feel like for Vitality, as long as you have a draft that you can just keep on fighting nonstop, I think that fits their style.
Okay, so you're thinking Navi should go back to where they started, at least in that last pick and ban. Go with the aggressive play style, get in the face of Vitality. But they did try that, LaFell, and it didn't work out. In fact, we had our quickest game in map number 5. So if they go back to it, how can they execute better?
Honestly, like Vitality, go for the heal, and Navi, I think... Personally, for me, I think Mirai just does not have enough practice on that Kalea because she was honestly invisible throughout the entire game. So I feel like it's quite a risk. It's a good pick. Don't get me wrong. It is a good pick. But if the player is not ready to execute on that, I think don't take the risk because Kalea does require some skill to play. And when the stakes is this high, I don't know. I think that's too much to hope from the player.
I agree. And again, even though that the Gatot Kacha wasn't on the side of Vitality, the fact that the Minotaur was able to counter engage, even if, let's say, she does get a final slam down, it also kind of hinders that point. And plus, Team Vitality had a lot of purifies, so it wasn't as straightforward for Mirai either. And remember, I really wanted to talk about curses, and this is what I was talking about. Navi are now on red side. Again, the team that gets red side is the team that wins the game.
So you're saying we're going all 7 games?
Oh yeah.
Ooh, and yeah, Carry is first pick, so I think that's already a pretty good start because they know that Na'Vi wants to go tanky. They already have answers with the first pick.
Exactly.
So I don't know if Na'Vi wants to go for a pick like the Claude or not. But I gotta say, Vitality taking out that Eve, pretty smart. Making sure that Na'Vi does not have a range advantage is step number 1 on winning it out.
For sure, for sure. Carrie gets completely isolated when she falls into the real world manipulation, so that will definitely benefit her. And even if, let's say, Na'Vi pick a Granger, okay, this is very risky. Now, Granger requires a little bit of snowballing to happen in the lane. And if they don't get that snowball, if they don't get those Sky Piercer stacks, it's really hard for Grangers to stay relevant mid to late game.
Honestly, with that pick, I think Rayanne better hope that she doesn't see a Yuzong, an Alice, a Lapu, a Benedetta, a Paquito, a Freya. Honestly, there's quite a lot of EXP laners that deal very, very well with the Granger. One of the reasons why we don't see it get picked. But I'm assuming because it's picked up quite early, they're trying to potentially counter whatever the next pick is. And now the Cho as well as the Lei. Looks like Vitality, they want to build a draft that they can fight again and again and again and again.
Also, can Granger go Purify?
Granger can go Purify, but is not the best.
So that's it, right?
You don't get to be aggressive in lane, and you can't be aggressive during turtle fights, lord fights, and etc.
So among all the other things, with all the picks on the board that can definitely counter the Granger, the fact that the Granger, it's not as great to go for Purify, makes it so that the mother of tanks on her signature Cho pick will definitely have a good time.
The TLDR is you pick up the Granger here. If you have the Purify, you're gonna be good against the Cho, but bad against everyone else. So take your pick. But now finally, the Freya gets picked up again. Eterna, I have no idea how it took this long.
And that's the big thing. That's a big thing. Sure, the Granger is in the gold lane, but we do have Freya on not Ayanami once again. She did so well in her lane earlier on. And so with the Freya being here, it really is save and grace for them to carry it through from early to mid game in case the Granger lane doesn't work out. How do you protect the Freya in the gold lane is now the question. XP lane, I mean.
I feel like based on what happened in game number 1, they're hoping she doesn't need help. I feel like not Ayanami on this Freya is supposed to grab everyone's attention so that hopefully the Granger gets some breathing room. So I'm thinking they're just hoping her mechanics is going to be enough, but that means Vitality just might make a draft that they just, go to the EXP lane quite a lot of times. But as long as she has that vengeance, the first gank, I think she can survive no problem.
That's why they banned the Valentina. On one side, you already see the Cho being picked up by Team Vitality. Really good at early game rotations, fast clear, really aids in the mid laner. And if they had the Valentina on top of that, I think they would rotate a lot quicker. So the Yve and the Valentina are now out. If they still want to go hands into that kind of strategy, I would also think that the Lilia might be another thing that they want to take out as well.
Yeah, no, honestly, at this point, with what Vitality has, they have many different options in mid, and one of them is definitely that Lilia. But interestingly enough, Vitality, they themselves ban out the Lilia here, so I wonder if they want to go for the Selena. I don't think you necessarily need that. The Phoveas get banned out, which honestly is not a bad pick here because, Phoveas is one of the counters for the Freya. So now for Na'Vi, in terms of their mid pick as well, they need something that can protect themselves so that, doesn't get attacked by the Cho, doesn't get attacked by the Ling. I'm drawing a blank. Are they going to try to force like a Kimmy and then hope they can just move forward all the time? I don't think that's a great idea.
You know what's a hero that we haven't seen this entire series?
What, Valir?
Jushin.
I feel like if anyone uses Jushin, it might be Vitality. Because Zushin for Na'Vi, I'm not so sure they can pick up a lot of heroes here. Cho has a lot of dash, even the Ling has a lot of dash. So
makes sense.
Yeah, I think they're not going to get a lot of value. And now the Alice has been bad. Honestly, pretty smart, considering the Alice could still be picked up as a jungler.
That's true. There's still flexibility. Oh my god.
Oh, well.
Actually unreal, by the way.
Yeah.
Actually unbelievable.
The Jushin gets picked up for Na'Vi.
It's kind of like we called it, but also we're like warned against it.
Yeah.
Well,
because it's the only hero that she's picked up that hasn't been used, and I think the Kimmy is a little bit too risky here.
But the thing is now Vitality can pick up the Kimmy because Kimmy does quite well against the Zushin. They can pick up the Gord as well. They pick up the Terizla. We haven't seen Terizla for a while here. Going up against the Frey, you're not going to be winning the lane. You're just going to survive.
Yeah. So what does Cine pick? Selena is still open. You mentioned the Kimmy already. Kagura is another hero that she's utilized in MWI. And it's going to be a Valir.
I mean, you did say one hero we haven't seen is Valir, and
Well,
it works.
It makes sense,
It
right?
makes sense.
Atlas, anti-CC as well for the ult, so it doesn't necessarily have to bring Purify. Up against the Freya, it also makes sense.
And you know that this is going to be a tank, right? You know that Na'Vi is going to be bringing a tank, so that Valir is going to be helping out a lot. Especially we have the carry as well as the lane. You don't need more damage. You just need some kind of disruption. And now that Akai gets picked up, I feel like this is going to be the final game.
Oh, that's a heavy statement because the reality is for Na'Vi, they are knocking on the door of a second place finish. For Vitality, however, one map away, one win away from securing the 2026 MWI Championship. Can they do it? Can they get the job done? Or will we get one more map? Mirko, get in, let's find out.
The world holds their breath as they see this next game. Already at the door, our defending title champions are so close to getting that trophy and getting real revenge from what happened in 2024. Na'Vi, they've got what it takes to bring it all the way to the end. But the truth is, if they don't muster up the courage now, if they don't be brave to make the play, I don't know how they will overcome this mountain of a hive mind.
And the Golden Hornets look strong. The Golden Hornets look very convincing. They're coming off of an 11-minute end just earlier for match point. Na'Vi has gone back to their roots, playing utility jungle and having a carry on Ayanami. Freya, specifically the Freya, that got them that convincing win in game number 1.
I was surprised it took them this long to finally get that Freya back, but at the same time, we've seen the back and forth and the many different strategies that have been utilized. This one feels comfortable to Na'Vi, and I want to see how much this comfort is going to make the difference, because Vitality, even in the early stages of the game, they're still pretty dangerous.
And all comes down to, I think, Viva on the Ling. It's something that we've been talking about a couple of times, right? Viva, on utility or on Assassins. Which one do you like better? Me personally, I'm always Assassin for Viva. And so far on the Ling, she's been fantastic. The Nolan as well. So far in this game, against an Akai, it's looking okay. But it comes down to that first turtle. If you're able to take it away from the Akai, if you're able to snatch away some more of these jungle creeps, I think we're in for a very similar lead that we saw from last game.
Well, let's take it one step back here, because this is not the only different Ling setup that we've seen. Sometimes they skip first turtle and decide to go instantly for the invade on the opposite side of the map. But really, who can really say what a strong side, weak side anymore? Most of these matchups pretty difficult and skill-based. I would say the EXP makes the most amount of sense for Fumieko to actually be on the losing end, but overall, that's only because of the emblem setup.
So let's see it. Na'Vi, obviously the ones first onto the turtle. This composition is built around neutral objectives. Fumieko's not even for Ayanami is captured in this XP. Vitality, no entrance to this turtle. Vivian taking a whole lot of damage already. Cine trying to go and provide some focus. Vivian's waiting in the bush right now. Oh, she steals it away from Keishi. Headbutt at the Tempest of Blades now. Keishi's caught in the flames of Cine. Now the stun as well. Ayanami with first blood under. Navi's been baited out as Chell has already rotated from the gold lane.
Well, this is chaos. Let's go down to the bottom side. Hey, not Ayanami, casually 2v1ing 2 people at once in the middle of that fight and even finding that first blood. But now, with no means out, honestly, it might have cost her the entire laning phase now.
And it's just as we said, just as we assumed. If Vivo can somehow get a lead at the start of the game, this is going to be very dangerous because it seems like Na'Vi, yes, they have Ayanami, but the main guy who they're looking to snowball in this game is Rihanna the Granger, and she's brought Purify. So that means the Link's going to have a plenty of good space to dash around and outmaneuver the Granger.
We'll see how long they're going to be able to do that here. I think Na'Vi, they're not completely out of this just yet, but Gel has consistently beaten Rian in lane. It's outside the lane where things get a little dicey, and because of that, Vitality walk into enemy territory and they have an amazing read on the jungle path that Na'Vi have. Now it's oppression from this point onwards.
And that's the clear speed diff. Something that we brought up a couple of times after the patch for the utility jungles, the Fredgen, the Bakshas, and the Akai, but in the group stage, even through the knockout stage, we've seen the Akai still get their hands on neutral objectives. That's the thing. Now that it's taken away from him, you can really see that gap for the Assassin in terms of clear, in terms of mobility. She's able to get into the purple buff, getting out of there as well, without using ultimate, without using any of that.
I mean, Link is just one of those heroes that's really hard to kind of like, to balance out because of how much is in that kit. It's just universally good. And now as they contest for the space at this stage of the game, for Vivol, it's a pretty straightforward answer. All I gotta do is keep on stealing these camps and cleaning up bad trades across the map, and this game should be in the bag before I know it.
Na'Vi hold control over it, but Vivol has a 2-level lead, so it comes down to the red tree battle again. Vivian gonna provide some poke right now. It's from Mieko trying to zone Ayanami. It's Keishi holding on to the neutral objective. Vivian goes for the kick, but baits out the heavy spin. Now it's Vivol looking for the opening, goes in again, and the rinse out the red tree. Morale with the play to links over on Vivol. She's gonna be able to dive in with the Defiant Blade. Tempest Ablaze now knocking him up, and oh, it's all the Blaze picked up by Vivol.
They have to kite together, unfortunately. Not Ayanami can only do so much now that the rest of her backline is already out. Rain as the anchor again. They have to understand who is the anchor of the composition. If you're not playing around your anchor and you're splitting away from them, I get it if it's a Tempest of Blades. I get it if it's a Fatal Links. But if not, why not? And I think that Ayanami at this point needs to communicate to the rest of the team. Look, I'm the only one who has the lead right now. If you want Rian to get these kills, we have to play traditional front to back.
Good escape for Ayanami. They will have to do that, but it's so scattered. The way Na'Vi want this fight to be is pure front to back. Vitality are attacking from angles that Na'Vi are just not expecting. And it's really difficult for Rian to land those shots.
I mean, I think what's worse is that now that they don't have to worry about their mid laner not having, well, inbuilt Purify, they have access to Flicker. It becomes that much more difficult, right? And not only do I have to get rid of your battle spell, but I also have to get rid of your ult on top of that. It's just a consistent level of problems that Na'Vi can't force out all at once, but over a period of time. In terms of the gold so far, Ling coming up big at 1,000 gold so far, and that's already pretty good. Again, you can see that even Vivian just man-to-man defense, making sure that they have plenty of information on what's going on. Keeping up the waves, and Rian should die here, but doesn't get that last auto attack down. We see that Mirai, they want to, but they back away.
I can't believe it. That amount of damage at 6 minutes for a carry with just 1 assist.
I was questioning it as well. I was thinking that maybe the Rian would be able to get out or at least create enough distance, but I think just too many procs, right? Too many triggers, that passive.
And you have to take a look at Vivol. She's been having a nasty game of Farm Simulator right now. I mean, she's taking away the bot wave, the mid wave as well. It's double aiding, but on the jungle. She's gonna go to the bottom lane now. Na'Vi set their sights on the turtle, and it seems like Vitality don't care.
Can they drag this out? I mean, Sydney still hasn't used the Searing Torrent just yet. They don't mind. Have the second one. We're gonna walk away from this. We want to make sure that at least Vivol's in a disgustingly good position.
2-level advantage. Purple buff about to come back up here on the other side for Na'Vi. It is finally their first neutral objective of the game. And in the bottom lane, it's just Vivol clearing out, trying to get those items, trying to get enough gold to assassinate these backliners, mainly Rian on the Granger.
And I think they're going to get very close to doing so here, as Vivol is already in a really good position overall. Despite the score being 2-2, a majority of that lead is in her hands, in her bank, in a matter of fact, as Keishi slowly falls behind. This should turn that 3-level lead that Vivol has back down into a 2, but a play being forced by Vivol on forward from Vivian. She gets punished, Rain pulls her back.
For Mieko next to the chopping block right now with the Crimson Beacon and a heavy spin. She gets the penalty zone, but now lifted up. A bit of the heavy spin helping her out as well, but Rian finally gets on board with her first stack of the Sky Piercer, all of them low. Vivol nowhere to be seen, just going to go for the safe turret down below.
definitely think she could have picked up the kills there, but again, don't want to risk the shutdown overall. Let's look at the gold distribution overall, and it looks like, yeah, a lot of it come, not only half of them coming from the minions, a large chunk coming in from the jungle creeps itself. The passive goal is going to be dedicated to be the same, but I mean, with 2 kills already, 400 gold in the bank, it's going to be pretty difficult for Keishi to actually catch back up because he does not want, she does not want the kills. Oh wait, play, flicker, coming out of rain, no way of the dragon now.
Oh my god, that damage. Vivo knows there's no way for Rian to escape even with the Purify. That's the killing spree for Vivo. Rian unable to escape.
I mean, there's nothing that she can do about it, right? If you have Flicker, you die anyways. You have that Purify despite the way of the dragon. You can reposition, I suppose, but not when 2 people are attacking you. At least not Ayanami was able to get the tier 1 down bottom side before this Lord spawn actually occurs. If you notice, you see that Shell is actually hovering around that top side. She doesn't see anybody. She's going to steal away the orange buff and maybe even farm another wave up top side.
Oh my god, it just built up frustration. First it was the purple buff taken by Vivo, now it's the orange buff taken by Chelsea. Deals with the wave up top. Trying to build that slow push. And at the end of the day right now, Na'Vi are still going to have to play that front to back. They're going to have to play for Mrs. President, who's Rian right now. Like Vivian opening up, wave up top, already shoved in by Vitality.
I think you mean Madam President at that point, but
Madame.
I think at this stage, yeah, they don't really need this Lord. They can start taking away turrets kind of for free. Freya shows topside, and I think it's pretty free for Vitality. Whatever you want, you can take.
That's the Lord secured by Vitality. Penalty zone by Fumieko. Now it's Vivo just waiting for the heavy spin. She's such a patient killer.
Yeah, they haven't lost too much composure.
At
now,
9 minutes?
Yeah, endless battle. Wait, Zipper, pull up the item list real quick. Is that second item or third item? I'm pretty sure it's third.
It's third.
Dang, that is fast. That is so fast. And now, usually you would expect at least towards, like, you know, 10 minutes of the game, a couple of components, a Haskell on top of the Berserker's Fury, but now that he's got both, and triple items for Chell as well, like, this game is starting to look pretty good for Vitality if they want to hold up that trophy.
3,000 gold lead. Now add a bit more spice. It's an Ice Queen 1 against Navi's composition. It was already... I mean, this Valir is already a big problem for them. Now you add that slow.
It's going to be difficult for Mirai or not Ayanami. I think the only way is if not Ayanami and Mirai come in from 2 separate angles. Worst comes to worst, you got to at least sacrifice the heavy spin. Now, they're just dealing with the waves. One by one, they're going to cut it down. Even Rain getting Ice Queen 1 for herself at this stage, but they can't walk out of their base comfortably. And the oppression from Vitality is going to make sure that, hey, this lead, this simple 3K lead is slowly going to develop into roughly, I would give 7 to 8K, depending on whether or not they find another fight.
Shoutouts to chat, pointed it out. I just read it out, but Vivo got level 15 at 950 on the dot. Massive gold advantage, an even bigger XP advantage. Keishi's 3 whole levels down.
This is a dangerous game to be around here. And Navi, they haven't been too proactive on the map. They've been waiting for the protocols, and worse yet, they have no real answer to Vival because they can't force anything out of her. They have to attack other members and force Vival to come to them, and even then, might not be enough resources. That big snowball we were hoping for Rian on that Sky Piercer has not come into fruition. And yet, we are still hoping that not Ayanami can somehow clutch a fight somewhere, somehow get him low, and let Rian finish them off. I'm just worried whether or not Keishi will be able to withstand the raw damage, not only from Just City, but Chell, because she is clutching these fights.
And the fact that Rian, the only Sky Piercer stack she got, it was instantly cut down by Vival. I mean, Vival's having a fantastic series, another fantastic game here on Ling. Really seems like she wants that finals MVP as well. She's able to close it out. Last time she got it was MWI 2022, the very first one.
There's one hell of an argument to be made here, honestly. But considering the team lineups, it makes so much sense. And even then, when we look at the item list so far, it's only going to get worse. Nearly done with the BOD as well. If this game could not be more brutal to show how undisputedly good Vitality is, Na'Vi, we need to hear that answer sooner or later because this Lord could be a make it or break it already.
And look at this. In the previous games, they've had a Moskov to deal with the wave up top, but now they have a composition that is built for pure team fights. A composition that needed the neutral objectives. Fatal Links lands, but it's only onto Fumieko, not a penalty zone. Gets a Purify out, and that should be everybody going in. Fumieko taking it low, able to break around in safety. Fabian gets away the dragon. That was Bimbo with a tempest of play. Simon straight. It's a double. It's a triple. And it's a maniac for Bimbo.
Come on. Come on. Just keep on fighting. Keep on fighting and give us what we are looking for, as they are looking for the inhibitor first. They've got the wave. Rain, it's all up to you.
11-minute game for match point. Now in 13 minutes with no Crimson Beacon, Rain's gonna be shredded to pieces.
We're better to defend a kingdom than upon its own sacred ground. Paris belongs to the Golden Hornets tonight.
The nightmare of 2024 has finally been laid to rest. Empires rise, rivals return, but Team Vitality are your undisputed back-to-back champions!
What an amazing game! What an amazing experience! MWI, the storylines that we were all hoping for has built up to this very moment. Once again, congratulations to Team Vitality, but the heartbreak for Navi, a grueling series. There's so much to be earned. We're throwing it over to our stage host to wrap it up. Thank you so much. It's me and Miracle on the desk, signing out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we officially have, of course, our tradition, our key handoff. Here comes our champions, Team Vitality. Of course, showing amazing sportsmanship as Navi waits here next to the trophy. An incredible showing from Navi. And the Vitality fans are absolutely electric.
Philippines, you fought valiantly, but your journey ends here.
Yo, great performance. Great job. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take things over to the Key Crusher. Team Vitality, your back-to-back MWI champions. And now, of course, they have to complete their tradition, which is, of course, what we do right here at EWC as they crush their foes, Key, and, of course, right their wrongs from 2024.
That's absolutely right. And of course, in the midst of the hive, who is currently buzzing right now, the foes that has taken them down in 2024, and their keys now crushed on the home turf right here in France. This is the perfect ending to Team Vitality's reign!
Congratulations. Oh my goodness. You actually could join us up there on the stage so that you can grab your trophy with the rest of your team. Team Vitality, dominant, inevitable, unstoppable.
Team Vitality, claim what is rightfully yours! Let's go, our champions of MWI 2026, Team Vitality! every single way. 16 teams landed here in France with a target so huge on their backs, having to defend their throne here on the home ground of France. But with the hive buzzing in support of their queens, they have successfully defended their throne, making it our back-to-back champions here at MWI 2026.
What an unbelievable performance, and we see the emotion on everyone's faces.
Shell, I want to hear from you. I've been missing you. You're so emotional right now. What does this mean for you? What does this win mean for you? I'm tongue-tied as well.
I don't even know why I'm this emotional right now.
You guys are probably getting used to winning. You know, why is this win so special?
I don't know, because I think I saw how hard my team works, and I think we really deserve this victory.
You were challenged, but you prevailed.
Shell, of course we know back in 2024 at MWI, you go up against Team Navi, and they actually were able to defeat you. Here, you right that wrong. You are back-to-back MWI champions. How does it feel to have overcome that obstacle?
I'm really, really happy, and I guess I just want to say to them that if you guys really want to win this time, not a chance.
Oh my goodness!
And now, Vivian, I have a question for you, please. This way. Before we started, I'm pretty sure that you have seen EWC posters everywhere, and your face is among the GOATs, alongside kings that have ruined titles here at EWC. Seeing your face there and extending that reign, what do you have to say to that young Vivian that started playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang? Can I have someone on the team to help translate? You can say it in Bahasa.
I want to say, welcome back, bro, to my dream again! Welcome back! This is your nightmare, bro!
Absolutely love this energy, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, before we send things off, we have to make sure that we announce our finals MVP, who is none other than the one and only Vivo!
The queen of the jungle. This isn't her first rodeo. She has gotten MVP in 2022. And it is about time, here on home ground, the queen of the jungle gets recognized for finals MVP. I'm gonna come this way. Let's check in. Vivo, it was 2022, a long time coming. How does it feel here in the midst, of home ground, Team Vitality supporting you guys and you clutching that FMVP award here in your arms?
MVP!
I'm really, really happy with this award and the result of this year's MWI together with my team. And especially this year's MWI is held in Paris, which is the home ground of Team Vitality. And we dedicate this win to everyone, to our fans as well. And yeah, it was a blast.
So, do you accept this title along with this FMVP, Queen of the Jungle?
Okay, I accept.
Rightfully so.
Now, Vivo, of course, again, you win yet another finals MVP. You guys won MWI back-to-back. How does this year's victory compare to the last?
This year's win is very special because it's held in Paris. It's our home ground, so we did our best to get back-to-back for them to
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to blow the roof off of this place. You just saw such an amazing display. Please show some love to our queens of MLBB, Team Vitality! Team Vitality, please go ahead and etch your names in history. Walk on over to the totem.
Take your walk of victory now as the official queens of MWI 2026.
Vitality, an unbelievable sight. The home team wins the championship. And now the march to the totem begins with the trophy. The mother of tanks, Vivian, leading the charge. Vival, the queen of the jungle. Sony MVP, not only here in 2026, but also back in 2022 for the very first MWI. What a moment this is. What a celebration for the team of Vitality. Questions were raised. Is this roster really what they used to be? Can they go back to back? Well, the answer is clear. Yes, they can. They are your champions of MWI 2026.
I gotta say, I love this parade, man, because Vivian, not only has she won here, she wants all the stages here to know who is the winner of MWI. Look at the energy that she has. It doesn't look like she just went 6 games.
It's like a marching band.
It wasn't enough to see her face plastered all over Riyadh. She needs everyone to know here in Paris, France as well. Amazing energy from Vivian, and I gotta say, so well deserved for every single player on the team.
CIO Danny Ingles also behind as well. The march begins, and I gotta ask you two a question. Is this a dynasty roster?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Even if they didn't pick up this trophy, I think they've already cemented that. You think about MLBB, women's, all you can think about is this entire roster of just very talented young women, ladies, queens, whatever you want to call it. They are amazing in their own right, and they really, really did have a huge statement today, especially after all the doubt when they lost 2 years ago at MWI against the very same team.
The way that they conquered the MLBB scene. If you touched the game for like 2 weeks, you would have heard about Team Vitality, especially this roster, because again, year by year, they do it again and again and again. You can't escape them, because again, Riyadh, Vivian's face is all over the place now in Paris as well. I gotta say, man, they are definitely the best women's team we've ever had in MWI.
Representing their region.
Indonesia.
So much pride. Indonesia has to be so proud of them. Came in with the regional battle. Which region was the best? Well, for the MWI, it is undisputably Indonesia. With Team Vitality again, it warms my heart. Flexing on the competition. This team has already achieved greatness, and they continue to do so year in and year out. When will they be stopped? Well, not this year. Not this year whatsoever. The totem starting to get close. They round the corner, and this is, we're just moments away where they will then etch their names into the history books once again onto the totem for the Esports World Cup. They placed the trophy down. That is theirs. Hard-earned and back-to-back years. And as you see, the totem area starts to light up as they go forward. I do wonder what is going through their mind. Obviously, they said, welcome to my dream. And for the competitors, welcome to my nightmare. And this is where reality sits. This is where it hits home. They start to go forward. They will be lifted up, and they will put their names onto the totem. Such a beautiful moment.
And this is theirs. This was another moment that they claimed that this is theirs. This time around, Fumi Echo will be the one to place that key onto the wall with the help of everyone, as they are the undisputed, they are the inevitable, they are Team Vitality.
We book Esports World Cup.